Jewish policemen took a small girl from her home when her mother was away running an errand. Her last words before deportation to Treblinka were recorded. "I know that you are a good man, sir. Be so kind as to not take me away. My mamma left for just a moment. She'll be back in just a moment, and I won't be there. Be so kind as to not take me away." In the first 2 months of the large action, some 265,040 Jews were taken to the Umschlagplatz, and another 10,380 or so killed in the ghetto itself. Perhaps 60,000 Jews remained. They were predominantly fit younger males. Each stage of the mass murder of the Warsaw Jews was so dreadful that it gave rise to hopes that the near future might at least be better than the immediate past. Some Jews really did believe that labor in the East would be better than life in the ghetto. Once assembled at Umschlagplatz, Jews could be forgiven for believing that embarking on trains would be better than indefinite waiting under the hot sun, without food, water, and sanitary facilities. The supervision of Umschlagplatz was assigned to the Jewish police, who occasionally freed people they knew, or people who could afford to bribe them. As the historian Emanuel Ringelblum recorded, the Jewish police sometimes demanded, in addition to cash, payment in kind, which is to say sex with the women whom they saved. In the trains, illusions faded. Although assured that their destination was a labor camp in the East, some Jews must have suspected that this was false. After all, people with labor certificates were precisely the ones who remained in Warsaw. If work was the goal, then why were the very old and the very young sent first? The trains were accorded the lowest priority in the railway system, and often took days to reach a destination that was in fact rather close to Warsaw. Treblinka was only about 100 kilometers to the northeast. The Jews were given no food or water, and died in large numbers on many of the transports. Children licked each other's sweat. Mothers sometimes threw small children from trains, guessing that they would be more likely to survive in the wild than wherever the train was going. Some parents explained to their very small children, born in the ghetto, what could be seen through windows or cracks in doors. The very youngest had never seen fields or forests before, nor would they again. Poles would yell at the trains going by. The gesture of a finger across the throat, remembered with loathing by a few Jewish survivors, was meant to communicate to the Jews that they were going to die, though not necessarily that the Poles wished this upon them. Some Poles called for money. Others, perhaps more merciful, perhaps with other needs, asked for children. Yankiel Wienik remembered his own transport, an early one from Warsaw. "My view took in everyone and everything, yet I could not take in the enormity of the misfortune. No one could." Each transport was assembled from 57 to 60 train cars, or about 5,000 to 6,000 people. Upon arrival at the rail station nearest Treblinka, the train stopped. Then, sometimes after a wait of hours or even days, another engine pulled up and moved 19 or 20 of the cars, 1,700 to 2,000 people, to a rail spur inside the Treblinka death factory. The second engine pushed rather than pulled these cars, so that the engineer was going backward, and never himself faced or entered the facility. The Jews who were still alive were then forced from each car by Travniki men brandishing guns and cracking whips. The Jews deported to Treblinka died, almost all of them, in these first few weeks, but not as smoothly as at Buzet and Sobibor, and not as the Germans intended. The regular and massive transports of Jews had overwhelmed the small gas chambers at Treblinka very quickly, and so the Germans and the Travniki men had to resort to shooting. This was not the task for which the Travniki men had been trained. They did it badly, but they did it. By August, the rail spur inside the Treblinka death factory was surrounded by piles of corpses. Oskar Berger, who arrived on a transport of August 22nd, remembered hundreds of bodies lying around. Yankiel Wienik recalled his arrival on the 24th of August. The camp yard was littered with corpses, some still in their clothes and some naked, their faces distorted with fright and awe, black and swollen, the eyes wide open with protruding tongues, skulls crushed, bodies mangled. A Jew who had arrived the day before, the 23rd of August, had just avoided joining that pile. He was chosen for labor, which chiefly meant the disposal of human remains. He recalled how the killing was done in those early weeks of Treblinka. After we left the wagon, the Germans and Ukrainians, whips in their hands, drove us into a courtyard, where they ordered us to lie down with our faces to the ground. Then they walked through and shot us in the back of the neck. Adam Kozerpitsky, who arrived on the 25th of August, recorded a similar impression. Corpses of people of different ages, in different positions, with different expressions on their faces the moment they breathed their last. All around, just earth, sky, and corpses. The next day, the 26th of August, was remembered by Edward Weinstein, and I looked out and I saw hell, bodies as high as the windows on the cattle car, on the ramp. Franz Stangl, the German-Austrian police officer who commanded the death factory at Sobibor, was called in to investigate the chaos of Treblinka. He was, presumably, not a man who was easily overwhelmed by death, and unlike the arriving Jews, he had some idea of what to expect. Nevertheless, he was shocked by what he found. The smell was indescribable, the hundreds, no, the thousands of bodies everywhere, decomposing, putrefying. Umfried Eberl, the German-Austrian medical doctor who commanded Treblinka, had hoped to prove his worth. He wanted his kill rates to exceed those of the other death facility commanders, the police chiefs at Buzet and Sobibor. He continued to accept transports in August 1942, even as the number of people to be killed far exceeded the facility's capacity to asphyxiate them. Death then radiated outward, from the gas chambers to the waiting area in the courtyard, and from the courtyard to the trains waiting at the station, or on the tracks, or somewhere far away in occupied Poland. The Jews died all the same, almost all of them. But now a few escaped from the trains, which had very rarely happened during earlier transports to Sobibor and Buzet. Escapees from the trains made their way back to the Warsaw Ghetto, often with an idea of what they had been spared. The disorganization also drew the attention of onlookers. Because of all the delays, trains conveying German soldiers to the Eastern Front were more likely to pass or to be caught behind one of the death trains. A few onlookers took photographs. Others vomited from the stench. Some of these soldiers were on their way to southwestern Soviet Russia to take part in the offensive at Stalingrad. Those German soldiers who saw the Treblinka transports knew, if they wanted to know, just what they were fighting for. Eberl was removed from his post for incompetence, and in August 1942 Stangl took command at Treblinka. Stangl, who later said that he regarded the mass gassing of Jews as his profession and that he enjoyed it, quickly put Treblinka in order. He called a temporary halt to transports and had the bodies buried by Jewish laborers. When the death facility was opened again in early September 1942, it functioned much more like the machine that it was designed to be. Stangl commanded with the help of a particularly vicious assistant, Kurt Franz, whom the Jewish laborers called the Doll, for his vanity and good looks. Franz liked to watch Jews box, he liked to watch his dog attack Jews, and he liked to watch animals in general. At one point he had the Jewish laborers construct a zoo. The Germans were assisted by a few dozen Travniki men who served as guards and performed a few essential functions within the facility, such as herding Jews into the gas chambers and releasing the carbon monoxide gas. The rest of the labor was performed by a few hundred Jews, spared from death only in order to carry out tasks associated with mass killing and plunder, and doomed themselves to a quick death if they showed any sign of weakness. Like Buzet and Sobibor, Treblinka was designed to function on Jewish labor, such that the Travniki men had to do little and the Germans next to nothing. As rumors of Treblinka spread, the Germans engaged in propaganda. The Polish government, in exile in London, had been passing on to its British and American allies reports of the gassings, along with other German killings of Polish citizens. Throughout the summer it urged the British and the Americans to take retributive actions upon German civilians, to no effect. Officers of the Polish resistance, the Home Army, considered an attack on Treblinka, but did not carry one out. The Germans denied the gassings. The chief of the Jewish police in Warsaw and the official resettlement commissioner, Josef Stalin, claimed that he had received postcards from Treblinka. There was indeed a postal service inside the Warsaw Ghetto which functioned even during these weeks. The postmen wore caps with bright orange bills so that they would not be seized in the roundups. But they brought, of course, no news from Treblinka. The transports from Warsaw to Treblinka began again on the 3rd of September 1942. The last transport of the large action on the 22nd of September 1942 included the Jewish police and their families. As the Jewish policemen neared the station, they threw from the window their hats and any other markers of their former mission or social status. Jewish policemen often came from prosperous families. This was prudent behavior, since Jewish policemen could meet a hard reception from fellow Jews in a concentration camp. Yet Treblinka was no camp. It was a death facility, so their actions made no difference. The policemen were gassed like everyone else. Within a few months, Stangl had changed the appearance of Treblinka and thereby increased its lethal functionality. Jews who arrived at Treblinka in late 1942 disembarked not to a simple ramp surrounded by dead bodies, but inside a mock train station, painted by a Jewish labourer to resemble a real one. It had a clock, a timetable, and ticket counters. As Jews stepped from the station, they could hear the sound of music, played by an orchestra led by the Warsaw musician Artur Gold. Those Jews who limped or hobbled or otherwise revealed themselves to be weak at this point were taken to a clinic. Jewish workers with red armbands helped them to a building marked with a red cross. Behind this building, the sick Jews were shot in the back of the neck over a ditch by Germans dressed as doctors. The chief executioner was August Mieter, whom the Jewish labourers called the Angel of Death, Malach HaMavet. Those Jews who could move themselves took a few steps forward into a kind of courtyard, where the men and the women were separated, men to the right, women to the left, as they were told in German and Yiddish. In the courtyard the Jews were forced to strip naked, on the pretext that they were to be disinfected before a further transport to the east. Jews had to bundle their clothes neatly and tie their shoes together by the laces. They had to surrender any valuables. Women were subjected to cavity searches. At this point, a few women in some of the transports were selected for rape, and a few men in some of the transports were selected for labor. The women then shared the fate of the rest, whereas the men would live for a few more days, weeks, or even months as slave laborers. All the women went to the gas chambers without their clothes and without their hair. Each woman had to sit before a Jewish barber. Religiously observant women who wore wigs had to surrender them. Even at this very last moment before death, people reacted differently, individually. For some women, the hair-cutting was confirmation of the disinfection story. For others, it was the proof that they were about to be killed. The women's hair was to be used to make stockings for German railway workers and to line the slippers worn by German submarine crews. Both groups, first the women and then the men, naked, humiliated and helpless, were forced to run through a tunnel. It was a few meters wide and about 100 meters long. The Germans called it the Road to Heaven. At its end, Jews might see a large Star of David in the gable over the entrance to a dark room. A ceremonial curtain hung with a Hebrew inscription, "This is the gateway to G-D, the righteous shall pass through." Probably few enough of them noticed these details, as they were forced roughly inside by the two guards posted at the entrance, both of them Travniki men. One of the Travniki men held a piece of pipe, the other a sword, and both yelled and beat the Jews. Then one of them closed and locked the door and called for water. The very last element of the deception, no longer necessary for this doomed group now sealed in a gas chamber, but for whoever else might be waiting. A third Travniki man threw a lever, and a tank engine pumped carbon monoxide into the chamber. After 20 minutes or so, the Travniki men opened a rear door of the gas chamber, and Jewish labourers removed the bodies. As a result of feverish struggles and death agonies, the bodies were twisted together, limb through limb, and sometimes very fragile. As the Treblinka labourer Gil Rachman recalled, they underwent an atrocious metamorphosis. Their corpses were covered, as was the chamber itself, with blood, feces and urine. The Jewish labourers had to clean the chamber so that the next group would not disbelieve the disinfection lie and panic upon entering. Then they had to separate the bodies and lay them face up on the earth so that a crew of Jewish dentists could do their work, removing gold teeth. Sometimes the faces were entirely black, as if burned, and the jaws clenched so tightly that the dentists could barely open them. Once the gold teeth were removed, the Jewish labourers dragged the bodies to pits to be buried. The entire process from disembarkation of live Jews to the disposal of their bodies took no more than 2 hours. In the winter of 1942 to 1943, the Germans began to separate the Jews not into 2, but into 3 groups: the men, the older women, and the young women. They sent the young women into the gas last, because they liked to look at their naked bodies in the cold. By then the corpses were burned rather than buried. The pyres were huge grills made from railway rails laid upon concrete pillars, some 30 metres across. By spring 1943, fires burned at Treblinka day and night, sometimes consuming the corpses of decomposed bodies exhumed from the earth by Jewish labourers, sometimes the bodies of those who had just been asphyxiated. Women with more fatty tissue burned better than men, so the labourers learned to put them on the bottom of the pile. The bellies of pregnant women would tend to burst, such that the fetus could be seen inside. In the cold nights of spring 1943, the Germans would stand by the flame and drink and warm themselves. Once again, human beings were reduced to calories, units of warmth. The burning was to remove any evidence of the crime, but the Jewish labourers made sure that this was not achieved. They left whole skeletons intact and buried messages in bottles for others to find. It was very difficult for the victims to leave any other sort of trace. Gil Rachman had come to Treblinka with his sister. As soon as he saw the facility, he put their suitcases down. His sister did not understand why. "It's no use," were his last words to her. He was chosen to be a labourer. Sorting through clothing, he came upon the dress that my sister was wearing. I paused. I took the dress. I held it in my hands, contemplated it. Then it had to go, and he had to go on. Tamara and Itta Willenberg left their bundles of clothes next to each other. Their brother Samuel, a Jewish labourer, chanced to find the clothes clinging together, as if in a sister's embrace. Because the women had their hair cut, they had a last few moments in which they could speak to fellow Jews who might, just possibly, survive them and remember their words. Ruth Dorfman was able to accept from her barber the consolation that her death would be quick, and to cry with him. Hannah Levinson told her barber to escape and to tell the world what was happening at Treblinka. Only with much forethought could Jews control their possessions, even in such small ways. In general, their instinct was to keep their portable wealth, if they had any, on their persons, in the hopes of later bartering or bribing. Sometimes Jews, when they grasped what awaited them, threw their money and valuables from the train, so that they would not enrich their persecutors. Usually this was near Treblinka. Within the death factory, it was the job of Jewish labourers to seek valuables, and of course they pocketed some. They gave these to the Travniki men, who had the right to come and go, in exchange for food from nearby villages. The Travniki men gave the valuables to local women and to prostitutes, who apparently came from as far away as Warsaw. Having thereby contracted venereal diseases, the Travniki men consulted Jewish doctors among the labourers. Thus the special closed circle of the local economy, which one witness recalled as a bejewelled and degraded Europe. Through such connections, Jewish labourers alive in 1943 knew something of the outside world and the course of the war. Travniki men could usually read Russian and managed to get their hands on Soviet propaganda and the Soviet press. They were among the millions of Soviet citizens labouring for the Germans in one capacity or another, and so heard gossip. They knew, and so Jewish labourers learned, about the German defeat at Stalingrad in February 1943. The labourers could see for themselves that the transport slowed in 1943, and feared, quite rightly, that their own reason for being was coming to an end. By then, the tremendous majority of Polish Jews were already dead. Guessing that their facility was soon to be closed, some of the Jewish workers rebelled on the 2nd of August 1943, seizing weapons and setting parts of the facility on fire. A few hundred laborers ran through a hole in the fence. A few dozen survived the war. Shel Rachman and the other laborers who wrote memoirs of Treblinka were among them. The facility was indeed closed on the 17th of November 1943. Its last victims were 30 remaining Jewish laborers who did the work of dismantling it. At the very end, they were shot in groups of 5, with the remaining Jews cremating each group. Travniki men cremated the final group of 5. At about the same time, the Germans undertook a mass shooting action against other Jewish laborers, those still at work in concentration camps in the general government. Some 42,000 Jews were killed in this operation, known as Harvest Festival. One of the 50 or so Treblinka survivors, Saul Kupperhand, understood that at Treblinka numbers ruled. The 265,040 Warsaw Jews deported in the large action were carefully counted. In some 14 weeks, between the 4th of August and mid-November, at least 310,000 Jews of the Radom district of the general government were gassed at Treblinka. In sum, about 780,863 people were killed at Treblinka, the vast majority of them Polish Jews from the general government. Most of the Jews of the general government who were not gassed at Buzet or Sobibor were gassed at Treblinka. In all, Operation Reinhardt claimed the lives of some 1.3 million Polish Jews. The purpose of Treblinka was ever clearer as the war continued: to rid a shrinking racial empire of its Jewish population, and so to claim a thin victory and its grisly fruits. A body can be burned for warmth, or it can feed the microorganisms that make soil fertile. Even human ash fertilizes. After Treblinka had been dismantled, the Germans used the bricks of the gas chambers to make a farmhouse and turned the killing fields into a farm. A couple of the Travniki men agreed to stay on as farmers. In this lay a darkly literal rendering of the Nazi fantasy of redeeming the land by destroying the Jew. The corpses and ashes of Jews were to fertilize the soil for crops to be eaten by Germans. Yet no harvest ever came. Once Treblinka was no longer functioning, the center of the Holocaust shifted west, to a very special facility in the annexed territories of Poland added to the Reich, at Auschwitz. This was a camp established in 1940 in a territory that Germany had annexed from Poland. Auschwitz was in operation as a concentration camp almost a year before Germany invaded the Soviet Union, and more than a year before Hitler had clarified just what the final solution would mean. Unlike the death factories at Treblinka, Sobibor and Buzet, which were established for the single purpose of killing the Jews of Poland, the complex at Auschwitz evolved as German policies toward Jews and others changed. The development of the Auschwitz facility illustrates the transformation of a dream of Eastern colonization into a program of Jewish extermination. The German camp established at Auschwitz in 1940 was meant to intimidate the Polish population. After the attack on the Soviet Union in summer 1941, Soviet prisoners of war joined Poles, and the camp was used as an execution site for both. Himmler wished for Auschwitz to become an example of the SS colonial economy, in which the captured lands of an enemy nation could be given to a German firm which would exploit slave labor to manufacture goods needed for the German war economy. Because Auschwitz was well supplied with water and well connected by rail, Himmler saw it, as did the upper management of IG Farben, as an ideal site for the production of artificial rubber. Himmler sought Jewish laborers in Slovakia, whose leaders were happy to be rid of them. Himmler made the case in October 1941. Within a year, Slovakia had deported 57,628 of its Jewish citizens. Almost all of them would die. In 1942, a second major facility was added, and Auschwitz became a death factory as well as a concentration camp and execution site. Rudolf Höss, its commander, was a veteran of the concentration camps at Dachau and Buchenwald, not of the killing facilities of the euthanasia program. Under his command, Auschwitz became a special sort of hybrid, a labor facility with a death factory attached. Non-Jewish labourers continued to arrive and to work in awful conditions. Jews were now selected for labour when they arrived at Auschwitz, with those deemed unusable, the substantial majority, immediately gassed. In 1942, the approximately 140,146 Jews not selected for labour were gassed in chambers known as Bunker 1 and Bunker 2 in Auschwitz. After February 1943, most of the murdered Jews were killed in new gas chambers constructed in nearby Birkenau, and their bodies burned in attached crematoria. In the Auschwitz-Birkenau gas chambers, pellets of Zyklon B would sublimate on contact with air, producing a gas that would kill at a ratio of 1 milligram per kilogram of body weight. Cyanide kills at the cellular level, interfering with the ability of the mitochondria in cells to produce the energy that sustains life. Like the other 5 death factories, Auschwitz was located in occupied Poland. It served, however, as the main extermination site for Jewish populations from beyond Poland. Though some Jews from beyond Poland were killed in the 5 other death factories, the vast majority of their victims were Polish Jews. Auschwitz was the only death factory of the 6 where Polish Jews were not the majority of the victims. It became a killing facility at about the same time that German exterminatory policies moved beyond occupied Poland and the occupied Soviet Union to embrace other populations of European Jews. Within the Reich Security Main Office, Adolf Eichmann and the men in his Jewish section organized deportations from France, Belgium and the Netherlands in 1942. In 1943, Eichmann organized the transport of Jews from Greece and from occupied Italy. Fascist Italy had not sent its Jews to Hitler so long as Mussolini was in power and Germany and Italy were allies. But after the Americans, British, Canadians and Poles landed in southern Italy and the Italians capitulated, the Germans occupied the northern part of the country and deported Jews themselves. In 1943, some 220,000 Jews were gassed at Auschwitz. In 1944, shooting Soviet Jews was no longer possible because the Germans had been driven from the Soviet Union and the Reinhardt facilities were closed due to the approach of the Red Army. That year, Auschwitz became the site of the final solution. Almost all of the 600,000 or so Jews killed by the Germans in 1944 died at Auschwitz. Most of them were Hungarian Jews. Hungary, like Italy, had not sent its Jews to the death facilities so long as it was a sovereign country and a German ally. As a rule, Jews fared less badly in countries allied with Germany than in countries occupied by Germany. After the Hungarian leadership attempted to switch sides in the war in March 1944, the Germans installed their own government. A new Hungarian fascist regime began in May to deport its Jews. About 437,000 Hungarian Jews arrived at Auschwitz in 8 weeks. About 110,000 of them were selected for labour, many of whom survived. At the very least, 327,000 of them were gassed. Over the course of the war, about 300,000 Polish Jews were shipped to Auschwitz, of whom some 200,000 were killed. Taken together, Hungarian and Polish Jews account for the majority of the Jewish victims of Auschwitz. Auschwitz was the climax of the Holocaust, reached at a moment when most Soviet and Polish Jews under German rule were already dead. Of the 1 million or so Soviet Jews killed in the Holocaust, fewer than 1% died at Auschwitz. Of the 3 million or so Polish Jews killed in the Holocaust, only about 7% perished at Auschwitz. Nearly 1.3 million Polish Jews were killed, usually shot, east of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line. Another 1.3 million or so Polish Jews were gassed in Operation Reinhardt in the general government. More than 700,000 at Treblinka, roughly 400,000 at Buzets, 150,000 at Sobibor, and 50,000 at Majdanek. Another 350,000 more were gassed in the lands annexed to the Reich, besides the 200,000 at Auschwitz, about 150,000 at Chełmno. Most of the remaining Polish Jewish victims were shot during the ghetto clearings, about 100,000, or in Operation Harvest Festival, 42,000, or during the many smaller actions and in individual executions. Many more died of hunger or disease in the ghettos or as laborers in concentration camps. A considerable number of the mortal victims of Auschwitz, more than 200,000, were not Jews. Some 74,000 non-Jewish Poles and some 15,000 Soviet prisoners of war also died at Auschwitz, either executed or worked to death. With the exception of the Soviet prisoners of war who were experimentally gassed, these people were not sent to the gas chambers. But Roma and Sinti were. Though never pursued with the same energy as the Jews, the Roma and Sinti, gypsies, were subjected to a killing policy wherever German power extended. They were shot by Einsatzgruppen in the occupied Soviet Union, about 8,000 documented cases, included in the killing orders for reprisal actions in Belarus, shot by police in occupied Poland, shot in reprisal actions along with Jews in Serbia, killed in a concentration camp of Germany's puppet ally Croatia, about 15,000, ethnically cleansed from territories conquered by Germany's ally Romania, and gassed at Chelmno in January 1942, about 4,400, and then at Auschwitz in May 1943, about 1,700, and August 1944, about 2,900, after many more had died of hunger, disease, or mistreatment. At least 100,000 Roma and Sinti, and more likely 2 or 3 times that number, were killed by the Germans. Although no one survived the gas chambers of Auschwitz, more than 100,000 people survived the concentration camp known by the same name. That name would be remembered after the war, a dark shadow behind an iron curtain, a hint of the greater darkness to the east. Fewer than 100 Jewish laborers saw the inside of a Reinhardt death factory and survived. Yet even Treblinka left a few traces in the air. Prisoners sang at Treblinka at German orders, but also for themselves. El Male Rachamim was chanted for the Jews killed each day. SS men would stand outside and listen. Travniki men brought with them from the east, as one of the Jewish laborers recognized, a strange gift for wonderful song. It was less elevated music, popular Polish songs.
This is Audible.
Bloodlands, Europe Between Hitler and Stalin, by Timothy Snyder. Chapter 9. Resistance and Incineration. The night of the 21st of June 1944 belonged to the Soviet partisans of Belarus. 3 years earlier, the Wehrmacht had quickly overrun Belarus on its way to Moscow, which it never quite reached. The Soviets were now advancing toward the Molotov-Ribbentrop line and onward toward Warsaw and Berlin. Army Group Center of the Wehrmacht was back in Belarus, but in retreat. Red Army commanders had planned a massive summer offensive, beginning on the 3rd anniversary of Operation Barbarossa, time to remind the Germans of their own disastrous ambitions. The Soviet partisans had laid thousands of explosive charges on rail lines in Belarus. When Soviet soldiers attacked, German troops could not be reinforced, nor could they quickly retreat. So the day of the 22nd of June 1944 belonged to the soldiers of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Belarusian fronts of the Red Army. They and 2 other army groups assembled well over 1 million troops, more than twice as many as the Wehrmacht's Army Group Center could muster. The offensive, Operation Bagration, delivered one of the most important Soviet victories in the war. 2 weeks earlier, the Americans had joined the battle for Europe. Having gained mastery over the Japanese fleet in the Pacific, the United States opened a major European front in the war on the 6th of June 1944. The U.S. Army landed, along with the British and other Western allies, 160,000 men on the beaches of Normandy. Yet American power was also on display in the depths of Belarus, where motorized Soviet units equipped with American trucks and jeeps encircled hapless German forces. German encirclement tactics had been mastered, accelerated, and turned against the Germans themselves. The Soviet breakthrough in Belarus was more dramatic than the American advance through France. German soldiers were outnumbered and its officers outsmarted. German commanders had expected the Soviet offensive to pass through Ukraine rather than Belarus. The Germans lost some 400,000 missing, wounded, or killed. Army Group Center was smashed. The way to Poland was open. Quickly, the Red Army crossed the Molotov-Ribbentrop line and entered the region that had been the Lublin district of the General Government. Vasily Grossman, a Soviet writer following the Red Army as a journalist, contemplated what the Germans had left behind. The Red Army discovered the camp at Majdanek on the 24th of July 1944. In early August, Grossman found a still greater horror, one that might have defied a poorer imagination. Coming upon Treblinka, he realized quickly just what had happened. The Jews of Poland had been murdered in gas chambers, their bodies burned, their ashes and bones buried in fields. He walked upon earth that is as unsteady as the sea, and found the remnants. Photographs of children in Warsaw and Vienna, a bit of Ukrainian embroidery, a sack of hair, blonde and black. By this time, Polish lands had been under German occupation for nearly 4 years. For the Jews of Warsaw, or almost all of them, Operation Bagration was the liberation that never came. The remains of more than 250,000 Warsaw Jews were among the ashes and bones that Grossman found at Treblinka. In 1939, the occupiers of Poland had been two, German and Soviet. For the non-Jewish Poles in Warsaw who were conspiring to resist German rule, Operation Bagration portended the arrival of a very questionable ally. It meant the second incursion of the Red Army into Polish territory during the Second World War. This was the difference between Polish and Polish-Jewish experiences of the war. Non-Jewish Poles suffered horribly from both German and Soviet occupations, but comparably from each. Non-Jewish Poles who wished to resist could sometimes make choices about which occupier to resist and in what circumstances. Surviving Polish Jews had every reason to prefer the Soviets to the Germans, and to see the Red Army as liberators. Many of those 60,000 or so Jews who were still alive in the Warsaw Ghetto after the large action of summer 1942 did choose to resist. But they could not choose the time and the place of their resistance. All they could do was fight. Warsaw was the center of urban resistance to Nazi rule in occupied Europe. In the 2 years between September 1942, by which time Treblinka had taken the lives of most of the Jews of Warsaw, and September 1944, when its workings were described by Grossman in his article, Treblinka Hell, both Poles and Jews led uprisings against the German occupation, separately but also together, in uprisings of April 1943 and August 1944. The consequences of Jewish and Polish resistance in Warsaw were much the same: destruction. By the time the Red Army and Grossman arrived in the city in January 1945, it was rubble and ash. Half of the population was dead, and the survivors were gone. Grossman reached for a literary reference that his readers would have known. The last remaining people, Jews and Poles he found living together in the remains of one building, were Warsaw Robinsons. Like Robinson Crusoe, the hero of the novel by Daniel Defoe, left on an island by himself for years, lost to civilization. The Polish poet Czesław Miłosz, who lived during the war in Warsaw, spent some of his time writing literary criticism of the same novel. For him, Robinson Crusoe was the legend of the island, the idea that moral flaws come from experience, that if we were left alone we might be good. In this essay, and in his poetry about Poles and Jews in Warsaw, he suggested the contrary, that the only hope for ethics was that each remember the solitude of the other. In Warsaw during the Second World War, Poles and Jews were alone in some of the same ways, beyond help from the outside world, even from those whom they regarded as friends and allies. They were also alone in different ways, confronting different fates in the same war. They shared a city that had been the center of both Polish and Jewish civilizations. That city is now gone. What remains of it is legend, or rather two legends, one Polish, one Jewish, between solidarity and solitude, each aware of the other, but alone in the post-war world. Polish and Jewish conspiracies against German rule, distinct but connected, had begun much earlier, with the German invasion of Poland in September 1939. On the 7th of September 1939, in the basement of a bank, 8 men and women, most of them Freemasons, began the conspiracy that would become the Polish Underground Army. Known at first as the Servants of the Victory of Poland, it was led by a general with orders to organize a national underground. By 1940, when the Polish government had established itself in exile in France, the armed underground at home was given the name Union of Armed Struggle. In 1940 and 1941, its main task was to unify the hundreds of smaller resistance groups that had formed in Poland, and to collect intelligence for the Polish government and its allies. The Union of Armed Struggle was active in the German zone of occupation. Attempts to create a network under Soviet occupation were thwarted by the NKVD. After the Germans invaded the Soviet Union in June 1941, the Polish resistance was able to operate in all of the territories of occupied Poland. In early 1942, the Union of Armed Struggle was transformed into a home army. The Home Army was meant to be the counterpart of the Polish Army, fighting abroad with allies on the Western Front. Like the Polish government, by now in exile in London, the Home Army was to represent all political and social forces in the country. It was to fight for the restoration of Poland within its pre-war boundaries, as a democratic republic with equal rights for all citizens. Most Poles who chose resistance did find their way to the Home Army, although the extreme communist left and the extreme nationalist right founded their own partisan forces. The Communists organized a People's Guard, later known as the People's Army, which was closely connected to the Soviet Union and the NKVD. The Nationalists, who regarded the Communists and the Soviets as a greater enemy than the Germans, fought within the ranks of the National Armed Forces. Jewish resistance in Warsaw followed a different path, even though this was not clear at first. In the early months of the German occupation of Poland in 1939, Jewish resistance as such seemed to make little sense. It was not evident, at first, that the fate of Polish Jews was to be much different from that of non-Jews. Many of the Warsaw Jews who felt most threatened by the German invasion fled to the Soviet occupation zone of Poland, whence many of them were deported to Kazakhstan. The establishment of the ghettos in 1940 did not necessarily convey to Polish Jews that their fate was worse than that of non-Jewish Poles, who were at the time being shot and sent to concentration camps in large numbers. In 1940, Poles from beyond the ghetto were sent to Auschwitz, whereas Jews were generally not. But the ghettos did mean that any Jewish resistance would have to be a response to particularly Jewish predicaments. When the Germans forcibly separated Jews from non-Jewish Poles in Warsaw in October 1940, they were creating a new social reality, creating categories that would define different fates. The ghetto did not, however, bring agreement to Jews about how and whether to take action against the Germans. Polish Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto had prior political commitments, arising from the vibrant intra-Jewish political life of interwar Poland. Jews had taken part in local and national elections in Poland, as well as in their own communal elections. Parties were legion, and party loyalties ran deep. At the far right of the spectrum were the revisionist Zionists, who had been preparing themselves before the war for armed resistance against the British in Palestine. They were among the first to believe that armed struggle against the Germans was necessary and possible in the conditions of the ghetto. Revisionists and members of their youth organization, Betar, learned from party comrades as early as summer 1941 of the killings of Jews in Vilnius. They also heard, more or less as it happened, about the liquidation of the ghetto in Lublin in spring 1942. They had some sense of the spread of the final solution, from east of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line to west of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line, from bullets to gas. It took the large action in Warsaw of July-September 1942 to prompt the revisionists to form a Jewish military union. Its military commander was Pavel Frenkel. The members of its political committee were Mikhail Strykovsky, Leon Rodal, and David Wdowinski. It was anchored in pre-war traditions of cooperation with the Polish state, which might explain why it was well armed. In the late 1930s, the Polish regime had hoped to export much of its Jewish population to the Near East. Polish leaders thus developed close relationships with the revisionist Zionists, who hoped to lead much of the Polish Jewish population to Palestine. The revisionists were willing to use violence to create a Jewish state, an approach with which the Polish authorities sympathized. Before the war, the revisionist Zionist youths of Betar had begun preparing themselves in pre-war Poland to fight for Palestine. Like the young men of Irgun, the resistance organization in Palestine that some of them joined, they were sometimes trained by the Polish army. Inside the ghetto in 1942, the revisionists also collected money and robbed rich Jews to purchase arms from outside the ghetto. Whereas the history of the Jewish Military Union is one of a militarist right-wing political party adapting itself to conditions even harsher than those it had ever anticipated, the history of the other resistance group in the Warsaw Ghetto, the Jewish Combat Organization, is one of multiple centrist and left-wing political parties deciding that only military action could serve Jews. Like the right-wing Jewish Military Union, the Jewish Combat Organization arose as a result of the large action. The very old and the very young were almost all deported and dead. It seems likely that the deportations, although they touched all groups, eliminated what had been the conservative center of Jewish politics, the religiously orthodox and politically accommodationist Agudas Israel. Its platform before the war had been cooperation with the Polish government in exchange for communal and religious autonomy. This compromising approach had been tested by anti-Semitic violence and anti-Semitic legislation in Poland in the late 1930s, but it had remained popular among the older generations of Warsaw Jewish believers, who by now were almost all dead at Treblinka. Nothing in Poland had prepared Agudas for the Nazis, who repaid compromises with murder. After September 1942, the Warsaw Ghetto was essentially a Jewish labor camp, inhabited predominantly by young men. Fathers who might earlier have feared to endanger their families no longer had that reason for restraint. Left-wing politics came to the fore. The Jewish left in pre-war Poland had been divided over a number of fundamental issues: whether to leave for Palestine or stay in Poland, whether to trust or distrust the Soviet Union, whether to agitate in Yiddish or Polish or Hebrew, and so on. The most radical form of left-wing politics, communism, reappeared among Warsaw Jews at this time. Stalin, who had dissolved the Communist Party of Poland in 1938, permitted its reconstitution as the Polish Workers' Party in January 1942. Some of its Polish Jewish activists then smuggled themselves into the Warsaw Ghetto, where they urged armed resistance. The largest Jewish socialist party, the Bund, was much less inclined to use violence. In general, these organizations continued their work as distinct entities. In the 3 months after the large action, general accord about the need for armed resistance was reached. The Jewish Combat Organization was established in December 1942. As a group of politicians with little or no military background and no weapons to speak of, its first need was arms. Its first action was to ask for them, from the Home Army. Beyond the ghetto, the large action forced the Home Army to undertake a Jewish policy. The Polish resistance had already taken some clear stands in 1941, condemning, for instance, guard duty at concentration camps as national treason. But the Home Army, before summer 1942, tended to treat the plight of Poland and that of Poles as one and the same. Prompted by the mass shootings of Polish Jews in the East, the Home Army created a Jewish section in February 1942. It collected evidence of the killings that was transmitted to the Allies and the BBC in April 1942. The deportations of summer 1942 prompted Catholic Poles to organize a rescue organization, which by December was sponsored by the Polish government under the cryptonym Zagota. Poles were subjected to the death penalty for assisting Jews. Some Home Army officers took part. Home Army intelligence officers supplied identification documents for Jews in hiding beyond ghetto walls. When the Jewish Combat Organization requested weapons in December 1942, the Home Army offered to help Jews escape from the ghetto, perhaps to fight later on. This offer was declined by the Jewish Combat Organization. Its leaders wanted to fight, and so denied themselves an exit strategy. Warsaw Home Army commanders had strategic concerns that militated against giving the Jews any weapons at all. Although the Home Army was moving in the direction of partisan action, it feared that a rebellion in the ghetto would provoke a general uprising in the city, which the Germans would crush. The Home Army was not ready for such a fight in late 1942. Home Army commanders saw a premature uprising as a communist temptation to be avoided. They knew that the Soviets, and thus the Polish communists, were urging the local population to take up arms immediately against the Germans. The Soviets wanted to provoke partisan warfare in Poland in order to weaken the Germans, but also to hinder any future Polish resistance to their own rule when it came. The Red Army's task would be easier if German troops were killed by partisan warfare, as would the NKVD's if Polish elites were killed for resisting Germans. The Jewish Combat Organization included the Communists, who were following the Soviet line and believed that Poland should be subordinated to the Soviet Union. As the Home Army Command could not forget, the Second World War had begun when both the Germans and the Soviets had invaded Poland. Half of Poland had spent half of the war inside the Soviet Union. The Soviets wanted Eastern Poland back, and perhaps even more. From the perspective of the Home Army, rule by the Soviets was little better than rule by the Nazis. Its goal was independence. There were hardly any circumstances that would seem to justify a Polish independence organization arming communists inside Poland. Despite these reservations, the Home Army did give the Jewish Combat Organization a few pistols in December 1942. The Jewish Combat Organization used these to win authority and power in the ghetto. To resist the Judenrat and a Jewish police force armed only with clubs, pistols and audacity were enough. By killing or trying to kill Jewish policemen and Gestapo informers in late 1942 and early 1943, the Jewish Combat Organization created the sense that a new moral order was arising in the ghetto. Josef Stalin, the Jewish police chief, was shot in the neck, although he failed to die. The Jewish Combat Organization did assassinate Yakub Lekin, who led the police during the major deportation action, and later Mstislav Brzezinski, who had driven his fellow Jews onto the trains at Umschlagplatz. The Jewish Combat Organization printed leaflets explaining that collaboration with the enemy was a crime punishable by death. The Jewish Combat Organization thus supplanted the Judenrat, whose head was forced to admit that he no longer had authority in the ghetto. Here there is another authority. Without an effective Jewish administrative and coercive apparatus, the Germans could no longer do as they pleased in the ghetto. German decisions about the fate of the ghetto and its remaining inhabitants were influenced by considerations that Jews could not possibly have understood. For the Germans, the Warsaw Ghetto had first been a transit point for envisioned deportations to the Lublin district, Madagascar, or the Soviet Union, then a temporary labor camp, then a transit point for deportations to Treblinka. In late 1942 and early 1943, it was again a labor camp, provisional and reduced in size, whose workers were those who had been selected for labor during the large action. Though Himmler never wavered in his determination to kill the Jews under German rule, other authorities wished, at this point at least, to keep some Jewish laborers alive. Hans Frank was worried about labor shortages in his general government. Many Poles were working in Germany, so Jewish labor had become more important in occupied Poland. The Jews were working for the German war economy, so the Wehrmacht, too, had an interest in their remaining alive. Himmler was capable of making compromises. In early 1943, he meant to allow most of the surviving Jews of the Warsaw Ghetto to live a bit longer, but also to eliminate the ghetto itself, which he saw as a center of political resistance, disorder, and disease. Himmler intended to kill the Jews who were living illegally in the ghetto without labor documents. Then he wanted to deport the remaining Jews as laborers to other concentration camps, where they would continue to work. Visiting Warsaw, Himmler ordered on the 9th of January 1943 that the ghetto be dissolved. The 8,000 or so Jews who were there illegally were to be shipped to Treblinka and gassed. The rest, about 50,000, were to be sent to concentration camps. But when the Germans entered the ghetto 9 days later to carry out Himmler's orders, Jews hid or resisted. A few Jews fired on the first Germans to enter the ghetto, surprising them and leading to panic. The Germans killed some 1,170 Jews on the streets and deported perhaps 5,000. After 4 days, the Germans had to withdraw and reconsider. Home Army commanders in Warsaw were impressed. The arms that they had given the Jewish Combat Organization had been put to good use. This was not the first instance of Jews resisting Germans in Poland. There were a large number of people of Jewish origin within the Home Army itself. Although this was a fact known to Home Army commanders, it was almost never discussed. Many of the people of Jewish origin in the Home Army regarded themselves as Poles rather than as Jews. Others kept their Jewish identities secret, on the grounds that it was best in wartime Warsaw not to spread the news of one's Jewishness. Although anti-Semites in the Home Army were a minority, just one betrayal could mean death. What was new in January 1943 was that Jews had used arms against the Germans as Jews in an open act of Jewish resistance. This worked powerfully against the anti-Semitic stereotype present in the Home Army and in Polish society that Jews would not fight. Now the Warsaw Command of the Home Army gave the Jewish Combat Organization a substantial proportion of its own modest arms cache: guns, ammunition, explosives. In Berlin, Himmler was furious. On the 16th of February 1943, he decided that the ghetto must be destroyed, not only as a society, but as a physical place. That neighborhood of Warsaw was of no value to the racial masters, since houses that had been, as Himmler put it, used by subhumans, could never be suitable for Germans. The Germans planned an assault on the ghetto for the 19th of April. Again, its immediate purpose was not to kill all the Jews, but, rather, to redirect their labor power to concentration camps, and then to destroy the ghetto. Himmler had no doubt that this would work. He was thinking ahead to the uses of the site. In the long term it would become a park. In the meantime, a concentration camp until the war was won. Jewish laborers from Warsaw would be worked to death at other sites. Right before the planned assault on the Warsaw Ghetto, German propaganda chief Joseph Goebbels made his own special contribution. In April 1943, the Germans had discovered Katyn, one of the sites where the NKVD had murdered Polish prisoners of war in 1940. Katyn, declared Goebbels, is my victory. He chose the 18th of April 1943 to announce the discovery of the corpses of Polish officers. Katyn could be used to create problems between Soviets and Poles, and between Poles and Jews. Goebbels expected, and quite rightly, that the evidence that the Soviet secret police had shot thousands of Polish officers would make cooperation between the Soviet Union and the Polish government in exile more problematic. The two were uneasy allies at best, and the Polish government had never gotten a satisfactory reply from the Soviets about those missing officers. Goebbels also wished to use Katyn to display the anti-Polish policies of the supposedly Jewish leadership of the Soviet Union, and thus to alienate Poles from Jews. So went the propaganda on the eve of the German attack on the Warsaw Ghetto. The Jewish Combat Organization had made its plans as well. The Germans' abortive January 1943 ghetto clearing had confirmed Jewish leaders' expectation that a final reckoning was coming. The sight of dead Germans on the streets had broken the barrier of fear, and the second transfer of arms from the Home Army had also increased confidence. The Jews in the ghetto assumed that any further deportation would be straight to the gas chambers. This was not quite true. If they had not fought, they would have been sent, most of them, to concentration camps as laborers, but only for the next few months. The surviving Warsaw Jews were fundamentally correct in their judgments. The last stage of resettlement, as one of their number had written, is death. Few of them would die in Treblinka, but almost all of them would die before the end of 1943. They were right to think that resistance could scarcely reduce their chances of survival. If the Germans won the war, they would kill remaining Jews within their empire. If they continued to lose the war, the Germans would kill Jewish laborers as a security risk as the Soviets advanced. A distant but approaching Red Army meant a moment more of life, as the Germans extracted labor. but a Red Army at the doorstep would mean the gas chamber or a gunshot. It was Jewish certainty of common death that enabled cooperative Jewish resistance. So long as German policy had allowed Jews to believe that some would survive, individuals could hope that they would be the exceptions, and social divisions were inevitable. Now that German policy had convinced all remaining Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto that they would die, Jewish society in the ghetto evinced an impressive unity. Between January and April 1943, Jews built themselves countless bunkers in cellars, sometimes linked by secret passages. The Jewish Combat Organization established its command structure. The overall commander was Mordecai Anielewicz. The three leaders in three defined sectors of the ghetto were Marek Edelman, Israel Kanal, and Itzhak Zuckerman, who was replaced at the last moment by Eliezer Geller. It bought more arms and trained its members in their use. Some Jews, working in German armaments factories, managed to steal materials for improvised explosives. The Jewish Combat Organization learned of German plans to attack the ghetto a day in advance, and so when the Germans came, all were ready. Some members of the Home Army, in surprise and in admiration, called it the Jewish-German War. When the SS, Order Police and Travniki men entered the ghetto on the 19th of April 1943, they were repulsed by sniper fire and Molotov cocktails. They actually had to retreat from the ghetto. German commanders reported 12 men lost in battle. Mordecai Anielewicz wrote a letter to his Jewish Combat Organization comrade Itzhak Zuckerman, who at the time was beyond the ghetto walls. The Jewish counterattack had surpassed our wildest dreams. The Germans ran away from the ghetto twice. The Home Army press wrote of immeasurably strong and determined armed resistance. The right-wing Jewish Military Union seized the heights of the tallest building in the ghetto and raised two flags, the Polish and the Zionist, White Eagle and Yellow Star. Its units would fight with great determination near their headquarters at Muranowska Square. On the 20th of April, the SS and police leader for Warsaw District, Ferdinand von Sammon-Frankenegg, was relieved of duty. His replacement, Jürgen Stroop, took a telephone call from an enraged Himmler. "You must take down those flags at any cost." The Germans did take them down on the 20th of April, Hitler's birthday, although they took losses of their own in doing so. On that day, the Germans managed to enter the ghetto and remain, although their prospects for clearing its population seemed dim. Most Jews were in hiding, and many were armed. The Germans would have to develop new tactics. From the first day of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, Jews were killed in battle. Jews who were unable to work when discovered by the Germans were also killed. The Germans knew that they had no use for the people whom they found at the hospital on Gazia Street, the last Jewish hospital in Warsaw. Marek Edelman found there dozens of corpses in hospital gowns. In the gynecology and obstetrics sections, the Germans murdered pregnant women, women who had just given birth, and their babies. At the corner of Gazia and Zamenhof streets, someone had placed a live infant at the naked breast of a dead woman. Although Jewish resistance looked like a war from the outside, the Germans were not following any of the laws and customs of war inside the ghetto walls. The simple existence of Jewish subhumans was essentially criminal to the SS, and their resistance was an infuriating act that justified any response. Stroop decided that the only way to clear the bunkers and houses was to burn them. Since Himmler had already ordered the physical destruction of the ghetto, burning down its residences was no loss. Indeed, since Himmler had not known just how the demolition was to be accomplished, the fires solved two Nazi problems at once. On the 23rd of April 1943, Stroop's men began to burn down the buildings of the ghetto, block by block. The Wehrmacht played little role in the combat, but its engineers and flamethrowers were used in the destruction of the residences and bunkers. Edelman recalled enormous firestorms that closed whole streets. Suffocating Jews had no choice but to flee their bunkers. As one survivor remembered, "We wanted to get killed by shooting rather than by burning." Jews trapped on the upper floors of buildings had to jump. The Germans took many prisoners with broken legs. These people were interrogated and then shot. The only way that Jews could escape the arson was to flee from one bunker to another during the day, or from one house to another during the night. For several days the SS would not feel safe moving through the streets of the ghetto in darkness, so Jewish fighters and civilians could use the dark hours to move and regroup. But so long as they could not stop the burning, their days were numbered. The Germans had attacked the ghetto on the 19th of April 1943, the eve of Passover. Easter fell on the following Sunday, the 25th. The Polish poet Czesław Miłosz recorded the Christian holiday from the other side of the ghetto walls, recalling in his poem Campo di Fiori that people rode the carousel at Krasinski Square just beyond the ghetto wall as the Jews fought and died. I thought then, wrote Miłosz, of the loneliness of the dying. The merry-go-round ran every day throughout the uprising. It became the symbol of Jewish isolation. Jews died in their own city as Poles beyond the walls of the ghetto lived and laughed. Many Poles did not care what happened to the Jews in the ghetto. Yet others were concerned, and some tried to help, and a few died trying. A full year before the Warsaw Ghetto uprising began, the Home Army had alerted the British and the Americans to the gassing of Polish Jews. The Home Army had passed on reports of the death facility at Czelno, and Polish authorities had seen to it that they reached the British press. The Western Allies took no action of any consequence. In 1942, the Home Army had informed London and Washington of the deportations from the Warsaw Ghetto and the mass murder of Warsaw Jews at Treblinka. To be sure, these events were always presented by the Polish government as an element in the larger tragedy of the citizens of Poland. The key information, however, was communicated. Poles and Jews alike had believed, wrongly, that publicizing the deportations would bring them to a halt. The Polish government had also urged the Allies to respond to the mass killing of Polish citizens, including Jews, by killing German civilians. Again, Britain and the United States did not act. The Polish president and the Polish ambassador to the Vatican urged the Pope to speak out about the mass murder of Jews, to no effect. Among the Western Allies, only Polish authorities took direct action to halt the killing of Jews. By spring 1943, Zagota was assisting about 4,000 Jews in hiding. The Home Army announced that it would shoot Poles who blackmailed Jews. On the 4th of May, as the Jews of the Warsaw Ghetto fought on, Prime Minister Władysław Sikorski issued an appeal. "I call on my countrymen to give all help and shelter to those being murdered, and at the same time, before all humanity, which has for too long been silent, I condemn these crimes." As Jews and Poles alike understood, the Warsaw Command of the Home Army could not have saved the ghetto, even if it had devoted all of its troops and weapons to that purpose. It had, at that point, almost no combat experience itself. Nevertheless, 7 of the first 8 armed operations carried out by the Home Army in Warsaw were in support of the ghetto fighters. 2 Poles died at the very beginning of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, trying to breach the ghetto walls. Several further attempts to breach the walls of the ghetto failed. All in all, the Home Army made some 11 attempts to help the Jews. Soviet propagandists, seeing an opportunity, claimed that the Home Army denied aid to the fighting ghetto. Arie Wilner, whom the Poles of the Home Army knew as Jurek, was an important liaison between the Jewish Combat Organization and the Home Army. He was killed during the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, but not before passing on an important message, almost a legend in itself, to his Polish contacts. It was he who spread the description of Jewish resistance that the Home Army would approve and itself publish. That the ghetto uprising was not about preserving Jewish life, but about rescuing human dignity. This was understood in Polish Romantic terms, that deeds should be judged by their intentions rather than their outcomes, that sacrifice ennobles, and sacrifice of life ennobles eternally. Often overlooked or forgotten was the essence of Wilner's point. Jewish resistance in Warsaw was not only about the dignity of the Jews, but about the dignity of humanity as such, including those of the Poles, the British, the Americans, the Soviets, of everyone who could have done more and instead did less. Shmuel Ziegelbaum, the representative of the Bund to the Polish government in exile in London, knew that the ghetto was going up in flames. He had a clear idea of the general course of the Holocaust from Jan Karski, a Home Army courier who had brought news of the mass murder to Allied leaders in 1942. Ziegelbaum would not have known the details, but he grasped the general course of events and made an effort to define it for the rest of the world. In a careful suicide note of the 12th of May 1943, addressed to the Polish President and Prime Minister, but intended to be shared with other Allied leaders, he wrote, "Though the responsibility for the crime of the murder of the entire Jewish nation rests above all upon the perpetrators, indirect blame must be borne by humanity itself." The next day he burned himself alive in front of the British Parliament, joining in, as he wrote, the fate of his fellow Jews in Warsaw. The Jews of Warsaw fought on, without hope. By May 1943, Stroop's report to his superiors had become calm and methodical, a matter of numbers. An unknown number of Jews had burned to death or committed suicide in bunkers. About 56,065 had been captured, of whom about 7,000 were shot on the spot. 6,929 more were sent to Treblinka, and the rest, the large majority, assigned to labor duty at camps such as Majdanek. On the 15th of May, Stroop declared victory in the Warsaw Ghetto by dynamiting the Klamacki synagogue. Now the Germans began to destroy what was left of the ghetto, as Himmler had ordered. All the remaining buildings were brought down, the cellars and sewers filled. On the 1st of June 1943, Himmler gave the order to build a new concentration camp on the ghetto's smouldering ruins. Some Jews did survive the ghetto uprising, but found a hard welcome beyond the ghetto. In 1943, the Home Army was even more concerned about communism than it had been in 1942. As a result of an arrest and a plane crash in summer 1943, a more sympathetic Polish commander and Prime Minister were replaced by less sympathetic ones. Despite its promises to do so, the Home Army never organized a Jewish unit from veterans of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Over the course of 1943, units of the Home Army sometimes shot armed Jews in the countryside as bandits. In a few cases, Home Army soldiers killed Jews in order to steal their property. On the other hand, the Home Army did execute Poles who turned in Jews or tried to blackmail them. The same German labor campaign that provoked the Warsaw Ghetto uprising also reoriented the Polish resistance. During the same January 1943 visit to Warsaw, when he had first demanded the liquidation of the ghetto, Himmler had also ordered massive roundups of Poles for labor. The random hunts for workers that followed were massively disruptive to Polish society, as women and children suddenly found themselves without husbands and fathers. In the first 3 months of 1943, about 3,000 Poles from Warsaw were sent to Majdanek. They were joined there that May by thousands of Warsaw Jews, transported from the Warsaw Ghetto after the defeat of the uprising. Warsaw Poles and Jews, separated by ghetto walls in 1941 and 1942, found themselves enclosed within the same barbed wire in 1943. Majdanek was by then a labor camp with a gassing facility attached, like Auschwitz, although on a far smaller scale. About 50,000 Polish Jews died there, along with perhaps 10,000 non-Jewish Poles. Knowledge of deportations to places like Majdanek inclined men and women to join the Home Army. Since they could be seized as laborers and sent to a concentration camp at any moment, life underground could seem safer than open life in Warsaw. The underground also offered camaraderie as an antidote to fear, and revenge as a salve to helplessness. The Germans had tried to prevent organized resistance to their labor roundups by killing the Polish educated classes, in the tens of thousands at the time of the 1939 invasion, and then in the thousands in the AB Aktion of 1940. The planners of those actions had in mind precisely the problem that they experienced now. Treating Poland as a pool of mindless labor would bring resistance if anyone was alive who could lead Poles against Germans. Yet the Polish educated classes were far larger than the Germans had assumed, and in conditions of oppression there was no shortage of people willing to take command. Home Army commanders preferred to remain underground, organize, gather men and arms, and await the best moment for a general uprising. Such patience and calculation were increasingly difficult in 1943. The Soviets, in their radio and printed propaganda, were urging Poles to begin an uprising as soon as possible. Poles, aware of the fate of the Jews in their country, were afraid that they too could be exterminated should German rule continue. A particular shock was the implementation of Generalplan Ost in part of the Lublin district of the general government. Though that massive German colonization plan had generally been deferred, Odilo Globocnik carried it out. Beginning in November 1942 and continuing through the first half of 1943, the Germans emptied 300 Polish villages around Zamość in order to recreate the area as a racially German colony. About 100,000 Poles were deported in this Zamość action, many to Majdanek and Auschwitz. Because the Zamość action began just as Operation Reinhardt was concluding, and in the same district where Operation Reinhardt had begun, many Poles saw it as the beginning of a final solution to the Polish problem. This was not quite correct, since Generalplan Ost envisioned the destruction of most, but not all, Poles. But it was a logical conclusion in the circumstances. So as German labor policies shifted and Warsaw Jews rebelled, many Poles in Warsaw and elsewhere also shifted toward a more decisive form of resistance. Whereas Jews in the ghetto saw no choice but to throw themselves into an all-or-nothing struggle, non-Jewish Poles had some ability to modulate their resistance along a certain scale between underground conspiracy and open battle. In March 1943, the Home Army emerged from the shadows and turned to assassinations and partisan warfare. Its attempts to aid the ghetto fighters were among its earliest, and still quite amateurish, public acts of armed resistance. With time, the operations became more effective. German policemen were shot, as were Polish citizens who collaborated with the Gestapo. During the month of August 1943, the Germans recorded 942 instances of partisan resistance in the Warsaw district of the general government, and 6,214 such incidents in the general government as a whole. The Home Army's shift to armed resistance was bound to provoke a German response. A cycle of terror and counter-terror continued for the next year. On the 13th of October 1943, the Germans began to apply the technique of blockades, perfected in the Warsaw Ghetto during the large action of summer 1942, to neighborhoods in the rest of Warsaw. Men were seized at random for public reprisal shootings, designed to cow the population and quell the growing resistance. At a time and place announced in advance, those arrested were taken in groups of 5 or 10, blindfolded, and executed by firing squad. The men tended to call out, "Long live Poland," before they were shot. And so then the Germans gagged them, or put sacks over their heads, or plastered their mouths shut. Poles did indeed gather to watch the shootings, but it was not at all clear that they were learning the lessons that the Germans wished for them to learn. After the shootings, women would gather earth soaked with blood, place it in jars, and take it with them to church. The Germans accepted the propaganda failure, but continued to kill Poles in Warsaw in large numbers, sometimes people who were involved with resistance, sometimes random hostages. They moved their execution site to the terrain of the former ghetto, where the shootings would not be seen. The major prison where Poles were held was also within the walls of the former ghetto. A large number of Poles would be shot on most days of autumn 1943 in the former ghetto, along with a few Jews discovered in the ruins. On the 9th of December 1943, for example, 139 Poles were shot, along with 16 Jewish women and a Jewish child. On the 13th of January 1944, more than 300 Poles were shot. These shootings in the ghetto were still technically public, although no one was actually allowed to watch them. The families were informed of the fate of their loved ones. After the 15th of February 1944, Poles simply disappeared from their homes or their streets and were shot in the ghetto, with no public record of the event. Some 9,500 people were shot in the ghetto ruins from October 1943 through July 1944. Some of them Jewish survivors, the majority non-Jewish Poles. Blindfolded and bound, these Poles could not have known that they had been delivered for death to Himmler's newest concentration camp. Opened on the 19th of July 1943 within the ruins of the Warsaw Ghetto, concentration camp Warsaw was one of the ghastliest creations of Nazi rule. First, the Germans had forced Jews to live in a defined area of Warsaw and called it a ghetto. Then they had ordered deportations from neighboring regions to the overcrowded ghetto, ensuring tens of thousands of deaths by starvation and disease. Then they had deported more than 250,000 Jews from the ghetto to the gas chambers of Treblinka, shooting some 17,000 more during these deportations. Then they had liquidated the ghetto, their own creation. They suppressed the resistance that this brought, shooting some 14,000 more Jews. Then they had burned down the buildings of the Warsaw Ghetto. Finally, they built a new camp within this non-place. This was concentration camp Warsaw. It was an island of very conditional life located within an urban zone of death. All around were blocks and blocks of burned buildings, with human remains rotting within. Encircled broadly by the walls of the former ghetto, concentration camp Warsaw was encircled narrowly by barbed wire and watchtowers. The inmates were a few hundred Poles and a few hundred Jews. These were not, for the most part, Polish Jews, but rather Jews from other parts of Europe. They had been deported from their home countries to Auschwitz, selected for labor there rather than gassed, and then sent to concentration camp Warsaw. They came from Greece, France, Germany, Austria, Belgium and the Netherlands, and in 1944 from Hungary. The conditions that they found in concentration camp Warsaw were so appalling that some of them asked to be sent back to Auschwitz and gassed. The Jewish laborers of concentration camp Warsaw were to perform 3 major tasks in the ruins: destroy the buildings in the former ghetto that still stood after the arson of April and May 1943, search for valuables that Jews might have left behind, and bait Jews still in hiding to come and surrender themselves. Some of the Jewish laborers were also sent, in their striped uniforms and wooden shoes, to labor beyond the walls of the former ghetto. Friendships grew up between these foreign Jews and Poles in Warsaw, despite barriers of language. One of these laborers remembered a scene beyond the ghetto walls. A Polish boy, maybe 14 years old, badly dressed, was standing just next to us with a little basket, in which there were a few small apples. He looked at us, thought for a moment, then grabbed his little basket and threw it to us. Then he ran to the other boys selling food, and suddenly bread and fruit rained down on us from all sides. At first the SS men guarding us didn't know what to do. They were so surprised by this unexpected expression of solidarity. Then they began to scream at the boys and point their machine guns at them, and to beat us for accepting the food. But that didn't hurt us. We paid no attention. We waved our thanks to those boys. After October 1943, the Jews of concentration camp Warsaw were forced to perform yet another task: the disposal of the bodies of Poles taken from Warsaw and executed in the ruins of the ghetto. Poles were brought in trucks in groups of 50 or 60 to the terrain of the former ghetto, where they were executed in or near concentration camp Warsaw by machine gunners of the local SS and another police unit. Jewish prisoners then had to form a death commando that would eliminate the traces of the execution. They would build a pyre from wood taken from the ruins of the ghetto, and then stack bodies and wood in layers. Then the Jews poured gasoline on the pyres and lit them. Yet this was a death commando in more than the usual sense. Once the bodies of the Poles were burning, the SS men shot the Jewish laborers who had built the pyre and tossed their bodies into the flames. Milosz's poem, A Poor Christian Looks at the Ghetto, written in 1943, speaks of an unearthly power able to undo the grey of rubble and soot and distinguish the ash of each man. No earthly agent could sort the Jewish ashes from the Polish ones. In summer 1944, in such a city, resistance was all but inevitable. Its form and its direction were not. The commanders of the Home Army and the Polish government in London had a very difficult decision to make. Their people suffered more than those of any Allied capital, but they faced an unforgiving strategic position. Poles had to consider the present German occupation in light of the threat of a future Soviet occupation. After the success of the Red Army's Operation Bagration in late June, German soldiers could be seen streaming through Warsaw in July. It seemed as if the Germans were about to be defeated, which was good news. It also seemed that the Soviets would soon replace them in Warsaw, which was not. If the Home Army fought the Germans openly and succeeded, they might greet the arriving Red Army as masters of their own house. If they fought the Germans openly and failed, they would be prone and powerless when the Soviets arrived. If they did nothing, they would have no bargaining position with the Soviets or with their Western allies. Although their British and American allies could afford to have illusions about Stalin, Polish officers and politicians could not. They had not forgotten that the Soviet Union had been an ally of Nazi Germany in 1939 to 1941, and that its occupation of eastern Poland had been ruthless and oppressive. Poles knew about the deportations to Kazakhstan and Siberia. They knew about the shootings at Katyn. Stalin broke off diplomatic relations with the Polish government over the Katyn discovery, which was one more reason not to trust the Soviet Union. If Stalin would use his own massacre as a reason to end relations with the Polish government, how could he be expected to negotiate in good faith about anything? And if the Soviet Union would not recognize the legitimate Polish government during a common war against Nazi Germany, what were the chances that it would support Polish independence when the war was over, and the Soviet position much stronger? The British and the Americans had larger concerns. The Red Army was winning the war against the Wehrmacht on the Eastern Front, and Stalin was a more important ally than any Polish government. It was more comfortable for the British and the Americans to accept the mendacious Soviet version of the Katyn massacre and blame the Germans. It was much easier for them to encourage their Polish ally to compromise than it was to try to prevail upon Stalin. They wanted the Poles to accept that the Germans, rather than the Soviets, had killed the Polish officers, which was false, and would have preferred that Poland grant the eastern half of its territory to the Soviet Union, which was an unlikely action for any sovereign government. For that matter, London and Washington had already agreed in late 1943 that the Soviet Union would reclaim the eastern half of pre-war Poland after the war. The Western Soviet border, accorded Stalin by Hitler, was confirmed by Churchill and Roosevelt. London and Washington endorsed the Molotov-Ribbentrop line, with minor changes, as the future Soviet-Polish frontier. In that sense, Poland was betrayed not only by the Soviet Union, but also by its Western allies, who urged Poles to make compromises at a time when less was to be gained by them than Poles might have thought. Half of their country had already been conceded without their participation. Left alone by its allies, the Polish government in London ceded the initiative to the Polish fighters in Warsaw. Seeing little other hope to establish Polish sovereignty, the Home Army chose an uprising in the capital, to commence on the 1st of August 1944. The Warsaw Uprising of August 1944 took place within the framework of Operation Tempest, a long-planned national uprising that was meant to give Polish forces a prominent role in the liberation of pre-war Polish territory. By late July, however, Operation Tempest had already failed. The Home Army had planned to engage German units as they retreated from the Red Army in what had been eastern Poland. It had been impossible to make prior political arrangements with the Soviet Union about the terms of this cooperation, since Stalin had broken diplomatic relations. Polish commanders did make local agreements with Soviet counterparts in summer 1944, but at a heavy price. Negotiation meant leaving hiding places and revealing identities, and the Soviets exploited Polish vulnerability to the maximum. Poles who revealed themselves to join the common fight against Germans were treated as people who might resist future Soviet rule. The Soviet Union never had any intention of supporting any institution that claimed to represent an independent Poland. The Soviet leadership and the NKVD treated every Polish political organization, except the Communists, as part of an anti-Soviet plot. In July 1944, Polish units were allowed to assist the Red Army in attacks on Vilnius and Lviv, the major cities of pre-war eastern Poland, but were then disarmed by their ostensible Soviet allies. The Polish soldiers were given the choice of Soviet command or prison. After the disarmaments, the NKVD arrested everyone with a political past. Soviet partisans were allowed to take part in the victorious campaign against the Germans. Polish partisans were not. Indeed, in some cases, Soviet partisans were turned against the Polish fighters. The partisan unit of Tuvia Bielski, for example, took part in the disarming of the Home Army. The tragedy of Operation Tempest was triple. The Home Army lost men and its arms, Poland's government saw its military strategy fail, and Poles lost their lives or their freedom fighting for lands that Poland could not regain in any event, since Churchill and Roosevelt had already ceded them to Stalin. Still, news from Germany gave some hope to Polish commanders in Warsaw. On the 20th of July 1944, German military officers tried, and failed, to assassinate Adolf Hitler. The news led some Home Army commanders to believe that Germany had lost the will to fight, and thus that a bold blow might drive them from Warsaw. On the 22nd of July, the Soviets gave another prod to the Polish resistance by unveiling in Lublin their own provisional government for Poland. The laboratory of Nazi exterminatory policies now became the center of a future communist puppet government. Stalin was claiming the authority to determine who would form the Polish government. If the Home Army did nothing, his clients would be installed in Warsaw, and Poland would shift directly from Nazi to Soviet occupation. As in 1939, so in 1944, the fact that the Poles had Western allies meant little or nothing. It was clear by July 1944, with the Red Army already occupying more than half of pre-war Poland, that the country would be liberated by Soviet force of arms. In late July, the Americans were a month away from Paris, where they would support a French uprising. There was no chance that U.S. forces would liberate any of Poland. Any political resistance to Soviet plans would have to come from the Poles themselves. On the 25th of July 1944, the Polish government granted the Home Army in Warsaw the authority to begin an uprising in the capital at a time of its choosing. Warsaw itself had originally been excluded from the planning for Operation Tempest. The Warsaw district of the Home Army had sent many of its arms to the east of the country, where they were now lost to the Soviets. The logic of an immediate uprising in Warsaw was not easy for everyone to follow. The command structure of the Polish army fighting on the Western Front under General Władysław Anders was excluded from the discussions. Given German anti-partisan tactics, an uprising looked like suicide to many. The Germans had been killing Poles in massive reprisals throughout the war. If an uprising failed, reasoned some commanders in Warsaw, the entire civilian population would suffer. The argument in favor of the uprising was that the rebellion could not fail. Whether or not the Poles defeated the Germans, the Red Army was moving fast and would arrive in Warsaw in a few days. On this logic, which prevailed, the only question seemed to be whether Poles would first make an effort to liberate their own capital. The Poles were caught between an approaching Red Army and occupying German forces. They could not defeat the Germans on their own, so they had to hope that the Soviet advance would prompt a German retreat, and that there would be some interval between the Wehrmacht's withdrawal and the Red Army's arrival. Their hope was that the interval would not be too brief, so that they could establish themselves as the Polish government before the Soviets arrived. In fact, the interval was too long. Polish soldiers in uniforms and armbands began their assault on German positions in the afternoon of the 1st of August 1944. The vast majority were from the Home Army. Smaller units of the far-right National Armed Forces and the Communist People's Army also joined the fight. On this first day of the Warsaw Uprising, the Home Army secured a great deal of the downtown and old town of the city, but failed to capture most of the essential military targets. The Germans had made few preparations, but were not caught completely by surprise. It had been hard to disguise the mobilization going on within the city itself. German forces had gone on alert at 4:30, half an hour before the uprising began. The Poles chose to attack in daylight on a long summer afternoon, and for that reason took many casualties. The inexperienced and lightly armed troops had an especially difficult time with guarded and fortified objectives. Nevertheless, the mood among the fighters and in the city itself was euphoric. When and where Polish power replaced German power in those early days of August 1944, surviving Jews emerged from their places of shelter among Poles. Many asked to be allowed to fight. As Mikhail Zilberberg recalled, a Jewish perspective ruled out passivity. Poles had taken up arms against the mortal enemy. Our obligation as victims and as fellow citizens was to help them. Other combatants in the Warsaw Uprising were veterans of the Ghetto Uprising of 1943. Most of these Jews joined the Home Army, others found the People's Army, or even the anti-Semitic National Armed Forces. Some Jews, or Poles of Jewish origin, were already enlisted in the Home Army and the People's Army. Almost certainly, more Jews fought in the Warsaw Uprising of August 1944 than in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of April 1943. In early August, as the Home Army failed to take the important German positions in Warsaw, its soldiers did register one victory. Officers gathered volunteers for a dangerous attack upon a heavily guarded position. On the 5th of August, Home Army soldiers entered the ruins of the ghetto, attacked concentration camp Warsaw, defeated the 90 SS men who guarded it, and liberated its remaining 348 prisoners, most of them foreign Jews. One of the Home Army soldiers in this operation was Stanislav Aronson, who had himself been deported from the ghetto to Treblinka. Another recalled a Jew who greeted them with tears on his cheeks. Yet another, the plea of a Jew for a weapon and a uniform, so that he could fight. Many of the liberated Jewish slave laborers did join the Home Army, fighting in their striped camp uniforms and wooden shoes, with complete indifference to life or death, as one Home Army soldier recalled. Now Himmler again saw an opportunity, as he had during the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, to demonstrate his strength and to win a symbolic victory. Despite Polish expectations, the Red Army had ceased its rapid advance. With the Wehrmacht stubbornly holding its positions at the Vistula River just east of downtown Warsaw, the uprising would be a matter for the SS and the German police. These were Himmler's institutions, and Himmler wished to make this his uprising, to show Hitler one more time that he was the ruthless master of the situation. Unlike the Ghetto Uprising, however, this campaign would require reinforcements. Following the German withdrawal from Belarus, experienced anti-partisan units were available. Erich von dem Bach-Zelewski, the chief of German anti-partisan formations and a veteran of the partisan warfare in Belarus, was given overall command in Warsaw. Other veterans of the anti-partisan warfare in Belarus were also summoned. The SS Commando Derlewanger was dispatched from northeastern Poland, the Kamiński unit from southwestern Poland. They were reinforced by a police unit sent from Poznan and a few hundred foreign fighters, mostly Azerbaijanis who had defected from the Red Army. About half of the people who fought in Warsaw in German uniforms did not speak German. This probably made the action that followed no more bloody, but it did make it more confusing, even for the Germans themselves. Kamiński and his Russians were given personal permission from Himmler to loot, and they accepted this part of their assignment with gusto. They entered Ochota, a southwesterly neighborhood of Warsaw, on the 9th of August 1944. Over the course of the next 10 days they concentrated on theft, but also killed several thousand Polish civilians. As one of Kamiński's officers recalled, mass executions of civilians without investigation were the order of the day. The soldiers also became known for systematic rape. They burned down the hospital of the Marie Curie Institute, killing everyone inside, but scrupulously raped the nurses ahead of time. As one of Kamiński's men characterized the Ochota campaign, they raped nuns and plundered and stole anything they could get their hands on. German commanders complained that Kamiński and his men were concerned only with robbing, drinking, and raping women. Bach had Kamiński apprehended and executed, not for the killing or the sexual violence, but for his habit of stealing for himself rather than for the coffers of the Reich. The comportment of the SS Special Commando Derlewanger was even worse. Its men were now a motley group of criminals, foreigners, and SS men released from punishment camps. Derlewanger was indiscipline itself. Even Himmler had to order him twice to go to Warsaw. The unit was fresh from its Belarusian campaigns, where it had killed tens of thousands of civilians in the countryside and the towns. Now it would kill more civilians in a large city. The most infamous Waffen-SS unit in Belarus now became the most infamous Waffen-SS unit in Poland. The Dirlewanger unit was the bulk of a combat group under the command of Heinz Reinefahrt, the SS and police chief for the Wartagau, the largest district of occupied Poland annexed to Germany. Reinefahrt received an extraordinary three-part order from Himmler. All Polish combatants were to be shot. All Polish non-combatants, including women and children, were also to be shot, and the city itself was to be razed to the ground. The police formations and the SS Special Commando Dirlewanger carried out these orders to the letter on the 5th and 6th of August 1944, shooting some 40,000 civilians in the course of those 2 days alone. They had a military objective. They were to march through the west-central Wola neighborhood and relieve German headquarters in the Saxon Gardens. They lifted the Home Army's barricades on Wola Street by marching Poles in front of them and forcing them to do the work, using women and children as human shields in the meantime and raping some of the women. As they moved west, they destroyed each and every building, one by one, using gasoline and hand grenades. Wola Street ran just south of the terrain that had been the ghetto, and indeed through some of its most southerly extremes, so their work of destruction brought an adjoining neighborhood to ruins. The men of the Dirlewanger Brigade burned down 3 hospitals with patients inside. At one hospital, wounded Germans who were being treated by Polish doctors and nurses asked that no harm come to the Poles. This was not to be. The men of the Dirlewanger Brigade killed the Polish wounded. They brought the nurses back to camp that evening, as was the custom. Each night, selected women would be whipped by officers and then gang-raped before being murdered. This evening was unusual even by those standards. To the accompaniment of flute music, the men raised a gallows, and then hanged the doctors and the naked nurses. As houses burned in Wola, people sought refuge in factories, which then became convenient killing grounds for the German SS and police units. At one factory, 2,000 people were shot. At another, 5,000 more. Wanda Lurie, one of the few survivors of the mass shootings at the Ursus factory, was expecting a child. I went in last and kept back, always lagging behind in the hope that they would not kill a pregnant woman. However, I was taken in the last group. I saw a heap of bodies about a meter high. She lost her children. The first salvo hit my elder son, the second me, and the third my younger children. She fell wounded, but was able later to dig herself from the pile of bodies. She later gave birth to a healthy baby. The mass killing slowed on the 6th of August, possibly because bullets were short and were needed elsewhere. The massacres in Wola had nothing in common with combat. The Germans lost 6 dead and killed about 20 Home Army soldiers, while murdering at least 30,000 people. The ratio of civilian to military dead was more than 1,000 to 1, even if military casualties on both sides are counted. On the 13th of August, Bach countermanded Himmler's killing orders, and the organized shooting of civilians in large numbers came to a halt. Many more Poles would be killed, however, in more or less unplanned ways. When the Germans took the old town, they killed 7,000 wounded in field hospitals by gunfire and flamethrowers. Some 30,000 civilians would be killed in the old town before the uprising was over. In the Wola neighborhood, where the worst of the killing took place, the bodies had to be found and removed. The Germans assembled a group of Polish slave laborers whom they called the Cremation Commando. Between the 8th and the 23rd of August 1944, these people were ordered to pick through the ruins of the Wola neighborhood, extract the rotting bodies, and burn them on pyres. In Wola, the remnants of the ghetto were all around them. The laborers marched along Wola, Elektoralna, and Klodna streets, now from east to west, following in reverse the route the German police and the Dirlewanger Brigade had taken. Their first 5 pyres were just to the east of the ghetto, their next 13 just to the west. The Polish slave laborers, one of whom was Jewish, burned the bodies while their SS guards played cards and laughed. The Warsaw Uprising did not defeat the Germans, and it was little more than a passing annoyance to the Soviets. The Red Army had been halted by unexpectedly strong German resistance just beyond Warsaw. The Germans were making a last stand in Poland, the Wehrmacht at the Vistula, the SS and the police in Warsaw. Despite what some Poles had hoped, the Nazi regime had not collapsed after the assassination attempt on Hitler. Instead, the Germans had consolidated the Eastern Front. Operation Bagration had broken Army Group Center, but not the Wehrmacht itself. It had brought Vasily Grossman to the site where Warsaw's Jews were killed, but not to Warsaw itself. Meanwhile, the Red Army's Ukrainian front was engaged in major operations elsewhere, to the southeast. Stalin had no pressing need to take Warsaw just then, in August 1944. It made perfect Stalinist sense to encourage an uprising and then not to assist one. Right to the last moment, Soviet propaganda had called for an uprising in Warsaw, promising Soviet assistance. The uprising came, but the help did not. Though there is no reason to believe that Stalin deliberately halted military operations at Warsaw, the delay at the Vistula suited Stalin's political purposes. From the Soviet perspective, an uprising in Warsaw was desirable because it would kill Germans, and Poles who were willing to risk their lives for independence. The Germans would do the necessary work of destroying the remnants of the Polish intelligentsia and the soldiers of the Home Army, groups that overlapped. As soon as the Home Army soldiers took up arms, Stalin called them adventurers and criminals. Later on, when the Soviet Union gained control of Poland, resistance to Hitler would be prosecuted as a crime, on the logic that armed action not controlled by the Communists undermined the Communists, and that communism was the only legitimate regime for Poland. The British and the Americans were all but unable to provide meaningful help to the Poles in Warsaw. Winston Churchill, whose own personal obstinacy was a crucial element of the war, could do little but urge Britain's Polish allies to compromise with the Soviets. In summer 1944, Churchill had been advising the Polish Prime Minister Stanislaw Mikolajczyk to visit Moscow and seek some arrangement that would allow the restoration of Soviet-Polish diplomatic relations. When Mikolajczyk arrived in Moscow in late July 1944, he was told by the British ambassador to concede everything, to give up the eastern half of the country, and to accept the Soviet version of the Katyn massacre, that the Germans, not the Soviets, were guilty. As Mikolajczyk knew, Roosevelt also preferred not to question the Soviet account of Katyn. The beginning of the Warsaw Uprising found Mikolajczyk in Moscow. In this unexpected position, Mikolajczyk was forced to ask Stalin for help, which Stalin refused to give. Churchill did then ask Stalin to aid the Poles. On the 16th of August, Stalin brushed him off, saying that he had no intention of helping a foolish adventure. Great Britain had gone to war 5 years earlier on the question of Polish independence, which it was now unable to protect from its Soviet ally. The British press often echoed the Stalinist line, presenting the Poles as adventurous and wayward, rather than as British allies seeking to take back their own capital. Both George Orwell and Arthur Koestler protested, Orwell speaking of the dishonesty and cowardice of Britons who denied the responsibility of the Allies to help the uprising, and Koestler calling Stalin's inaction one of the great infamies of the war. The Americans had no better luck. If American planes could be refueled on Soviet territory, then they could fly missions from Italy to Poland, bombing German positions and supplying the Poles. On the same day that Stalin rebuffed Churchill, the 16th of August 1944, American diplomats added Polish targets to Operation Frantic, the bombing campaign in Eastern and Southeastern Europe. Stalin denied his American ally permission to refuel for such missions. An American junior diplomat, George Kennan, saw where the logic led. The refusal was a gauntlet thrown down with malicious glee. Stalin had in effect told the Americans that he would be taking control of Poland, and preferred that the Polish fighters die and the uprising fail. A month later, when the uprising was effectively defeated, Stalin showed his strength and intelligence and muddied the historical record. In mid-September, when it could make absolutely no difference to the outcome in Warsaw, he finally allowed American bombing runs and carried out a few of his own. By then, the Home Army controlled so little of Warsaw that supplies fell to the Germans. Polish troops had fallen back to a few pockets of resistance. Then, like Jewish fighters before them, they tried to escape through the sewers. The Germans, prepared for this by their own experiences of 1943, burned or gassed them out. In early October 1944, Himmler told Paul Geibel, the SS and police chief for Warsaw, that Hitler had no fonder wish than to destroy the city. Stone should not be left upon stone. The wish was also Himmler's own. The war as such was clearly lost. The British had liberated Antwerp, the Americans were approaching the Rhine, and the Soviets would soon besiege Budapest. But Himmler saw an opportunity to fulfill one of his own war aims, the destruction of Slavic and Jewish cities integral to Generalplan Ost. Himmler issued orders, apparently on the 9th and 12th of October, that the entire city of Warsaw be destroyed, building by building, block by block. At this point, huge swaths of the city were already in ruins. The ghetto, the adjoining Wola neighborhood, and buildings hit by German bombs in September 1939, or for that matter in August 1944, when German planes bombed Warsaw from its own airport. But most of the city was still standing, and many of its inhabitants were still present. Now the Germans evacuated the survivors to a temporary camp at Pruszków, whence some 60,000 people would be sent to concentration camps, and some 90,000 more to forced labor assignments in the Reich. German engineers equipped with dynamite and flamethrowers and aware of the experience of the destruction of the ghetto would burn down their businesses and schools and homes. Himmler's decision to destroy Warsaw served a certain vision of the Nazi East, but it did not serve the German military cause in the Second World War. Erich von dem Bach-Zelewski did show signs of wanting to recruit the Home Army as a future ally in a final struggle against the Soviets. He reversed Himmler's killing orders in mid-August without, it seems, having the proper authority to do so, and then agreed to negotiate with the Home Army Command as with a defeated adversary in late September. By the terms of the surrender of the 2nd of October 1944, Home Army officers and soldiers, men and women alike, were to receive the rights accorded to prisoners of war by international law. For the same reasons, Bach opposed Himmler's preferred conclusion of the uprising, the total destruction of the city. It is very unlikely that Bach could have found many allies in Warsaw, for the same reason that he found few in Belarus. The actions of Dirlewanger's men and other German anti-partisan formations had been too unforgettably bloody. The German reaction was so unbelievably destructive that Polish fighters had no alternative but to await Soviet liberation. As one Home Army soldier put it in his poetry, "We await you, Red Plague, to deliver us from the Black Death." Like Bach, the Wehrmacht opposed Himmler's policy. German troops were holding the Red Army at the Vistula River and hoped to use Warsaw as a fortress, or at least its buildings as shelters. None of this mattered. Bach was transferred, the army was ignored. Himmler had his way, and a European capital was destroyed. On the day before the Soviets arrived, the Germans torched the last library. No other European capital suffered such a fate, destroyed physically and bereft of about half of its population. Perhaps 150,000 Polish non-combatants were killed by the Germans in August and September 1944 alone, during the Warsaw Uprising. A similar number of non-Jewish Poles from Warsaw had already been killed in concentration camps, at execution sites in the ghetto, by German bombing or in combat. Warsaw Jews died in higher absolute numbers and in much higher proportions. The percentage of Jews from Warsaw who died, more than 90%, exceeds that of non-Jews, which was about 30%. Only the fate of cities further east, such as Minsk or Leningrad, bore comparison to that of Warsaw. All in all, about half of the inhabitants of the city perished in a city whose pre-war population was about 1.3 million. The distinction between Poles and Jews was, for some victims, artificial. Ludwig Landau, for example, might have been killed by the Germans because he was a Home Army officer and an effective propagandist for an independent Poland. As it happens, he was killed as a Jew. Some fates were permanently entangled. The Jewish historian Emanuel Ringelblum secretly created archives in the ghetto, on the basis of which a future history of Jews in wartime Warsaw would be possible. He was taken to a concentration camp after the defeat of the ghetto uprising, but was then rescued with the help of a Home Army officer. He was sheltered in Warsaw by Poles until a Pole gave him away to the Germans. Then he and the Poles who had given him refuge were shot in the ruins of the Warsaw ghetto. The Home Army hunted down and killed the Pole who had betrayed them. Nevertheless, when the uprising was over and German power replaced Polish, the plight of the Jews was again distinct. After the destruction of the city, they had, quite literally, no place to hide. They did their best to disappear within the columns of exiled civilians, or, in some cases, to find and join Soviet forces. Before the Warsaw Uprising, there were probably still some 16,000 Jews hiding with Poles beyond the walls of the former ghetto. Afterward, perhaps 12,000 were still alive. The Germans had won the second battle for Warsaw, but the political victory fell to the Soviets. The Germans had applied the same tactics they had used in Belarus, ordered by much the same chain of command: Himmler, Bach, Dirlewanger. This time, anti-partisan warfare worked, not because the patriots of the Home Army were less determined than the Belarusian partisans, but because they were more isolated. The Soviet Union supported communist partisans whom it could control, and opposed non-communist fighters whom it could not. Polish troops were fighting against the Germans, but also for their own liberty. This was their doom. Stalin was happy to support the much smaller People's Army, a communist force that also fought in the uprising. Had it been the People's Army rather than the Home Army that had led the uprising, his attitude might have been entirely different. Yet that would have been an entirely different Poland. The People's Army did have some popular support, but far less than that enjoyed by the Home Army. Polish politics had shifted to the left during the war, as was the case throughout occupied Europe. Yet communism was not popular. Poles had experienced Soviet communism during the war itself in the eastern half of the country. No sovereign Poland would become communist. The Warsaw Uprising, destroying as it did many of the brightest and the bravest of a generation, did indeed make further resistance much more difficult. But the Warsaw Uprising also, as some of its more clear-sighted and cold-blooded commanders expected, brought Stalin's ruthlessness to the attention of the Americans and the British. The American diplomat George Kennan was right. Stalin's cynical treatment of the Home Army was a slap in the face to his British and American allies. In this sense, the Warsaw Uprising was the beginning of the confrontation that was to come when the Second World War was over. While the Red Army hesitated just east of the Vistula River from early August 1944 through mid-January 1945, the Germans were killing the Jews to its west. During those 5 months, the Red Army was less than 100 kilometers from Lodz, by this point the largest concentration of Jews left in occupied Poland, and less than 100 kilometers from Auschwitz, where Polish and European Jews were still being gassed. The Red Army's halt at the Vistula doomed not only the Polish fighters and the civilians of Warsaw, but also the Jews of Lodz. Their numbers had been much reduced by a series of deportations to Chełmno between December 1941 and September 1942. But in 1943 and 1944, the number of Jews had been relatively stable, some 90,000 Jewish laborers and their families. The German civilian authorities, who sometimes preferred death through labor, had a longer hold here than elsewhere. Lodz Jews were building weapons, so the Wehrmacht also preferred that they survive. Most of the remaining Lodz Jews died in the interval between the beginning of Operation Bagration and the final Soviet advance over the Vistula. The day after Operation Bagration, on the 23rd of June 1944, the civilian authorities in Lodz yielded to Himmler and the SS and allowed the liquidation of the Lodz ghetto. For a brief period, the gassing facility at Chelmno was reopened, and some 7,196 Jews from Lodz were asphyxiated there between the 23rd of June and the 14th of July. Then the facility at Chelmno was finally closed. The Jews of Lodz, meanwhile, knew that the Red Army was close by. They believed that if they could just remain in the ghetto for a few more days or weeks, they would survive. On the 1st of August, the day that the Warsaw Uprising began, the Lodz Judenrat was informed that all Jews would be evacuated. The German mayor of the city even tried to persuade Jews that they should hasten to board the trains before the Red Army arrived, because the Soviet soldiers would take revenge on people who had spent the war making weapons for the Germans. As the Warsaw Uprising raged and the Red Army waited, some 67,000 Jews of Lodz were deported to Auschwitz in August 1944. Most of them were gassed upon arrival. When Soviet soldiers finally crossed the Vistula and advanced into the ruins of Warsaw on the 17th of January 1945, they found very few buildings still standing. The site of concentration camp Warsaw, however, was still available. The Soviet NKVD took over its facilities and used them for familiar purposes. Home Army soldiers were interrogated and shot there by the Soviets in 1945, as they had been by the Germans in 1944. On the 19th of January 1945, 2 days after reaching Warsaw, Soviet soldiers were already in Lodz. On the 27th of January they reached Auschwitz. From there, it would take them a little more than 3 months for them to reach Berlin. As the Red Army moved forward, SS camp guards were driving Jews from Auschwitz to labor camps in Germany. In these hurried and brutal marches, thousands more Jews lost their lives. These marches, which left surviving Jews in Germany itself, were the last of the Nazi atrocities. The Belarusian front of the Red Army began to shell Berlin on the 20th of April 1945, Hitler's birthday. By early May, it had met the Ukrainian front in the German capital. Berlin fell, and the war was over. Hitler had ordered subordinates to apply a scorched earth policy to Germany itself, but he was not obeyed. Although much young German life was wasted in the defense of Berlin, Hitler could effect no further policies of mass killing. In these last 2 months of war, from January to May 1945, the inmates of the German concentration camps died in very large numbers. Perhaps 300,000 people died in German camps during this period, from hunger and neglect. The American and British soldiers who liberated the dying inmates from camps in Germany believed that they had discovered the horrors of Nazism. The images their photographers and cameramen captured of the corpses and the living skeletons at Bergen-Belsen and Buchenwald seemed to convey the worst crimes of Hitler. As the Jews and Poles of Warsaw knew, and as Wassily Grossman and the Red Army soldiers knew, this was far from the truth. The worst was in the ruins of Warsaw, or the fields of Treblinka, or the marshes of Belarus, or the pits of Babi Yar. The Red Army liberated all of these places and all of the Bloodlands. All of the death sites and dead cities fell behind an iron curtain. In a Europe Stalin made his own, even while liberating it from Hitler. Grossman wrote his article about Treblinka while Soviet troops were paused at the Vistula, watching the Germans defeat the Home Army in the Warsaw Uprising. The ashes of Warsaw were still warm when the Cold War began. Chapter 10. Ethnic Cleansings. By the time the Red Army reached the remains of Warsaw in January 1945, Stalin knew what sort of Poland he wished to build. He knew where its borders would run, who would be forced to live within them, who would be forced to go. Poland would be a communist state and an ethnically homogeneous country. Although Stalin would undertake no policies of mass killing in the East European Empire he foresaw, Poland was to be the center of a zone of ethnic purity. Germany would be for Germans, Poland for Poles, and the western part of Soviet Ukraine for Ukrainians. He expected Polish communists, including those who personally represented a national minority, to cleanse their country of national minorities. Stalin had revived a Polish Communist Party and chosen its leaders and sent them to Poland. He knew that he would have support not only from Poles, but from the Americans and the British for the removal of a large number of Germans. Hitler's own policies of moving Germans during the war suggested how Germans might be treated thereafter. German wartime colonization made a certain amount of forced population transfers seem inevitable. The only questions were how many Germans and from which territories. Stalin had precise answers, even if his American and British allies did not. At the conference with his British and American allies at Yalta in February 1945, Stalin made himself understood and had no reason to expect opposition. Roosevelt and Churchill would not object, as Stalin took again the lands that he had received from Hitler, half of Poland, as well as the Baltic states and northeastern Romania. Stalin would compensate Poland, his communist Poland, by punishing Germany. Poland would be shifted to the west, absorbing German territory to a line defined by the Oder and the Lusatian-Neisse rivers. In the lands that Stalin foresaw as Polish lived no fewer than 10 million Germans. Moving them out or keeping them out would be the task of a government dominated by Polish communists. They would profit from the desire of many Poles to remove the Germans and take credit for the achievement of a goal, ethnic purity, that seemed self-evident to most leading Polish politicians by the end of the war. Communists would gain support among Poles by distributing the lands left by Germans, and keep it by reminding Poles that only the Red Army could prevent the Germans from coming back and claiming their lost property. Poland's communists had accepted these borders and knew that they were to remove the Germans. "We have to throw them out," said Władysław Gomułka, General Secretary of the Polish Party in May 1944, since all countries are built on national, not multinational principles. Moving Poland to the west would not in itself make Poland a national state in this sense. The shift in borders simply replaced large Ukrainian and Belarusian minorities with a very large German minority. Poland would require a massive displacement of millions of Germans to be national in the way that Gomułka had in mind. Perhaps 1.5 million of them were German administrators and colonists who would never have come to Poland without Hitler's war. They lived in houses or apartments that they had taken for Poles expelled or killed during the war, or from Jews who had been killed. More than 500,000 more were Germans who were native to Poland and had lived within Poland's pre-war borders. The remaining 8 million or so were to lose their homes in lands that had been in Germany even before Hitler's expansion, and had been predominantly German in population for centuries. In creating his Poland, Stalin turned Hitler's Generalplan Ost on its head. Germany, rather than expanding eastward to create a huge land empire, would be confined in the west. The Soviets, Americans, and British occupied Germany together, and its immediate political future was not entirely clear. What was obvious was that it would be a Germany for the Germans, but not in Hitler's sense. It would be a compact area in the middle of Europe, separated from Austria, separated from the Sudetenland taken from Czechoslovakia, collecting Germans from the east rather than sending them there as colonists. Rather than a master race commanding slaves along a brave new eastern frontier, Germans would be one more homogeneous nation. Yet unlike Hitler, Stalin did not understand resettlement as a euphemism for mass killing. He knew that people would die in the course of mass population transfers, but the destruction of the German nation was not his goal. Communist and non-communist, all leading Polish politicians agreed with Stalin that Poland should move as far as possible to the west and that the Germans should go. When the Home Army had initiated the Warsaw Uprising on the 1st of August 1944, the Polish government in London had deprived Germans of citizenship and obliged them to leave the country. Stanisław Mikolajczyk, the Prime Minister of the London government, was no less categorical than his communist foes about what the post-war settlement should mean for Germans. The experience with the Fifth Column and with German occupation methods make impossible the cohabitation of Polish and German populations on the territory of one state. This position represented a consensus not only of Polish society but also among the Allied leaders. Roosevelt had said that the Germans deserved to be expelled by terror, while his predecessor Herbert Hoover called population transfers a heroic remedy. Churchill had promised the Poles a clean sweep. At Yalta in February 1945, the Americans and the British agreed in principle that Poland should be shifted west, but were not convinced that Poland should be moved all the way to the Oder-Neisse line. Nevertheless, as Stalin anticipated, they came around to his way of thinking by the next summit at Potsdam in July. By that time, much of his policy had already been achieved on the ground. By March, the Red Army had already conquered all of the German lands that Stalin intended to concede to Poland. By May, the Red Army was in Berlin, and the war in Europe was over. Soviet troops had moved through eastern Germany with such extraordinary haste and violence that suddenly anything seemed possible. 6 million or so Germans had been evacuated by German authorities or had fled before the Red Army, creating the basic preconditions for Stalin's ethnic and geographic version of Poland. Many of them would try to come back after Germany's surrender, but precious few would succeed. In Britain, George Orwell raised his voice one last time, in February 1945, calling the planned expulsion of the Germans an enormous crime that could not be carried through. He was wrong. For once, his political imagination had failed him. During the March on Berlin, the Red Army followed a dreadfully simple procedure in the eastern lands of the Reich, the territories meant for Poland. Its men raped German women and seized German men and some women for labor. The behavior continued as the soldiers reached the German lands that would remain in Germany, and finally Berlin. Red Army soldiers had also raped women in Poland and in Hungary, and even in Yugoslavia, where a communist revolution would make the country a Soviet ally. Yugoslav communists complained to Stalin about the behavior of Soviet soldiers, who gave them a little lecture about soldiers and fun. The scale of the rape increased once Soviet soldiers reached Germany itself. It is hard to be sure just why. The Soviet Union, though egalitarian in principle, did not instill respect for the female body in this most elemental sense. Aside and apart from their experience with Germans, Red Army soldiers were products of the Soviet system, and often of its most vicious institutions. About 1 million Gulag prisoners were released early so that they could fight on the front. All Soviet soldiers seemed frustrated by the utter senselessness of the German attack on their poor country. Every German workers' house was finer than their own homes. Soldiers sometimes said that they attacked only capitalists, but from their perspective, a simple German farmer was unthinkably rich. And yet, despite their obviously higher standard of living, the Germans had come to the Soviet Union to rob and to kill. Soviet soldiers may have understood the rape of German women as a way to humiliate and dishonor German men. As the Red Army took enormous losses as it moved west, its ranks were filled by conscripts from the Belarusian and Ukrainian Soviet republics, whose families had suffered at the hands of Germans and whose young lives had been shaped by German occupation. Many Soviet soldiers thus had personal reasons to endorse the propaganda that they read and heard, which sometimes blamed the entire German nation for the Soviet tragedy. The vast majority of Red Army soldiers were not avenging the Holocaust as such, but they were reading the propaganda of people who had been deeply wounded by the mass murder of Jews. Ilya Ehrenberg, the Soviet Jewish writer now working as a journalist for the army newspaper The Red Star, was at this point a specialist in hate propaganda. From now on, he had written in 1942, "We have understood that the Germans are not humans." Whatever the motivations, the outburst of violence against German women was extraordinary. Men who tried to defend daughters or wives were beaten and sometimes killed. The women had few men to protect them. Theirs were dead in battle. Some 5 million German men had been killed in action by this point, drafted into the Wehrmacht, summoned to the emergency civil defense, or seized by the Soviets as labor. Most of the men present were aged or disabled. In some villages, every single female was raped, whatever her age. As the German novelist Günter Grass learned later in life, his mother had offered herself so that his sister might be spared. Neither was. Gang rapes were very common. Many women died as a result of wounds sustained during successive rapes. German women often committed suicide or tried to kill themselves to prevent rape or to evade the shame of having been raped. As one recalled her flight, "With the darkness came an indescribable fright. Many women and girls were right there and raped by the Russians." Hearing their screams, she and her sister slit their wrists, but survived, likely because they were too cold to bleed to death, and because they were treated by a Soviet doctor the following day. They were spared during the night, probably because they had passed out and seemed to be dead. Indeed, death was one of the few defenses against rape. Martha Kurzman and her sister were spared only because they were burying their mother. Just as we had washed our dead mother and wished to dress her body, a Russian came in and wanted to rape us. He spat and turned away. That was the exception. Women who were raped were sometimes then taken as forced labor, but most of those seized for labor were men. The Soviets seized about 520,000 Germans, so about a tenth as many people as the Germans had taken from the Soviet Union for forced labor. The Soviets also took some 287,000 people as laborers from East European countries, and deported at least 40,000 Poles thought to represent a threat to Soviet power or future communist rule. They seized Hungarian civilians in Budapest, treated them as prisoners of war, and forced them to work in camps. Germans were also sent to do dark and dangerous work in the mines of Polish Silesia, or eastern Ukraine, or Kazakhstan, or Siberia. Death rates among Germans were far higher than among Soviet citizens. At Camp 517 in Karelia, Germans died at 5 times the usual Gulag rates. About 600,000 Germans taken as prisoners of war or laborers at the end of the war would die. Perhaps 185,000 German civilians died in Soviet captivity during and after the war, and perhaps 30,000 more in Polish camps. About 363,000 German prisoners of war also perished in the Soviet camps, an 11.8% fatality rate, as compared to 57.5% for Soviet soldiers in German camps. Many more prisoners died on the way to the camps, or were shot after surrendering without being registered as prisoners of war. As so often, Stalin's crimes were enabled by Hitler's policies. In large measure, the German men were there to be seized and the German women to be raped, because the Nazis failed to organize systematic evacuations. In the last few weeks of the war, German troops were racing west to surrender to the British or the Americans rather than to the Soviets. Civilians often lacked such an option. Hitler had presented the war as a matter of will, and thereby accentuated the tendency, always present in war, to deny defeat and therefore to worsen its consequences. He saw armed conflict as a test of the German race. Germany will either be a world power or there will be no Germany. His nationalism was always of a particular kind. He believed that the German nation was potentially great, but that it required the challenges of empire to purge itself of degeneracy. Thus Germans could be favored so long as a war was going on and going well. If Germans disappointed Hitler by failing to cleanse themselves in the blood of their defeated enemies, then that was their fault. Hitler had showed them the way, but the Germans had failed to follow. If Germans lost their war of salvation, there was no longer any reason why they should survive. For Hitler, any suffering that Germans might endure was a consequence of their own weakness. If the German people are not prepared to stand up for their own preservation, fine, let them perish. Hitler himself chose suicide. His were not the sort of pragmatic attitudes necessary to preserve the lives of civilians. The civilian authorities in Eastern Germany, the Gauleiters, were dedicated Nazi party men, and among Hitler's most loyal followers. In 3 crucial provinces, the Gauleiters failed to organize evacuations. In East Prussia, the Gauleiter was Erich Koch, the same man who had been Reichskommissar for Ukraine. He had once said that he would have to shoot any Ukrainian who was worthy of eating at his table. Now, in January 1945, an army composed quite significantly of Ukrainians was bearing down on his German province, and he could not seem quite to believe it. In Pomerania, Franz Schrader-Coburg actually tried to halt the flow of German refugees. In Lower Silesia, Karl Hanke was concerned that flight would undermine his campaign to make of Breslau, today Wroclaw, a fortress that could stop the Red Army. In fact, the Red Army surrounded Breslau so quickly that people were trapped. Because German civilians left too late, they died in far higher numbers than they might have. The Soviet Navy sank 206 of the 790 ships used to evacuate Germans from the Baltic coast. One of these, the Wilhelm Gustloff, was recalled later by Günter Grass in his novel Crab Walk. Germans fleeing by land were often caught, quite literally, in the crossfire of the Red Army and the Wehrmacht. Over and over again, Soviet tank units crashed into columns of German civilians in their horse carts. Eva Jantz recalled what happened then. The few men were shot, the women raped, and the children beaten and separated from their mothers. Grass, who saw such a scene as a Waffen-SS soldier, saw a woman scream, but could not hear her scream. The new Poland was founded at the moment when flight became deportation. The end of hostilities brought organized ethnic cleansing to the new western lands of Poland, officially known as the Recovered Territories. On the 26th of May 1945, the Central Committee of the Polish Party resolved that all Germans on Polish territory were to be removed. By then, Germans were already coming back. They had fled the Red Army, but had no wish to lose all of their property and belongings, or to abandon their homeland. They also had no way of knowing that their return was pointless, that their homeland was to become Polish, and their homes to be given to Poles. By June 1945, perhaps 1 million of the 6 million or so German refugees had returned. The Polish Communists decided to send the newly constituted army, now under their command, to cleanse these Germans from what they understood to be Polish territory. In summer 1945, the Polish Communists were looking ahead nervously to the final peace settlement. If they could not keep the Germans west of the Oder-Neisse line, perhaps they would not be awarded these territories. They were also following the example set by democratic Czechoslovakia just to the south. Its president, Edvard Beneš, had been wartime Europe's most articulate advocate of deporting Germans. He had told his citizens on the 12th of May that the German nation had ceased to be human. The day before, the leader of the Czechoslovak Communist Party had spoken of post-war Czechoslovakia as a republic of Czechs and Slovaks. The Czechoslovaks, whose German minority numbered about 3 million, a quarter of the population, had been marching their German citizens across the border since May. As many as 30,000 Germans would be killed in these expulsions. Some 5,558 Germans committed suicide in Czechoslovakia in 1945. Günter Grass, by then a prisoner of war in an American camp in Czechoslovakia, wondered if the GIs were there to guard him or to protect the Germans from the Czechs. The officers of the new Polish army told their troops to treat the German peasants as the enemy. The entire German nation was guilty and not to be pitied. The commanding general issued instructions to treat them as they treated us. It never came to that, but the conditions of the military deportations of the 20th of June to the 20th of July 1945 reflected haste, indifference, and the primacy of high politics. The army deported people who lived closest to the Oder-Neisse line, to create the impression that these territories were ready for transfer to Poland. The army surrounded villages, gave people a few hours to pack, formed them into columns, and then marched them across the border. The army reported moving some 1.2 million people in this way, although that is likely a very considerable exaggeration. Some people, in any event, were deported twice, since slipping back after the soldiers had gone was none too difficult. In all likelihood, these Polish efforts of summer 1945 made no difference to the final outcome. Although the British and the Americans had agreed between themselves that they should resist Stalin's plans for the Polish western frontier, they conceded the point at Potsdam in late July 1945. They accepted Stalin's proposed border for Poland, the Oder-Neisse line. The only condition, which Stalin probably understood as window dressing for Polish-American voters, was that the next Polish government be chosen in free elections. The three powers agreed that population transfers from Poland and Czechoslovakia and Hungary should be continued, but only after a pause necessary to ensure more humane conditions for the people resettled. German lands were under joint occupation, the Soviets in the northeast, the British in the west, and the Americans in the south. The Americans and British were concerned that further chaotic population movements would bring chaos to their occupation zones in Germany. After Potsdam, the Polish government sought precisely to create inhumane conditions for Germans in Poland so that Germans would decide to leave. Stalin had told Gomulka that he should create such conditions for the Germans that they will want to escape themselves. From July 1945, Polish authorities did just this, under the euphemistic guise of voluntary repatriations. The policy of indirect expulsion was perhaps most flagrant in Silesia, where the regional government forbade the use of German in public places, banned German schools, seized German property, and ordered German men to work in the mines. The approach was perhaps most guileless, or cynical, in the city of Olsztyn, formerly in East Prussia, where Germans were summoned voluntarily to go to Germany by the end of October 1945, and at the same time informed that those who resist shall be directed to the camps. Polish prisons and temporary penal and labor camps were at this time full of Germans, who, along with all other prisoners, were treated very badly. The prisons and camps were placed under the jurisdiction of the communist-led Ministry of Public Security, rather than under the Ministry of Justice or Internal Affairs. At this time, the Polish government was still a coalition, but it was dominated by the communists, who always made sure to control such offices as public security. The camp commanders, generally free of discipline from above, presided over general chaos and frequent murder. In the village of Niszowa in north-central Poland, 38 men, women and children were thrown into the Vistula River. The men and women were shot first, the children were not. At the camp at Lubranitz, the commander danced on a German woman who was so badly beaten that she could not move. In this way he exclaimed, "We lay the foundation for a new Poland." In some places the revenge was quite literal. At the camp at Lambinowice, Czesław Gieborski consciously modelled the regulations on those of the Germans, despite orders to the contrary, and openly proclaimed his desire for vengeance. On the 4th of October 1945, 40 prisoners in Lambinowice were murdered. All in all, some 6,488 Germans died there in 1945 and 1946. Gieborski had been in prison under the Germans. Other commanders of Polish camps had other reasons for revenge. Isidor Cedrowski, the commander at the camp at Potulice, was a Jewish Auschwitz survivor whose family had been shot by the Germans. Germans and others died of exposure, disease, and mistreatment in these camps by the hundreds each day. All in all, some 200,000 Germans labored in Polish camps, of whom a very high number, perhaps 30,000, died in 1945 or 1946. By the second half of 1945, Germans had good reason to depart Poland voluntarily, although leaving proved to be just as dangerous as staying. Trains were now allocated for the transports, although these were freight trains, often with open cars. When the cars were not open, the Germans sometimes feared that they would be gassed. This, of course, never happened, though it does demonstrate that Germans knew that other people had very recently been led into enclosed spaces and asphyxiated. Indeed, in one of the places from which Germans were now expelled, at Stutthof, the Germans had used a rail car as a gas chamber. The trains moved very slowly, turning journeys that should have lasted hours into horrible odysseys. The Germans who boarded the trains were very often hungry or sick. They were allowed to take with them only what they could carry on their backs. This was promptly stolen from them by bandits, or by the Polish militia who were supposed to protect them. One reason why the trains stopped so frequently was to allow bandits to rob people of what they had left. In these situations, mortality on the trains was considerable, although it should have been negligible. Germans had to bury their dead along the way, at these anonymous stops, in the middle of nowhere, without markers or any way of knowing just where to return. They had no one to look after their interests in Poland, and very often no one to greet them on the other side. About 600,000 Germans reached Germany in this fashion in the second half of 1945. The Allies agreed to a plan for the further deportations in November 1945, and the British and the Soviets prepared themselves to greet and care for the Germans who were to arrive in 1946. Because much of the death and disorder was a result of the conditions of boarding and embarkation, the Soviets and the British now sent representatives to monitor the deportations on the Polish side. The expectation, largely fulfilled, was that more orderly transports would mean less chaos in Germany. Over the course of 1946, about 2 million more Germans were dispatched by train to the British and Soviet occupation zones of Germany. Another 600,000 or so followed in 1947. Although conditions were far from humane, fatalities during these transports were much lower, no more than a few thousand, or, at most, a few tens of thousands. By the end of 1947, some 7.6 million Germans had left Poland, roughly half of them as refugees fleeing the Red Army, roughly half as deportees. These proportions and these numbers can never be rendered with precision, as many people fled, returned, and were deported. Others were deported more than once. Many people who had presented themselves as Germans during or even before the war now claimed to be Poles, and so eluded the transports. By this time, the Polish government, more interested in labor than in ethnic purity, looked favorably upon requests in ambiguous cases that people be regarded as Poles. And by this time, many people who had earlier called themselves Poles were presenting themselves as Germans, believing that Germany's economic future was brighter than Poland's. But the general balance is clear. The vast majority of people who regarded themselves as Germans had left Poland by the end of 1947. In all of this flight and transport, from early 1945 to late 1947, perhaps 400,000 Germans native to lands that were annexed by Poland died, most of them in Soviet and Polish camps, and a second large group caught between armies or drowned at sea. The last weeks of the war itself and the belated evacuations were far more dangerous than the expulsions that followed the end of the war. In the final 4 months of the war, Germans suffered in one of the ways that other civilians had during the previous 4 years of war on the Eastern Front, during the advance and the retreat of the Wehrmacht. Millions of people had fled the German attack in 1941. Millions more had been taken for labor between 1941 and 1944. Still more were forced to evacuate by the retreating Wehrmacht in 1944. Far more Soviet and Polish citizens died after fleeing Germans than did Germans as a result of the flight from Soviets. Although such displacements were not policies of deliberate murder, and have therefore received almost no attention in this study, flight, evacuation, and forced labor led, directly or indirectly, to the death of a few million Soviet and Polish citizens. German policies of deliberate mass murder killed an additional 10 million people. The war had been fought in the name of the German race, but ended with unconcern for actual German civilians. Much responsibility for the deaths associated with flight and expulsion thus rested with the Nazi regime. German civilians knew enough about German policy during the war to know that they should flee, but their flight was not well organized by the German state. The behavior of many Soviet soldiers was certainly tolerated by the High Command and expected by Stalin. The Red Army would not have been in Germany, however, had the Wehrmacht not invaded the Soviet Union. Stalin favored ethnic homogeneity, but this was an idea that Hitler's own policies made seem inevitable, and not only in Moscow. The expulsions themselves were a result of an international consensus of victors and victims. In the end, the expulsions were one more way that Stalin won Hitler's war. By taking so much of Germany on Poland's behalf, Stalin guaranteed that Poles would be beholden, whether they liked it or not, to Soviet military power. Who but the Red Army could be counted upon to defend such a westerly Polish border from a resurgent Germany at some later point? In these years, Poland was a nation in movement. Even as the Germans had to move west to a more westerly Germany, Poles had to move west to a more westerly Poland. As Germans were cleansed from Communist Poland, Poles were cleansed from the Soviet Union. Despite the preferences of all Polish political parties, including the Communists, the Soviet Union once again annexed the lands that had been Eastern Poland. The people who were then repatriated, as the Stalinist euphemism had it, to Poland, had no reason to love communism or Stalin. Yet they were indeed bound to the communist system. Communists could take land but also grant it, expel people but also give them refuge. People who had both lost old homes and gained new ones were utterly dependent upon whomever could defend them. This could only be the Polish communists, who could promise that the Red Army would protect Poland's gains. Communism had little to offer Poland as an ideology and was never very popular. But Stalin's ethnic geopolitics took the place of the class struggle, creating a durable basis of support, if not legitimacy, for the new regime. The Americans and the British had supported expulsions at Potsdam in the expectation of democratic elections in Poland. These never took place. Instead, the first post-war government, dominated by communists, intimidated and arrested opponents. The Americans then began to see the Oder-Neisse line as an issue that could be used against the Soviet Union. When the American Secretary of State questioned its permanence in September 1946, he was increasing American and weakening Soviet influence in Germany, among Germans unreconciled to the loss of territory and the expulsions. But he was also helping to consolidate the Soviet position in Poland. The Polish regime held parliamentary elections in January 1947, but falsified the results. The Americans and the British then watched their own chances for influence in Poland disappear. Stanislaw Mikolajczyk, the Prime Minister of Poland's government in exile, had returned to contest the elections as head of a peasant party. Now he had to escape. The Polish regime could make the powerful claim that only its Soviet ally could protect the new western frontier from the Germans, whom the Americans were only encouraging. By 1947, Poles themselves, regardless of what they thought about the communists, could hardly contemplate losing the recovered territories. As Gomulka had correctly anticipated, the expulsion of the Germans would bind the nation to the system. The gifted communist ideologist Jakub Berman believed that communists should make the most of their ethnic cleansing. The recovered territories gave many Poles who had suffered during the war a better house or a bigger farm. It allowed for land reform, the first step in any communist takeover. Perhaps most of all, it gave 1 million Polish migrants from eastern Poland, annexed by the USSR, a place to go. Precisely because Poland had lost so much in the east, the west was all the more precious. The ethnic cleansing of Germans from newly Polish lands came at the end of the war. It was, however, the second half of a Soviet policy that had actually begun much earlier, during the war itself, in the pre-war lands of eastern Poland, east of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line. Just as Germans had to leave lands that were no longer German, Poles had to leave lands that were no longer Polish. Although Poland was technically a victor in the war, it lost almost half, 47% of its pre-war territory to the Soviet Union. After the war, Poles and Polish Jews were no longer welcome in what became the western parts of the Soviet Belarusian and Soviet Ukrainian republics and the Vilnius region of the Soviet Lithuanian Republic. The alteration of the population structure of eastern Poland to the detriment of Poles and Jews began earlier, during the war itself. The Soviets had deported hundreds of thousands of people during their first occupation in 1940 and in 1941. A disproportionate number of these had been Poles. Many made their way from the Gulag through Iran and Palestine to fight with the Allies on the Western Front, and sometimes they reached Poland at war's end, but they almost never made it back to their homes. The Germans had killed about 1.3 million Jews in the former eastern Poland in 1941 and 1942, with the help of local policemen. Some of these Ukrainian policemen helped to form a Ukrainian partisan army in 1943, which, under the leadership of Ukrainian nationalists, cleansed the former southwest Poland, which it saw as Western Ukraine, of remaining Poles. The OUN Bandera, the nationalist organization that led the partisan army, had long pledged to rid Ukraine of its national minorities. Its capacity to kill Poles depended upon German training, and its determination to kill Poles had much to do with its desire to clear the terrain of purported enemies before a final confrontation with the Red Army. The UPA, as the partisan army was known, murdered tens of thousands of Poles and provoked reprisals from Poles upon Ukrainian civilians. Although the UPA was a determined, perhaps the most determined, opponent of communism, the ethnic conflict that it started only strengthened Stalin's empire. What Ukrainian nationalists had started, Stalin would conclude. He continued the removal of Poles, attaching the contested territories to his Soviet Ukraine. Polish communists signed agreements in September 1944 providing for population exchanges between Poland and Soviet Ukraine, as well as Soviet Belarus and Soviet Lithuania. In Soviet Ukraine, Poles remembered Soviet rule from the very recent past, and faced now a continuing threat from Ukrainian nationalists. They thus had every reason to take part in these repatriations. Some 780,000 Poles were shipped to Communist Poland within its new frontiers, along with a comparable number from Soviet Belarus and Soviet Lithuania. Some 1,517,983 people had left the Soviet Union as Poles by the middle of 1946, along with a few 100,000 who did not register for the official transports. About 100,000 of these people were Jewish. Soviet policy was to remove both ethnic Poles and ethnic Jews from the former Eastern Poland, but to keep Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Lithuanians. About 1 million Polish citizens were resettled in what had been Eastern Germany, now the recovered territories of Western Poland. Meanwhile, about 483,099 Ukrainians were dispatched from Communist Poland to Soviet Ukraine in 1944 to 1946, most of them by force. Even as the Soviet regime was dispatching people across borders, it was also sending its own citizens to camps and special settlements. Most of the new Gulag prisoners were people from the lands that Stalin had taken in 1939 with German consent, and then took again in 1945. Between 1944 and 1946, for example, 182,543 Ukrainians were deported from Soviet Ukraine to the Gulag. Not for committing a particular crime, not even for being Ukrainian nationalists, but for being related to or acquainted with Ukrainian nationalists. At about the same time, in 1946 and 1947, the Soviets sentenced 148,079 Red Army veterans to the Gulag for collaboration with the Germans. There were never more Soviet citizens in the Gulag than in the years after the war. Indeed, the number of Soviet citizens in the camps and special settlements increased every year from 1945 until Stalin's death. Communist Poland had no Gulag, but in 1947 its rulers did propose a final solution to their Ukrainian problem by the dispersion of remaining Ukrainians far from home, but within the boundaries of Poland. Between April and July 1947, the Polish regime itself carried out one more operation against Ukrainians on its territory under the cryptonym Vistula. Some 140,660 Ukrainians, or people identified as such, were resettled by force from the south and southeast of the country to the west and north, to the recovered territories that until recently had been German. Operation Vistula was supposed to force Ukrainians in Poland, or at least their children, to assimilate into Polish culture. At the same time, Polish forces defeated the units of the Ukrainian partisan army, the UPA, on Polish soil. Ukrainian nationalist fighters in Poland had been given a new lease on life as defenders of people who did not wish to be deported. But once almost all Ukrainians had, in fact, been deported, the UPA's position in Poland was untenable. Some UPA fighters fled to the west, others to the Soviet Union to continue the fight. Operation Vistula, originally codenamed Operation East, was undertaken entirely by Polish forces, with little Soviet assistance inside Poland. But the crucial people involved in planning the operation were Soviet clients, and it was certainly coordinated with Moscow. It took place at the same time as a number of Soviet operations on adjacent Soviet territories which bore similar cryptonyms. The most obviously related was Operation West, which took place on adjoining territories of Soviet Ukraine. As Operation Vistula was brought to a close, the Soviets ordered the deportation of Ukrainians from western Ukraine to Siberia and Central Asia. In a few days in October 1947, some 76,192 Ukrainians were transported to the Gulag. In western Ukraine, Soviet special forces were engaged with the UPA in a fantastically bloody conflict. Both sides committed atrocities, including the public display of the mutilated corpses of the enemy or his supposed collaborators. But in the end, the technology of deportation gave the Soviets a decided advantage. The Gulag kept growing. After this success at the Ukrainian-Polish border, the Soviets turned to other European borderlands and applied similar means in similar operations. In Operation Spring in May 1948, some 49,331 Lithuanians were deported. The following March, Operation Priboy saw the removal of 31,917 more people from Lithuania, as well as 42,149 from Latvia and 20,173 from Estonia. All in all, between 1941 and 1949, Stalin deported some 200,000 people from the three small Baltic states. Like all of the thrice-occupied Soviet, then German, then Soviet lands east of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Line, the Baltic states entered the USSR in 1945, having lost much of their elite and, indeed, a significant share of the total population. Under Stalin, the Soviet Union had evolved slowly and haltingly from a revolutionary Marxist state into a large multinational empire with a Marxist covering ideology and traditional security concerns about borders and minorities. Because Stalin inherited, maintained and mastered the security apparatus of the revolutionary years, these anxieties could be released in bursts of national killing in 1937 to 1938 and 1940, and in bouts of national deportation that began in 1930 and continued throughout Stalin's lifetime. The deportations of the war continued a certain evolution in Soviet deportation policy, away from the traditional resettlements of individuals thought to represent enemy classes, and toward an ethnic cleansing that matched populations to borders. In the pre-war period, the deportations to the Gulag were always meant to serve two purposes: the growth of the Soviet economy and the correction of the Soviet population. In the 1930s, as the Soviets began to deport large numbers of people on ethnic grounds, the goal was to move national minorities away from sensitive border regions toward the interior. These national deportations could hardly be seen as a specific punishment of individuals, but they were still premised on the assumption that those deported could be better assimilated into Soviet society when they were separated from their homes and homelands. The national actions of the Great Terror killed 250,000 people in 1937 and 1938, but also dispatched hundreds of thousands of people to Siberia and Kazakhstan, where they were expected to work for the state and reform themselves. Even the deportations of 1940 and 1941 from annexed Polish, Baltic and Romanian territories can be seen in Soviet terms as a class war. Men of elite families were killed at Katyn and other sites, and their wives, children and parents left to the mercy of the Kazakh steppe. There they would integrate with Soviet society, or they would die. During the war, Stalin undertook punitive actions that targeted national minorities for their association with Nazi Germany. Some 900,000 Soviet Germans and about 89,000 Finns were deported in 1941 and 1942. As the Red Army moved forward after the victory at Stalingrad in early 1943, Stalin's security chief, Lavrenti Beria, recommended the deportation of whole peoples accused of collaborating with the Germans. For the most part, these were the Muslim nations of the Caucasus and Crimea. As Soviet troops retook the Caucasus, Stalin and Beria put the machine into action. On a single day, the 19th of November 1943, the Soviets deported the entire Karachay population, some 69,267 people, to Soviet Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Over the course of 2 days, the 28th and 29th of December 1943, the Soviets dispatched 91,919 Kalmyks to Siberia. Beria went to Grozny personally to supervise the deportations of the Chechen and Ingush peoples on the 20th of February 1944. Leading about 120,000 special forces, he rounded up and expelled 478,479 people in just over a week. He had at his disposal American Studebaker trucks, supplied during the war. Because no Chechens or Ingush were to be left behind, people who could not be moved were shot. Villages were burned to the ground everywhere. In some places, barns full of people were burned as well. Over the course of 2 days, the 8th and 9th of March 1944, the Soviets removed the Balkar population, 37,107 people, to Kazakhstan. In April 1944, right after the Red Army reached the Crimea, Beria proposed and Stalin agreed that the entire Crimean Tatar population be resettled. Over the course of 3 days, the 18th to the 20th of March 1944, 180,014 people were deported, most of them to Uzbekistan. Later, in 1944, Beria had the Meshkeshan Turks, some 91,095 people, deported from Soviet Georgia. Against this backdrop of essentially continuous national purges, Stalin's decision to cleanse the Soviet-Polish border seems like an unsurprising development of a general policy. From a Soviet perspective, Ukrainian, Baltic or Polish partisans were simply more bandits causing trouble along the periphery, to be dealt with by overwhelming force and deportations. There was, however, an important difference. All of the kulaks and members of national minorities deported in the 1930s found themselves far from home, but still within the USSR. The same was true of the Crimean and Caucasian and Baltic populations deported during and shortly after the war. Yet in September 1944, Stalin opted to move Poles and Polish Jews, Ukrainians and Belarusians back and forth across a state border in order to create ethnic homogeneity. The same logic was applied, on a far greater scale, to the Germans in Poland. Working in parallel and sometimes together, the Soviet and Communist Polish regimes achieved a curious feat between 1944 and 1947. They removed the ethnic minorities on both sides of the Soviet-Polish border that had made the border regions mixed, and at the very same time they removed the ethnic nationalists who had fought the hardest for precisely that kind of purity. Communists had taken up the program of their enemies. Soviet rule had become ethnic cleansing, cleansed of the ethnic cleansers. The territory of post-war Poland was the geographical center of Stalin's campaign of post-war ethnic cleansing. In that campaign, more Germans lost their homes than any other group. Some 7.6 million Germans had left Poland by the end of 1947, and another 3 million or so were deported from democratic Czechoslovakia. About 900,000 Volga Germans were deported within the Soviet Union during the war. The number of Germans who lost their homes during and after the war exceeded 12 million. Enormous as this figure was, it did not constitute a majority of the forced displacements during and after the war. 2 million or so non-Germans were deported by Soviet or Communist Polish authorities in the same post-war period. Another 8 million people, most of them forced laborers taken by the Germans, were returned to the Soviet Union at the same time. Since many, if not most of them, would have preferred not to return, they could be counted twice. In the Soviet Union and Poland, more than 12 million Ukrainians, Poles, Belarusians and others fled or were moved during the war or in its aftermath. This does not include the 10 million or so people who were deliberately killed by the Germans, most of whom were displaced in one way or another before they were murdered. The flight and deportation of the Germans, though not a policy of deliberate mass killing, constituted the major incident of post-war ethnic cleansing. In all of the civil conflict, flight, deportation and resettlement provoked or caused by the return of the Red Army between 1943 and 1947, some 700,000 Germans died, as did at least 150,000 Poles and perhaps 250,000 Ukrainians. At a minimum, another 300,000 Soviet citizens died during or shortly after the Soviet deportations from the Caucasus, Crimea, Moldova, and the Baltic states. If the struggles of Lithuanian, Latvian, and Estonian nationalists against the reimposition of Soviet power are regarded as resistance to deportations, which in some measure they were, another 100,000 or so people would have to be added to the total dead associated with ethnic cleansing. In relative terms, the percentage of Germans moved as a part of the total population of Germans was much inferior to that of the Caucasian and Crimean peoples, who were deported down to the last person. The percentage of Germans who moved or were moved at the end of the war was greater than that of Poles, Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Balts. But if the population movements caused by the Germans during the war are added to those caused by the Soviet occupation at war's end, this difference disappears. Over the period 1939 to 1947, Poles, Ukrainians, Belarusians and Balts were about as likely, some a bit more, some a bit less, to have been forcibly moved as Germans. Whereas all of the other peoples in question faced hostile German and Soviet policies, the Germans, with some exceptions, experienced oppression only from the Soviet side. In the post-war period, Germans were about as likely to lose their lives as Poles, the other group that was mainly sent west to a national homeland. Germans and Poles were much less likely to die than Ukrainians, Romanians, Balts, and the Caucasian and Crimean peoples. Fewer than 1 in 10 Germans and Poles died during or as a direct result of flight, exile, or deportation. Among Balts and Soviet citizens, the rate was more like 1 in 5. As a general rule, the further east the deportation and the more directly Soviet power was involved, the more deadly the outcome. This is evident in the case of the Germans themselves. The tremendous majority of Germans who fled Poland and Czechoslovakia survived, whereas a large proportion of those transported east, within or to the Soviet Union, died. It was better to be sent west than east, and better to be sent to an awaiting homeland than to a distant and alien Soviet republic. It was also better to land in developed, even if bombed and war-torn Germany, than in Soviet wastelands that deportees were supposed to develop themselves. It was better to be received by British and American authorities in occupation zones than by the local NKVD in Kazakhstan or Siberia. Rather quickly, within about 2 years after the end of the war, Stalin had made his new Poland and his new frontiers, and moved peoples to match them. By 1947, it might have seemed that the war was finally over, and that the Soviet Union had well and truly won a military victory over the Germans and their allies, and a political victory over opponents of communism in Eastern Europe. Poles, always a troublesome group, had been dispatched from the Soviet Union to a new communist Poland, bound now to the Soviet Union as the anchor of a new communist empire. Poland, it might have seemed, had been subdued, twice invaded, twice subject to deportations and killings, altered in its borders and demography, ruled by a party dependent on Moscow. Germany had been utterly defeated and humiliated. Its territories as of 1938 were divided into multiple occupation zones, and would find their way into 5 different sovereign states: the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, the German Democratic Republic, East Germany, Austria, Poland, and the USSR, at Kaliningrad. Japan had been utterly defeated by the Americans, its cities firebombed or, at the very end, destroyed by nuclear weapons. It was no longer a power in continental Asia. Stalin's traditional threats had been removed. The pre-war nightmare of a Japanese-Polish-German encirclement was passé. More Soviet citizens had died in the Second World War than any people in any war in recorded history. At home, Soviet ideologists had taken advantage of the suffering to justify Stalinist rule, as the necessary price of victory in what was called the Great Patriotic War. The patria in question was Russia, as well as the Soviet Union. Stalin himself famously raised a toast to the great Russian nation just after the war's end, in May 1945. Russians, he maintained, had won the war. To be sure, about half the population of the Soviet Union was Russian, and so, in a numerical sense, Russians had played a greater part in the victory than any other people. Yet Stalin's idea contained a purposeful confusion. The war on Soviet territory was fought and won chiefly in Soviet Belarus and in Soviet Ukraine, rather than in Soviet Russia. More Jewish, Belarusian and Ukrainian civilians had been killed than Russians. Because the Red Army took such horrible losses, its ranks were filled by local Belarusian and Ukrainian conscripts at both the beginning and the end of the war. The deported Caucasian and Crimean peoples, for that matter, had seen a higher percentage of their young people die in the Red Army than had the Russians. Jewish soldiers had been more likely to be decorated for valor than Russian soldiers. The Jewish tragedy, in particular, could not be enclosed within the Soviet experience, and was thus a threat to post-war Soviet myth-making. About 5.7 million Jewish civilians had been murdered by the Germans and Romanians, of whom some 2.6 million were Soviet citizens in 1941. This meant not only that more Jewish civilians were murdered in absolute terms than members of any other Soviet nationality, it also meant that more than half of the cataclysm took place beyond the post-war boundaries of the Soviet Union. From a Stalinist perspective, even the experience of the mass murder of one's people was a worrying example of exposure to the outside world. In 1939 to 1941, when the Soviet Union had annexed Poland and the Germans had not yet invaded the USSR, Soviet Jews mingled with Polish Jews, who reminded them of religious and linguistic traditions of the world of their grandparents. Soviet and Polish Jews, during that brief but important moment, lived together. Then, after the German invasion, they died together. Precisely because extermination was a fate common to Jews across borders, its recollection could not be reduced to that of an element in the Great Patriotic War. It was precisely exposure to the West that concerned Stalin, even as his system was replicated in several states of Eastern and Central Europe. In the interwar period, Soviet citizens really had believed that they were better off than the masses suffering under capitalist exploitation in the West. Now America had emerged from the Second World War as an unrivaled economic power. In 1947, it offered economic aid, in the form of the Marshall Plan, to European countries willing to cooperate with one another on elementary matters of trade and financial policy. Stalin could reject Marshall aid and force his clients to reject it as well, but he could not banish the knowledge that Soviet citizens had gained during the war. Every returning Soviet soldier and forced laborer knew that standards of living in the rest of Europe, even in relatively poor countries such as Romania and Poland, were far higher than in the Soviet Union. Ukrainians returned to a country where famine was raging again. Perhaps 1 million people starved to death in the 2 years after the war. It was Western Ukraine, with a private agricultural sector that the Soviets had not yet had time to collectivize, that saved the rest of Soviet Ukraine from even greater suffering. Russians were a safer basis for a Stalinist legend of the war. The battles for Moscow and Stalingrad were victories. Russians were the largest nation. Theirs was the dominant language and culture, and their republic was further away from the West, both in its Nazi and in its emerging American incarnations. Russia is vast. The Germans never even aimed to colonize more than its western fifth, and never conquered more than its western tenth. Soviet Russia had not suffered total occupation for months and years, as had the Baltics, Belarus, or Ukraine. Everyone who remained in Soviet Belarus and Soviet Ukraine experienced German occupation. The vast majority of the inhabitants of Soviet Russia did not. Soviet Russia was much less marked by the Holocaust than Soviet Ukraine or Soviet Belarus, simply because the Germans arrived later and were able to kill fewer Jews, about 60,000, or about 1% of the Holocaust. In this way, too, Soviet Russia was more distant from the experience of the war. Once the war was over, the task was to insulate the Russian nation, and of course all of the other nations, from cultural infection. One of the most dangerous intellectual plagues would be interpretations of the war that differed from Stalin's own. The victory of Soviet-style communism in Eastern Europe gave rise to as much anxiety as triumphalism. The political victories were certainly impressive. Communists in Albania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Poland, Romania, and Yugoslavia dominated their countries by 1947, thanks to Soviet help, but also thanks to their own training, ruthlessness, and ingenuity. Communists proved rather good at mobilizing human resources for the immediate problems of post-war reconstruction, as, for example, in Warsaw. But how long could the Soviet economic model of rapid industrialization produce growth in countries that were more industrial than the Soviet Union had been at the time of the first five-year plan, and whose citizens expected higher standards of living? How long could East European societies accept that communism was national liberation, when their communist leaders were obviously beholden to a foreign power, the Soviet Union? How could Moscow sustain the image of the West as a constant enemy, when the United States seemed to represent both prosperity and freedom? Stalin needed his appointed East European leaders to follow his wishes, exploit nationalism, and isolate their peoples from the West, which was a very difficult combination to achieve. It was the task of Andrei Zhdanov, Stalin's new propaganda chief and favorite, to square all of these circles. Zhdanov was to theorize the inevitable victory of the Soviet Union in the post-war world and protect Russian purity in the meantime. In August 1946, the Soviet Communist Party had passed a resolution condemning Western influence on Soviet culture. The pollution might flow from Western Europe or America, but also through cultures that crossed boundaries, such as the Jewish or the Ukrainian or the Polish. Zhdanov also had to account for the new rivalry between the Soviet Union and the United States, in a way that the East European leaders could understand and apply in their own countries. In September 1947, the leaders of Europe's communist parties gathered in Poland to hear Zhdanov's new line. Meeting in Szklarska Poręba, a formerly German resort town until very recently known as Schreiberhau, they were told that their parties would be taking part in a Communist Informational Bureau, or Cominform. It would be the means by which Moscow would communicate the line and coordinate their policies. The assembled communist leaders learned that the world was divided into two camps, progressive and reactionary, with the Soviet Union destined to lead the new people's democracies of Eastern Europe, and the United States doomed to inherit all the flaws of degenerate capitalism on display so recently in Nazi Germany. The unalterable laws of history guaranteed the final victory of the forces of progress. Communists needed only to play their allotted role in the progressive camp, led of course by the Soviet Union, and avoid the temptation to take any separate national road to socialism. So all was well. Then Zhdanov suffered a heart attack, the first of several. Somehow all was not well. Chapter 11. Stalinist Anti-Semitism. In January 1948, Stalin was killing a Jew. Solomon Michaels, the chairman of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee and the director of the Moscow Yiddish Theatre, had been sent to Minsk to judge a play for the Stalin Prize. Once arrived, he was invited to the country house of the head of the Soviet Belarusian State Police, Lavrenti Tsanova, who had him murdered, along with an inconvenient witness. Mikhail's body, crushed by a truck, was left on a quiet street. Minsk had seen the ruthless German mass murder of Jews only a few years before. The irony of the Soviets killing one more Soviet Jew in Minsk would not have been lost on Tsanova, a policeman-cum-historian. He was finishing a history of the Belarusian partisan movement, which ignored the special plight and struggle of the Jews under German occupation. A Soviet history of Jewish partisans had been written, but would be suppressed. The Jews had suffered more than anyone else in Minsk during the war. It seemed that liberation by the Soviets had not brought the suffering of Soviet Jews to an end. It also seemed that the history of the Holocaust in the USSR would remain unwritten. Michaels had stood for issues that Stalin wanted to avoid. He was personally acquainted with people of Jewish origin in Stalin's immediate milieu, such as the Politburo member Lazar Kaganovich and the wives of Politburo members Vyacheslav Molotov and Kliment Voroshilov. What was worse, Michaels had sought to reach Stalin in order to communicate with him about the fate of the Jews during the war. Like Vasily Grossman, Michoels had been a member of the Soviet Union's official Jewish anti-fascist committee during the war. Michoels had worked, at Stalin's instructions, to bring the plight of Soviet Jews to the attention of the world, in order to raise money for the Soviet war effort. After the war, Michoels found himself unable to let the mass murder of the Jews pass into historical oblivion, and unwilling to submerge the special suffering of the Jews into that of Soviet peoples generally. In September 1945, he had brought ashes from Babi Yar in a crystal vase to a lecture in Kiev, and had continued in the years after the war to speak openly of the death pits. Michoels also petitioned Stalin's propaganda chief Andrei Zhdanov in 1947 to allow the publication of the Black Book of Soviet Jewry, a collection of documents and testimonies about the mass killing, edited by Grossman, Ilya Ehrenberg, and others. This was in vain. The Zhdanov era in Soviet culture could not endorse a Jewish history of the war. In the post-war Soviet Union, memorial obelisks could not have stars of David, only five-pointed red stars. In the Western Soviet Union, in the lands the Soviets annexed during and again after the war, in the lands where some 1.6 million Jews were killed, monuments to Lenin were raised on pedestals built from Jewish tombstones. The synagogue where the Kovel Jews had left their final messages was being used to store grain. Svetlana Alliluyeva, Stalin's daughter, overheard her father arranging the cover story for the murder with Tsanova. Car accident. Michoels was a person of some stature in Soviet culture, and his political campaigning was unwelcome. Yet Stalin's hostility toward Michoels as a Jew probably had as much to do with patrimony as it did with politics. Stalin's son Yakov, who died in German captivity, had married a Jew. Svetlana's first love had been a Jewish actor, whom Stalin called a British spy and sent to the Gulag. Svetlana's first husband was also Jewish. Stalin called him stingy and cowardly, and forced her to divorce him so that she could marry the son of Zhdanov, Stalin's purifier of Soviet culture. The match smacked of the founding of a royal family, one that was less Jewish than Svetlana's own affections. Stalin had always had close collaborators who were Jewish, most notably Kaganovich. Yet now, as he neared 70 years of age, and as concerns about succession must have been growing in his mind, his own attitude about Jews seemed to be shifting. After Michoels was dead, the Soviet political police, now under the name Ministry of State Security, retroactively provided the reason why the killing was in the Soviet interest: Jewish nationalism. Viktor Abakumov, head of the ministry, or MGB, concluded in March 1948 that Michoels was a Jewish nationalist who had fallen in with dangerous Americans. By Soviet standards, this was an easy enough case to make. Michoels had been instructed by the Soviet leadership, as a member of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee during the war, to appeal to the national sentiments of Jews. He had traveled in 1943 to the United States to raise money, and there he had made sympathetic remarks about Zionism. By sheer accident, his airplane rested for a few hours on a runway in Palestine, where, by his own account, he kissed the air of the Holy Land. In February 1944, Michoels had joined a campaign to make of the Crimean Peninsula, cleared by the Soviets of supposed Muslim enemies after 1943, a Jewish socialist republic. Crimea, on the Black Sea, was a maritime border region of the Soviet Union. The idea that it might serve as a Soviet Jewish homeland had been raised several times, and was supported by some prominent American Jews. Stalin preferred the Soviet solution: Birobidzhan, the Jewish autonomous region deep in the Soviet Far East. Given the centrality of the Second World War to the experience of all East Europeans, in the USSR and in the new satellite states, everyone in the new communist Europe would have to understand that the Russian nation had struggled and suffered like no other. Russians would have to be the greatest victors and the greatest victims, now and forever. The Russian heartland perhaps could be protected from the dangerous West, by the other Soviet republics and by the new satellite states of Eastern Europe. The contradiction here was obvious. Those peoples who were forming the buffer had the least reason to accept the Stalinist claim about Russian martyrdom and purity. The case would be a particularly hard one to make in places such as Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, where the Second World War had begun and ended with the Soviet occupation. It would be none too simple in western Ukraine, where nationalist partisans fought the Soviet for years after the war. Poles were unlikely to forget that the Second World War had begun with Allied German and Soviet armies invading Poland. The logical difficulties would be all the greater among Jews. Since the Germans had killed Soviet Jews, then Polish Jews, and then other European Jews, the Holocaust could hardly be contained in any Soviet history of the war, least of all one that moved the center of gravity of suffering east to Russia, where relatively few Jews died. It was one thing for Jews to regard the return of Soviet power as liberation, which most did, but quite another for them to recognize that other Soviet citizens had suffered more than they. Jews understood the Red Army as a liberating force precisely because Nazi policy had been to exterminate them. Yet this sense of gratitude, because of its special sources, did not convert automatically into a political legend about a great fatherland war and Russia. Jews, after all, had also fought in the Red Army, and had been more likely to have been decorated for bravery than Soviet citizens generally. The number of Jews killed by the Germans in the Soviet Union was a state secret. The Germans killed about 1 million native Soviet Jews, plus about 1.6 million more Polish, Lithuanian and Latvian Jews brought into the USSR by the Soviet annexations of 1939 and 1940. The Romanians also killed Jews, chiefly on territories that after the war were within the boundaries of the Soviet Union. These numbers were of an obvious sensitivity, since they revealed that, even by comparison with the dreadful suffering of other Soviet peoples, the Jews had suffered a very special fate. Jews were less than 2% of the population, and Russians more than half. The Germans had murdered more Jewish civilians than Russian civilians in the occupied Soviet Union. Jews were in a category of their own, even by comparison with the Slavic peoples who had suffered more than the Russians, such as Ukrainians and Belarusians and Poles. The Soviet leadership knew this, and so did Soviet citizens who lived in the lands that the Germans had occupied. But the Holocaust could never become part of the Soviet history of the war. These high figures of murdered Jews also raised the troubling question of just how the Germans had managed to kill so many civilians in such a short time in the occupied Soviet Union. They had help from Soviet citizens. As everyone with experience of the war knew, the German armies were enormous, but the German occupying forces in the rear were sparse. German civilian authorities and police lacked the numbers to govern the Western Soviet Union in any recognizable fashion, let alone to carry out a thorough policy of mass murder. Local officials continued to do their jobs under their new masters. Local young men volunteered for the police, and in the ghettos some Jews took on the task of policing the rest. The shootings east of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line had implicated, in one way or another, hundreds of thousands of Soviet citizens. For that matter, much of the crucial work at the death facilities west of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line in occupied Poland had been performed by Soviet citizens. It was unmentionable that Soviet citizens had staffed Treblinka, Sobibor and Buzhets. That the Germans needed collaborators and found them is not surprising. But collaboration undermined the myth of a united Soviet population defending the honor of the fatherland by resisting the hated fascist invader. Its prevalence was one more reason that the mass murder of the Jews was to be forgotten. During the war, the Soviets and their allies had been in general agreement that the war was not to be understood as a war for the liberation of Jews. From different perspectives, the Soviet, Polish, American and British leaderships all believed that Jewish suffering was best understood as one aspect of a generally wicked German occupation. Though Allied leaders were quite aware of the course of the Holocaust, none treated it as a reason to make war on Nazi Germany, or to turn much special attention to the suffering of Jews. The Jewish issue was generally avoided in propaganda. When Stalin, Churchill and Roosevelt issued a declaration concerning atrocities in Moscow in October 1943, they mentioned, among the Nazi crimes, the wholesale shooting of Polish officers, which was a reference to Katyn, actually a Soviet crime, and the execution of French, Dutch, Belgian or Norwegian hostages and Cretan peasants. but not Jews. The peoples of Poland and the Soviet Union were mentioned, but the Jewish minority in each country was not named. By the time that summary of atrocities was published, over 5 million Jews had been shot or gassed because they were Jews. In its more enlightened form, this reticence about racial murder reflected a principled hesitation to endorse Hitler's racist understanding of the world. The Jews were not citizens of any one country, went the reasoning, and thus to group them together, went the fear, was to acknowledge their unity as a race, and to accept Hitler's racial view of the world. In its less enlightened form, this view was a concession to popular anti-Semitism, very much present in the Soviet Union, Poland, Britain, and the United States. For London and Washington, this tension was resolved with victory in the war in 1945. The Americans and the British liberated no part of Europe that had a very significant Jewish population before the war and saw none of the German death facilities. The politics of post-war economic, political, and military cooperation in Western Europe had relatively little to do with the Jewish question. The territory of Stalin's enlarged state included most of the German killing fields, and that of his post-war empire, including communist Poland, the sites of all of the German death factories. Stalin and his Politburo had to confront, after the war, continued resistance to the reimposition of Soviet power in ways that made the wartime fate of the Jews unavoidable as a matter of ideology and politics. Post-war resistance in the Western Soviet Union was a continuation of the war in two senses. These were the lands that the Soviets had won by conquest in the first place, and the lands where people had taken up arms in large numbers to fight them. In the Baltics and Ukraine and Poland, some partisans were openly anti-Semitic, and continued to use the Nazi tactic of associating Soviet power with Jewry. In this situation, the Soviets had every political incentive to continue to distance themselves and their state from Jewish suffering, and indeed to make special efforts to ensure that anti-Semites did not associate the return of Soviet power with the return of Jews. In Lithuania, once again incorporated into the Soviet Union, the General Secretary of the local branch of the Soviet Communist Party counted the Jews killed in the Holocaust as sons of the nation, Lithuanians who died as martyrs for communism. Nikita Khrushchev, Politburo member and General Secretary of the party in Ukraine, went even further. He was in charge of the struggle to defeat Ukrainian nationalists in what had been southeastern Poland, a place that before the war had been densely settled with Jews and Poles. The Germans had killed the Jews, and the Soviets had deported the Poles. Khrushchev wanted Ukrainians to thank the Soviet Union for the unification of their country at the expense of Poland, and for the cleansing of Polish landlords. Knowing that the nationalists wanted ethnic purity, he did not want Soviet power to stand for anything else. Sensitive as he was to the mood of the population, Stalin sought a way to present the war that would flatter the Russians while marginalizing the Jews, and, for that matter, every other people of the Soviet Union. The whole Soviet idea of the Great Patriotic War was premised on the view that the war began in 1941, when Germany invaded the USSR, not in 1939, when Germany and the Soviet Union together invaded Poland. In other words, in the official story, the territories absorbed as a result of Soviet aggression in 1939 had to be considered as somehow always having been Soviet, rather than as the booty of a war that Stalin had helped Hitler to begin. Otherwise, the Soviet Union would figure as one of the two powers that started the war, as one of the aggressors, which was obviously unacceptable. No Soviet account of the war could note one of its central facts. German and Soviet occupation together was worse than German occupation alone. The populations east of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line, subject to one German and two Soviet occupations, suffered more than those of any other region of Europe. From a Soviet perspective, all of the deaths in that zone could simply be lumped together with Soviet losses, even though the people in question had been Soviet citizens for only a matter of months when they died, and even though many of them were killed by the NKVD rather than the SS. In this way, Polish, Romanian, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian deaths, sometimes caused by the Soviet rather than the German forces, served to make the tragedy of the Soviet Union or even to the inattentive of Russia, seem all the greater. The vast losses suffered by Soviet Jews were mostly the deaths of Jews in lands just invaded by the Soviet Union. These Jews were citizens of Poland, Romania, and the Baltic states, brought under Soviet control by force only 21 months before the German invasion, in the case of Poland, and only 12 months before in the case of northeastern Romania and the Baltics. The Soviet citizens who suffered most in the war had been brought by force under Soviet rule right before the Germans came, as a result of a Soviet alliance with Nazi Germany. This was awkward. The history of the war had to begin in 1941, and these people had to be peaceful Soviet citizens. Jews in the lands east of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line, so recently conquered by the Soviet Union, were the first to be reached by the Einsatzgruppen when Hitler betrayed Stalin and Germany invaded the Soviet Union in 1941. They had been shielded by the Soviet press from knowledge of German policies toward Jews of 1939 and 1940. They had virtually no time to evacuate, since Stalin had refused to believe in a German invasion. They had been subject to terror and deportation in the enlarged Soviet Union in 1939 to 1941, during the period when Stalin and Hitler were allied, and then terribly exposed to German forces by the breaking of that alliance. These Jews in this small zone made up more than a quarter of the total victims of the Holocaust. If the Stalinist notion of the war was to prevail, the fact that the Jews were its main victims had to be forgotten. Also to be forgotten was that the Soviet Union had been allied to Nazi Germany when the war began in 1939, and that the Soviet Union had been unprepared for the German attack in 1941. The murder of the Jews was not only an undesirable memory in and of itself, it called forth other undesirable memories. It had to be forgotten. After the Second World War, it was much harder for the Soviet leadership to control the mental world of Soviet citizens. Although the apparatus of censorship remained in force, too many people had experienced life beyond the Soviet Union for Soviet norms to seem like the only norms, or Soviet lives necessarily the best sort of lives. The war itself could not be contained within a fatherland, be it Russian or Soviet. It had touched too many other peoples, and its aftermath shaped not just a country, but a world. In particular, the establishment of the State of Israel made Soviet political amnesia about the fate of the Jews impossible. Even after the Holocaust, more Jews lived in the Soviet Union than in Palestine, but the latter was about to become the national homeland of the Jews. If Jews were to have a national state, would this be a blow to British imperialism in the Middle East, to be supported, or a challenge to the loyalty of Soviet Jews, to be feared? At first, the Soviet leadership seemed to expect that Israel would be a socialist state, friendly to the Soviet Union, and the Communist bloc supported Israel in ways that no one else could. In the second half of 1947, about 70,000 Jews were permitted to leave Poland for Israel. Many of them had just been expelled from the Soviet Union to Poland. After the United Nations recognized the State of Israel in May 1948, with the Soviets voting in favor, the new state was invaded by its neighbors. Its nascent armies defended itself and, in dozens of cases, cleared territories of Arabs. The Poles trained Jewish soldiers on their own territory, then dispatched them to Palestine. The Czechoslovaks sent arms. As Arthur Koestler noted, the weapons shipments aroused a feeling of gratitude among the Jews towards the Soviet Union. Yet by the end of 1948, Stalin had decided that Jews were influencing the Soviet state more than the Soviets were influencing the Jewish state. Spontaneous signs of affection for Israel were apparent in Moscow and in Stalin's own court. Muscovites seemed to adore the new Israeli ambassador, Golda Meir, born in Kiev and raised in the United States. The high holidays were observed with enormous fanfare. Rosh Hashanah saw the largest public gathering in Moscow in 20 years. Some 10,000 Jews crowded in and around the choral synagogue. When the shofar blew and people promised each other to meet next year in Jerusalem, the mood was euphoric. The anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution, the 7th of November 1948, fell during the days of awe between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Polina Jemtruzina, the wife of the Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Vyacheslav Molotov, saw Golda Meir that day and encouraged her to continue to go to synagogue. What was worse, Jemtruzina said this in Yiddish, the language of her parents and of Meir's. In that paranoid setting, a suggestion of national unity among Jews across borders, Ekaterina Gorbman, the wife of another Politburo member, Kliment Voroshilov, was heard to exclaim, "Now we too have our own homeland." In late 1948 and early 1949, public life in the Soviet Union veered toward anti-Semitism. The new line was set, indirectly but discernibly, by Pravda on the 28th of January 1949. An article on unpatriotic theatre critics who were bearers of stateless cosmopolitanism began a campaign of denunciation of Jews in every sphere of professional life. Pravda purged itself of Jews in early March. Jewish officers were cashiered from the Red Army and Jewish activists removed from leadership positions in the Communist Party. A few dozen Jewish poets and novelists who used Russian literary pseudonyms found their real or prior names published in parentheses. Jewish writers who had taken an interest in Yiddish culture or in the German murder of Jews found themselves under arrest. As Grossman recalled, throughout the whole of the USSR, it seemed that only Jews thieved and took bribes. Only Jews were criminally indifferent towards the sufferings of the sick, and only Jews published vicious or badly written books. The Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee was formally dissolved in November 1948, and more than 100 Jewish writers and activists were arrested. The writer Der Niste, for example, was arrested in 1949 and died in police custody the following year. His novel, The Family Mashber, contained a vision that now seemed prophetic, as Soviet practices seemed to converge with Nazi models. A heavily laden freight train with a long row of uniformly red cars, its black wheels rolling along, all turning at the same speed while seeming to be standing still. Jews across the Soviet Union were in a state of distress. The MGB reported the anxieties of the Jews in Soviet Ukraine, who understood that the policy must come from the top, and worried that no one can say what form this is going to take. Only 5 years had passed since the end of the German occupation. For that matter, only 11 years had passed since the end of the Great Terror. Soviet Jews now risked two epithets, that they were Jewish nationalists and rootless cosmopolitans. Although these two charges might have seemed mutually contradictory, since a nationalist is someone who emphasizes his roots, within a Stalinist logic they could function together. Jews were cosmopolitans, in that their attachment to Soviet culture and the Russian language was supposedly insincere. They could not be counted upon to defend the Soviet Union or the Russian nation from penetration by various currents coming from the West. In this guise, the Jew was inherently attracted to the United States, where Jews, as Stalin believed Jews thought, could go and become rich. American industrial power was obvious to the Soviets, who used Studebaker automobiles to deport their own populations. Technological superiority and simple ruthlessness had also been on display at the end of the war in Japan, in the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. America's power was visible as well during the blockade of Berlin in the second half of 1948. Germany was still occupied by the four victorious powers, the Soviets, Americans, British and French. Berlin, which lay within the Soviet zone, was under joint occupation. The Western Allies had announced that they would introduce a new German currency, the Deutschmark, in the zones they controlled. The Soviets blockaded West Berlin with the evident goal of forcing West Berliners to accept supplies from the Soviets, and thus accept Soviet control of their society. The Americans then undertook to supply the isolated city by air, which Moscow claimed could never work. In May 1949, the Soviets had to give up the blockade. The Americans, along with the British, proved capable of supplying thousands of tons of supplies by air every day. In this one action, goodwill, prosperity and power were all on display. As the Cold War began, America and Americans seemed able to do what none of Moscow's previous rivals had, to present a universal and attractive vision of life. It was all well and good to lump the Americans with the Nazis as members of the same reactionary camp, but Jews, and others of course, would find such an association implausible. Soviet Jews were also called Zionists, in that they might prefer Israel, the Jewish national state, to the Soviet Union, their homeland. Israel, after the war, like Poland or Latvia or Finland before the war, was a national state that might attract the loyalty of a diaspora nationality within the Soviet Union. In the interwar period, Soviet policy had first sought to support all nationalities in their cultural development, but then turned sharply against certain national minorities, such as the Poles, Latvians, and Finns. The Soviet Union could offer education and assimilation to Jews, as to all other groups. But what if those educated Soviet Jews, after the establishment of Israel and the triumph of the United States, sensed a better alternative elsewhere? A Soviet Jew could appear to be both a rootless cosmopolitan and a Zionist, insofar as Israel, in the emerging Soviet view, was seen as an American satellite. A Jew attracted to America might support America's new client. A Jew attracted to Israel was supporting Israel's new patron. Either way, or both ways, Soviet Jews were no longer dependable citizens of the Soviet Union. So, perhaps, it appeared to Stalin. Now that Jewishness and Jewish connections with the United States were suspect, Viktor Abakumov, head of the MGB, tried to find a way to make the former activists of the dissolved Anti-Fascist Committee into agents of American espionage. In some sense, the job was easy. The committee had been created to allow Soviet Jews to speak to world Jewry, so its members could easily be called both Jewish nationalists and cosmopolitans. Yet this logic did not immediately seem to justify a mass terror action, or the model of the national operations of 1937-1938. Abakumov found himself frustrated from above. Without Stalin's express approval, he could not drag any truly important Jews into the plot, let alone begin anything like a mass operation. During the national operations of 1937-1938, no member of the Politburo had belonged to any of the targeted nationalities. Matters would be different for any prospective Jewish operation. In 1949, Lazar Kaganovich was no longer Stalin's closest associate, and no longer his presumed successor, but he was still a member of the Soviet Politburo. Any claim of Jewish nationalist penetration of top Soviet organs, on the analogy of Polish nationalist penetration of 1937-1938, would have to begin with Kaganovich. Stalin refused to allow Kaganovich, the only Jewish Politburo member, to be investigated. At this time, 5 of the 210 full and candidate members of the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party were men of Jewish origin. None of them was investigated. Abakumov's search for Jewish spies did reach the families of Politburo members. Polina Jemchuzhina, Molotov's wife, was arrested in January 1949. She denied the charges of treason. In his one act of rebellion, Molotov abstained from the vote to condemn his wife. Later, though, he apologized. I acknowledge my heavy sense of remorse for not having prevented Jemchuzhina, a person very dear to me, from making her mistakes, and from forming ties with anti-Soviet Jewish nationalists such as Mikhail's. The next day she was arrested. Jemchuzhina was sentenced to forced labor, and Molotov divorced her. She spent 5 years in exile in Kazakhstan, among kulaks, the kind of people her husband had helped to deport in the 1930s. It seems that they helped her to survive. Molotov, for his part, lost his position as Commissar for Foreign Affairs. He had been appointed to the job in 1939, in part because he, predecessor Litvinov, was not Jewish, and Stalin had then needed someone with whom Hitler would negotiate. He lost the same job in 1949, at least in part because his wife was Jewish. Those people who were investigated were not very cooperative. When 14 more or less unknown Soviet Jews were finally chosen to be tried in May 1952, the result was an unusual sort of judiciary chaos. Only 2 of the accused confessed to all of the charges during the investigations. The rest admitted only some of the charges or denied them all. Then, during the trial itself, every single one of them claimed to be innocent. Even Itzik Pfeffer, a police informant all along and, during the trial, a witness for the prosecution, refused in the end to cooperate. 13 of the 14 defendants were sentenced to death in August 1952 and executed. Although the trial created a precedent for executing Jews for spying for the Americans, it was of little political value. The people in question were too little known to arouse much interest, and their comportment was inappropriate for a show trial. If Stalin indeed wanted a spectacular Jewish affair, he would have to look elsewhere. Communist Poland looked like a promising place for an anti-Semitic show trial, though in the end one never took place. The Jewish question was even more sensitive in Warsaw than in Moscow. Poland had been the home to more than 3 million Jews before the war. By 1948, it had been remade as a nationally homogeneous ethnic Polish state ruled by communists, some of whom were of Jewish origin. Poles were co-opted by formerly German property in the West and formerly Jewish property in the cities. The Polish language developed words meaning formerly German and formerly Jewish applied to property. Yet while Ukrainians and Germans were deported from communist Poland, Jews were actually deported to Poland, about 100,000 from the Soviet Union. Poles could hardly fail to notice that the highest ranks of the Communist Party and its security apparatus remained multinational, even as the country was ethnically cleansed. Party and secret police leaders were disproportionately of Jewish origin. Jews who chose to stay in Poland after the war were often communists with a sense of mission, who believed in the transformation of the country for the good of all. Poland had been the center of Jewish life in Europe for 500 years. Now that history seemed to be over. Some 90% of Poland's pre-war Jewish population had been killed during the war. Most of the Polish Jewish survivors of the war left their homeland in the years following the war. Many of them could not return to their homes in any event, since these now lay in the Soviet Union, which had annexed eastern Poland. In Soviet ethnic cleansing policies, Ukrainians and Belarusians and Lithuanians were to remain in the Soviet republics that bore their names, whereas Jews, like Poles, were to go to Poland. Jews who tried to return home were often greeted with distrust and violence. Some Poles were perhaps also afraid that Jews would claim property that they had lost during the war, because Poles had, in one way or another, stolen it from them, often after their own homes had been destroyed. Yet Jews were often resettled in formerly German Silesia, a recovered territory taken from Germany, where this issue could not have arisen. Even so, here, as elsewhere in post-war Poland, Jews were beaten and killed and threatened to such an extent that most survivors decided to leave. It mattered, of course, that they had places to go, the United States or Israel. To get to these places, Polish Jews first went to Germany, to displaced persons camps. The voluntary movement of Holocaust survivors to Germany was not only a melancholy irony, it was also the latest stage in a journey that revealed many of the dreadful policies to which the Jews and others had been subjected. Jews in displaced persons camps in Germany were very often Jews from western and central Poland who had fled from the Germans in 1939 or been deported by the Soviets to the Gulag in 1940, only to return to a post-war Poland where people wanted to keep their property and blamed them personally for Soviet rule. It was very dangerous to be a Jew in post-war Poland, though no more so than to be a Ukrainian or a German or a Pole in the anti-communist underground. These other groups generally wished to stay in their homeland. Jews, however, had a special reason to be unsure of themselves in their own country. 3 million of their fellows had just been killed in occupied Poland. The departure of Polish Jews to Israel and the United States made the role of Jewish communists in Polish politics even more visible than it would otherwise have been. The Polish communist regime faced a double political handicap. It was not national in a geopolitical sense, since it was dependent upon the support of Moscow, and it was not national in an ethnic sense, since some of its prominent representatives were Jewish, and these people had spent the war in the Soviet Union. Polish communists of Jewish origin could be in power in 1949 because of the international politics of the early Cold War in 1948. For reasons that had nothing to do with Poland and everything to do with a larger rupture within the communist bloc, Stalin paid more attention to the risk of majority nationalism than to the risk of Jewish cosmopolitanism or Zionism in summer 1948. Since Stalin was trying to coordinate and control his new group of communist allies, Moscow's ideological line reacted to perceived disloyalty in Eastern Europe. As Stalin must have observed, it was much harder for the leaders of communist regimes to follow the Soviet line than it had been for leaders of communist parties before the war. These comrades actually had to govern. Stalin also had to adjust his ideological line to the realities of American power. These anxieties came to the fore in summer 1948. The concern with Jews dropped momentarily into the background. This was crucial for Poland, since it allowed communists of Jewish origin to secure power and then to make sure that no anti-Semitic show trial took place. In summer 1948, Stalin's major worry in Eastern Europe was communist Yugoslavia. In this important Balkan country, communism involved admiration for the Soviet Union, but not dependence upon Soviet power. Tito, Josip Broz, the leader of the Yugoslav communists and Yugoslav partisans, had succeeded in taking power without Soviet help. After the war, Tito showed signs of independence from Stalin in foreign policy. He spoke of a Balkan federation after Stalin had abandoned the idea. He was supporting communist revolutionaries in neighboring Greece, a country that Stalin regarded as falling within the American and British sphere of influence. President Harry Truman had made clear in his doctrine, announced in March 1947, that the Americans would take action to prevent the spread of communism to Greece. Stalin cared more about stabilizing his gains in Europe than about further revolutionary adventures. He clearly believed that he could bring down Tito and have him replaced with a more solicitous Yugoslav leadership. The Tito-Stalin split shaped international communism. Tito's independent stand and the expulsion of Yugoslavia from the Cominform that followed made him a negative model of national communism. Between April and September 1948, Moscow's satellite regimes were encouraged to concern themselves with the supposed nationalist danger, the right-wing deviation from the party line, rather than the Jewish cosmopolitan one, the left-wing deviation. When Polish General Secretary Władysław Gomulka objected to the new line, he opened himself to charges that he too exemplified a national deviation. In June 1948, Andrzej Żdanov instructed rival Polish communists to bring down Gomulka. The Polish Politburo member Jakub Berman agreed that the Polish party suffered from a national deviation. That August, Gomulka was removed from his position as General Secretary. At the end of the month, he had to issue a self-criticism to the assembled Central Committee of the Polish Party. Gomulka was, in fact, a national communist, and Polish comrades of Jewish origins were perhaps right to fear him. He was not Jewish, though he did have a Jewish wife, and was seen as more attentive to the interests of non-Jewish Poles than his comrades. Unlike Jakub Berman and several other leading communists, he had remained in Poland during the war, and so was less well known to the Soviet leadership in Moscow than were comrades who had fled to the Soviet Union. He had certainly profited from national questions. He had presided over the dual ethnic cleansings of Germans and Ukrainians, and had taken personal responsibility for the settlement of Poles in the western recovered territories. He had gone so far as to make a speech to the Central Committee in which he criticized certain traditions of the Polish left for their disproportionate attention to Jews. After his fall, Gomulka was replaced by a triumvirate of Boleslav Bierut, Jakub Berman, and Hilary Minc, the latter two of whom were of Jewish origin. The new Polish Troika came to power just in time to avoid an anti-Semitic action in Poland. Disconcertingly for them, the line from Moscow altered during the very weeks when they were trying to consolidate their position. While the right-wing national deviation was still possible, Stalin's most explicit signals in autumn 1948 concerned the role of Jews in East European communist parties. He made clear that Zionists and cosmopolitans were no longer welcome. Perhaps sensing the new mood, Gomulka appealed to Stalin that December. There were too many Jewish comrades in the Polish party leadership who do not feel connected to the Polish nation. This, according to Gomulka, led to the alienation of the party from Polish society and risked national nihilism. The year 1949 thus brought a particular sort of Stalinism to Poland. Jewish Stalinists exercised a great deal of power, but were caught between Stalinist anti-Semitism in Moscow and popular anti-Semitism in their own country. Neither of these was important enough to make their rule impossible, but they had to make sure that the two did not meet. Jewish communists had to stress that their political identification with the Polish nation was so strong that it erased their Jewish origins and removed any possibility of distinct Jewish policies. One striking example of this tendency was the reimagining of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of 1943, the major instance of Jewish resistance to the Holocaust, as a Polish national revolt led by communists. Hirsch Smola, the Polish Jewish communist who had been the hero of the Minsk ghetto, now drained the Jewishness from Jewish resistance to Nazis. He described the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising in the obligatory ideological terms of Zhdanov. There had been two camps within the ghetto, one progressive and one reactionary. Those who spoke of Israel were in the reactionary camp now, as they had been then. The progressives were the communists, and the communists had fought. This was an extraordinary distortion. While the communists had indeed urged armed resistance in the ghetto, the left-wing Zionists and the Bund had more popular support, and the right-wing Zionists more guns. Smola promised purges to Jewish political activists who failed to accept Polish national communism. And if there turn out to be people among us who are going to buzz on like flies about some sort of supposedly higher and more essential Jewish national goals, then we will eliminate those people from our society, just like the fighters of the ghetto pushed aside the cowards and those of weak will. All resistance to fascism was by definition led by communists. If it was not led by communists, then it was not resistance. The history of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of 1943 had to be rewritten such that communists could be seen as leading Polish Jews, just as they were supposedly leading the Polish anti-Nazi resistance generally. In the politically acceptable history of the Second World War, the resistance in the ghetto had little to do with the mass murder of Jews, and much to do with the courage of communists. This fundamental shift of emphasis obscured the Jewish experience of the war, as the Holocaust became nothing more than an instance of fascism. It was precisely Jewish communists who had to develop and communicate these misrepresentations, so that they could not be charged with attending to Jewish rather than Polish goals. In order to seem like plausible Polish communist leaders, Jewish communists had to delete from history the single most important example of Jews resisting Nazis from Jewish motivations. The bait in Stalin's political trap was left by Hitler. This was Polish Jewish Stalinist self-defense from Stalin's own anti-Semitism. If Jewish resistance heroes were willing, in effect, to deny the significance of Hitler's anti-Semitism to Jewish life and politics, and in some cases to their own desire to resist the German occupation, then surely they had proven their devotion. Stalinism involved denying the most obvious historical facts, and their most pressing personal significance. In the case of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of 1943, Polish Jewish communists managed both. By comparison, the associated slander of the Home Army and the Warsaw Uprising of 1944 was an easy labor. Since it had not been led by communists, it could not have been an uprising. Since the Home Army soldiers were not communists, they were reactionaries, acting against the interests of the toiling masses. The Polish patriots who died seeking to liberate their capital were fascists, little better than Hitler. The Home Army, which had fought the Germans with much greater determination than the Polish communists, was a bespittled dwarf of reaction. Jacob Berman was the Politburo member responsible for both ideology and security in 1949. He repeated a key Stalinist argument for terror. As the revolution nears completion, its enemies fight ever more desperately, and so committed revolutionaries must resort to ever more extreme measures. With feigned deafness to the Soviet line, he framed the struggle as one against the right-wing or national deviation. No one could fault Berman for lack of attention to nationalism after the Tito-Stalin split. Meanwhile, no one could have done more than Berman to discolour the Jewish memory of German mass killing in occupied Poland. Berman, who had lost much of his immediate family to Treblinka in 1942, presided over a Polish national communism in which, only a few years later, the gas chambers fell deep into the historical background. The Holocaust had drawn many Jews toward communism, the ideology of the Soviet liberator. And yet now, in order to rule Poland and to appease Stalin, leading Jewish communists had to deny the Holocaust's importance. Berman had already made a first important move in this direction in December 1946, when he directed that the official estimate of non-Jewish Polish dead be significantly increased, and that of Jewish dead somewhat decreased, so that the two numbers were equal, 3 million each. The Holocaust was already politics, and of a dangerous and difficult sort. It, like every other historical event, had to be understood dialectically, in terms that corresponded to Stalin's ideological line and the political desiderata of the present moment. Perhaps more Jews than non-Jewish Poles had died, but perhaps that was politically inconvenient. Perhaps it would be better if the number were even. To allow one's personal sense of factuality or fairness to interfere with such dialectical adjustments was to fail as a communist. To recall one's own family deaths in the gas chamber was pure bourgeois sentimentality. A successful communist had to look ahead, as Berman did, to see just what the moment demanded from the truth and act accordingly and decisively. The Second World War, like the Cold War, was a struggle of progressive against reactionary forces, and that was that. Berman, a very intelligent man, understood all of this as well as anyone could, and he brought these premises to their logical conclusions. He presided over a security apparatus that arrested members of the Home Army who had accepted the special assignment of saving Jews. They and their actions had no historical resonance within a Stalinist worldview. The Jews had suffered no more than anyone else, and the soldiers of the Home Army were no better than fascists. Berman's most glaring fault, from the perspective of Stalin himself, was that he was himself of Jewish origin, though his documents showed Polish nationality. This was not exactly a secret. He had married under a chuppah. In July 1949, the Soviet ambassador complained in a note to Moscow that the Polish leadership was dominated by Jews such as Berman, and that the security apparatus was run by Jews, an exaggerated assessment, although not without some basis. In the period 1944 to 1954, 167 of 450 high-ranking Ministry of Public Security officers were Jewish, by self-declaration or origin. So about 37% in a country where Jews were fewer than 1% of the population. Most, though far from all people of Jewish origin in the upper reaches of the security service, defined themselves as Poles in their identity documents. This may or may not have reflected how they regarded themselves. These matters were rarely simple. But passport identity, even when it did, as it often did, reflect a sincere identification with the Polish state or nation, did not prevent people of Jewish background from being seen as Jews by much of the Polish population or by the Soviet leadership. Berman, the most important communist of Jewish origin in Poland, was the obvious target of any potential anti-Semitic show trial. He understood this perfectly well. To make matters worse, he could be connected with the leading actors of the main drama of the early Cold War, the Field brothers. The Americans, Noel and Hermann Field, were by then under arrest in Czechoslovakia and Poland as American spies. Noel Field had been an American diplomat, but also an agent of Soviet intelligence. He was friendly with Allen Dulles, the American intelligence chief who had directed the OSS office in Bern, Switzerland. He also ran a relief organization that aided communists after the war. Field came to Prague in 1949, probably believing that the Soviets again wished for his services. He was arrested. His brother Hermann came to look for him and was himself arrested in Warsaw. The two of them, under torture, confessed to having organized a vast espionage organization in Eastern Europe. Though they were never tried themselves, the Field brothers' alleged activities provided the plotline for a number of the show trials that were then being held throughout communist Eastern Europe. In Hungary in September 1949, for example, Laszlo Reich was show-tried and executed as an agent of Noel Field. The Hungarian investigation had supposedly discovered cells of the Field's organization in fraternal communist countries as well. As it happened, Hermann Field knew Berman's secretary and had once given her a letter for him. The Fields were dangerous precisely because they did, in fact, know many communists, could, in fact, be associated with American intelligence, and now, under torture, could be expected to say anything. At a certain point, Stalin himself asked Berman about Field. Jacob Berman could also be linked to Jewish politics of a kind that were no longer permitted. He knew the members of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, since he had met with Michoels and Pfeffer before their 1943 visit to the United States. He came from a family that represented some of the range of Jewish politics in Poland. A brother, killed at Treblinka, had been a member of Poalai Zion Right, one branch of socialist Zionism. Another brother, Adolf, who had survived the Warsaw Ghetto, was a member of Poalai Zion Left, another branch of left-wing Zionism. Adolf Berman had organized social services for children in the Warsaw Ghetto, and after the war directed the Central Committee of Polish Jews. As Poland became communist, he remained a left-wing Zionist, in the conviction that these political positions could somehow be reconciled. In 1949, it was becoming clear that people such as Adolf Berman had no place in post-war Poland. Indeed, it was to him personally that Smola had directed the harsh words about the reactionary character of Zionism and the need to eliminate cowardly Jews from Polish society. In doing so, Smola was creating a kind of Stalinist defense against Stalin himself. If Jewish communists in Poland were ostentatiously anti-Zionist and pro-Polish, they could elude accusations of Zionism and cosmopolitanism. But it was less than clear that even this categorical approach could defend Jacob Berman from the association with his brother. Stalinist anti-Semitism could not be so easily resisted by individual loyalty and commitment. Jacob Berman survived because he was defended by his friend and ally Boleslav Bierut, the General Secretary of the Polish Party and the Gentile face of its ruling triumvirate. Stalin once asked Bierut whom he needed more, Berman or Mintz. Bierut was too wise to fall into that trap. Bierut placed himself between Stalin and Berman, which was to take a risk. In general, Polish communists never permitted themselves the brutality to one another that was evident in Czechoslovakia, Romania, or Hungary. Even the disgraced Gomulka was never forced to sign a humiliating confession or face trial. Polish communists who were in power in the late 1940s usually knew from personal experience just what had happened to their comrades in the 1930s. Back then, Stalin had sent a signal. Polish communists had duly denounced each other, which led to mass murder and the end of the party itself. Although all foreign communists suffered in the Great Terror, this Polish experience was unique, and perhaps created a certain sense of concern for the lives of one's own closest comrades. As the pressure from the Soviet Union built, Berman finally allowed the security services to follow the anti-Jewish line in 1950. Polish Jews fell under special suspicion as American or Israeli spies. This was not without a certain awkwardness, as those building the cases against Polish Jews were sometimes themselves Polish Jews. The Polish security apparatus itself was purged of some of its Jewish officers. Because this often involved Jews purging other Jews, the relevant department of the security apparatus was informally called the Bureau of Self-Extermination. It was directed by Josef Stalin, whose own sister had left for Israel in 1947. Yet Berman, Mintz, and Bierut held on, maintaining that they were the proper Poles, the proper communists, the proper patriots, both to an incredulous society and to a doubting Stalin. Although Jews, communists, and otherwise were forced to stifle the memory of the Holocaust, there was no public campaign in Poland in those years against Zionists and cosmopolitans. Making concessions and relying on the loyalty of his friend Bierut, Berman was able to maintain that in Poland the main danger came from the Polish, not the Jewish, national deviation. When in July 1951 Gomulka was finally arrested, the two security officers who came for him, as he likely remembered, were men of Jewish origin. In the years 1950 to 1952, as the Poles dragged their feet, the Cold War became a military confrontation. The Korean War sharpened Stalin's concerns about American power. In the early 1950s, the Soviet Union seemed to be in a much stronger position than it had been before the war. The three powers then presented as encircling the Soviet Union, Germany, Poland, and Japan, had all been substantially weakened. Poland was now a Soviet satellite, whose Minister of Defense was a Soviet officer. Soviet troops had reached Berlin and remained. In October 1949, the Soviet occupation zone of Germany had been transformed into the German Democratic Republic, a Soviet satellite ruled by German communists. East Prussia, the formerly German district on the Baltic Sea, had been divided between Communist Poland and the USSR itself. Japan, the great threat of the 1930s, had been defeated and disarmed. Yet here the Soviet Union had not contributed to the victory, and so took little part in the occupation. The Americans were building military bases in Japan and teaching the Japanese to play baseball. Even in defeat, Japan had changed the politics of East Asia. The Japanese incursion in China in 1937 had, in the end, only aided the Chinese communists. In 1944, the Japanese had mounted a successful ground offensive against the Chinese nationalist government. This made no difference to the outcome of the war, but it did fatally weaken the nationalist regime. Once the Japanese surrendered, their forces were withdrawn from the Chinese mainland. Then the Chinese communists had their moment, much as Russia's communists had 30 years before. Japan, in the Second World War, played the role that Germany had played in the First World War. Having failed to win a great empire for itself, it served as the handmaiden to a communist revolution in a neighbor. The People's Republic of China was declared in October 1949. Although in Washington Chinese communism looked like the continuation of a world communist revolution, it was ambivalent news for Stalin. Mao Zedong, the leader of the Chinese communists, was not a personal client of Stalin, as were many of the East European communists. Although Chinese communists accepted the Stalinist version of Marxism, Stalin had never exercised personal control of their party. Stalin knew that Mao would be an ambitious and unpredictable rival. The Battle of China, he said, isn't over yet. In making policy in East Asia, Stalin now had to ensure that the Soviet Union maintained its position of leader of the communist world. This concern arose first with respect to Korea, where a communist state had also just been established. Japan, which had ruled Korea since 1905, withdrew after the war. The Korean peninsula was then occupied by the Soviet Union in the north and the United States in the south. North Korean communists established a People's Republic in North Korea in 1948. In spring 1950, Stalin had to decide what to say to Kim Il-sung, the North Korean communist leader who wished to invade the southern part of the peninsula. Stalin knew that the Americans considered Korea beyond the defensive perimeter they were constructing in Japan and the Pacific, because the Secretary of State had said as much in January. The U.S. Army had withdrawn from the peninsula in 1949. Kim Il-sung told Stalin that his forces would quickly overcome the South Korean army. Stalin gave Kim Il-sung his blessing for war and sent Soviet arms to the North Koreans, who invaded the South on the 25th of June 1950. Stalin even dispatched several hundred Soviet Koreans from Soviet Central Asia to fight on the North Korean side. The same people who had been deported by order of Stalin only 13 years earlier. The Korean War looked very much like an armed confrontation between the communist and capitalist worlds. The Americans responded quickly and firmly, sending troops from Japan and elsewhere in the Pacific, and were able to push the North Koreans across the original border. In September, Truman approved NSC 68, a secret and formal confirmation of the American grand strategy of containment of communism throughout the world, an idea formulated by George Kennan. In October, the Chinese intervened on the side of the North Koreans. Until 1952, the United States and its allies were making war against Communist North Korea and Communist China. with American tanks battling Soviet-made tanks and American aircraft engaging Soviet-made fighters. Stalin seemed to fear a broader war, perhaps a war on two fronts. In January 1951, Stalin called together the leaders of his East European satellites and ordered them to build up their armies in preparation for a war in Europe. In 1951 and 1952, the troop strength of the Red Army doubled. During precisely these years, in 1951 and 1952, the idea that Soviet Jews were undercover agents of the United States seems to have gained resonance in Stalin's mind. Defied in Berlin, frustrated in Poland, and embattled in Korea, Stalin faced again, at least in his own increasingly troubled imagination, encirclement by enemies. As in the 1930s, so in the 1950s, it was possible to see the Soviet Union as the object of an international plot, masterminded no longer from Berlin, Warsaw, and Tokyo, with London in the background, but from Washington, with London in the background. Stalin apparently believed that a Third World War was inevitable, and reacted to what he saw as the coming threat much as he had in the late 1930s. In some respects, the international situation could seem more threatening now than then. The Great Depression had at least brought poverty to the capitalist world. But by the early 1950s, it seemed that the countries liberated by the Western powers would undergo a quick economic recovery. In the 1930s, the capitalist powers were divided against one another. As of April 1949, the most important of them were united in a new military alliance, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO. Stalin found a way, in July 1951, to turn his own security services against an imagined Jewish plot inside the Soviet Union. The narrative of the plot, as it emerged in the second half of that year, had two parts. Russians who might have been seen as anti-Jewish had been murdered, and their murders had been covered up by the Soviet security apparatus. One of the supposed victims was Alexander Shcherbakov, the wartime propagandist who had claimed that Russian people were bearing the main burden of the war. He had overseen the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee and had purged newspapers of Jewish journalists at Stalin's orders. The other was Andrei Zhdanov, Stalin's purifier of Soviet culture, who had blocked the publication of the Black Book of Soviet Jewry. Their deaths were supposedly the beginning of a wave of Jewish medical terrorism, sponsored by American paymasters, which was to end only with the slaughter of the Soviet leadership. One of the ostensible murderers was the Jewish doctor Yakov Ettinger, who had died in police custody in March 1951. Viktor Abakumov, director of the MGB, had supposedly failed to report on this plot because he was himself involved in it. In order to prevent his own role from being known, he had deliberately killed Ettinger. Because Abakumov had killed Ettinger, Ettinger had been unable to confess to the full range of his crimes. A first outline of these extraordinary claims was presented in a denunciation of Abakumov sent to Stalin by Abakumov's MGB subordinate, Mikhail Ryumin. The choice of Ettinger played to Stalin's worries. Ettinger had been arrested not as part of any medical plot, but as a Jewish nationalist. By his clever initiative, Ryumin had linked Jewish nationalism, Stalin's recent anxiety, with medical murder, one of his traditional preoccupations. None of Ryumin's particular claims, of course, made very much sense. Shcherbakov had died the day after he had insisted, against doctors' orders, on taking part in a Victory Day parade. Zhdanov, too, had ignored doctors' orders to rest. As for Ettinger, the Jewish doctor in question, he had been killed not by Abakumov, but by Ryumin himself in March 1951. Ryumin had exhausted Ettinger by the unceasing interrogations known as the conveyor method, after doctors had told him that this would endanger the man's life. Yet Ryumin had hit upon a connection that he believed would appeal to Stalin: terrorist Jewish doctors killing prominent Russian communists. Henceforth, the direction of the investigation would be clear: purge the MGB of Jews and their lackeys and find more Jewish killer doctors. Abakumov was duly arrested on the 4th of July 1951 and replaced by Ryumin, who began an anti-Jewish purge of the MGB. The Central Committee then ordered further investigation of the terrorist activities of Ettinger on the 11th of July. 5 days later, the MGB arrested the electrocardiogram specialist Sofia Karpai. She was extremely important to the entire investigation. She was the only Jewish doctor still alive who could be linked in any way to the death of a Soviet leader. She had indeed taken and interpreted 2 readings of Zhdanov's heart. Yet under arrest she declined to endorse the story of medical murder and refused to implicate anyone else. The case was weak, but further evidence of Jewish plots could be generated elsewhere. Another Soviet satellite, Communist Czechoslovakia, would provide the anti-Semitic show trial that Poland did not. A week after Sofia Karpai's arrest, on the 23rd of July 1951, Stalin signaled to Klement Gottwald, the Communist president of Czechoslovakia, that he should rid himself of his close associate Rudolf Slansky, who ostensibly represented Jewish bourgeois nationalism. On the 6th of September, Slansky was removed from his position as General Secretary. Moscow's evident disfavor provoked a real espionage plot, or at least a botched attempt at one. Czechs working for American intelligence noticed that Moscow had sent no congratulations to Slansky on the occasion of his 50th birthday, on the 31st of July 1951. They moved ahead to encourage Slansky to defect from Czechoslovakia. In early November they sent him a letter in which they offered refuge in the West. The courier who was to deliver the message was in fact a double agent, working for the Communist Czechoslovak security services. He gave the letter to his superiors, who showed it to the Soviets. On the 11th of November, Stalin sent a personal envoy to Gottwald to demand Slansky's immediate arrest. Although neither Slansky nor Gottwald had seen the letter at this point, Gottwald now seemed to believe that he had no choice. Slansky was arrested on the 24th of November and interrogated for a year. The final result of the Slansky case was spectacular. A Czechoslovak Stalinist show trial on the Soviet model of 1936, with an overlay of unabashed anti-Semitism. Although some of the most prominent victims of the Moscow show trials of 1936 had been Jewish, they were not tried for their Jewishness. In Prague, 11 out of the 14 defendants were of Jewish origin, and were identified as such in the trial record. The word cosmopolitan was used as if it were a term of legal art whose meaning was known to all. On the 20th of November 1952, Slansky set the tone of the political séance, summoning forth the spirits of communists who had gone before him to their deaths. I acknowledge fully my guilt and wish honestly and truthfully to describe everything that I have done and the crimes that I have committed. He was obviously following a rehearsed script. At one point in the trial, he answered a question that the prosecutor had forgotten to ask. Slansky confessed to a conspiracy that ran the gamut of the obligatory obsessions of the day, with Titoists, Zionists, Freemasons, and American intelligence officers who recruited only Jews. Among his supposed crimes was the medical murder of Gottwald. Rudolf Margolius, another of the defendants, had to denounce his parents, both of whom had died at Auschwitz. As during the Great Terror, the various plots turned out to be coordinated by a center, in this case an anti-state conspiratorial center. All 14 defendants asked for the death penalty, and 11 of them got it. As the noose was placed around Slansky's neck on the 3rd of December 1952, he thanked the hangman and said, "I am getting what I deserve." The bodies of the 11 executed defendants were cremated. Their ashes were later used to fill the ruts of a road. At such a moment, it could hardly have seemed unlikely that a public trial of Soviet Jews would follow. 13 Soviet citizens had been executed in Moscow in August 1952 on charges of espionage for the United States, on the basis of allegations of cosmopolitanism and Zionism, rather than reliable information. These had been people incriminated as Jewish nationalists and American spies by evidence generated from torture, and then tried in secret. 11 Czechoslovak citizens had been executed in Prague in December 1952 on much the same basis, but after a public trial that recalled the Great Terror. Now even the Polish regime began to arrest people as Israeli spies. In autumn 1952, several more Soviet doctors were under investigation. None of them had anything to do with Zhdanov or Shcherbakov, but they had treated other Soviet and foreign communist dignitaries before their deaths. One of them was Stalin's personal doctor, who had advised him to retire in early 1952. At Stalin's express and repeated orders, these people were beaten terribly, and some of them then produced the right kind of scripted confessions. Miron Vovsi, who happened to be a cousin of Solomon Mikhaels, confessed in the robotic language of Stalinism. Thinking it all over, I came to the conclusion that despite the rottenness of my crimes, I must disclose the terrible truths to the investigation of my villainous work, conducted with the aim of destroying the health and shortening the life of specific, leading state workers of the Soviet Union. Once these confessions were in hand, the time must have seemed right to an aging man. Stalin usually planned well before he struck his blow, but he now seemed to be in a hurry. On the 4th of December 1952, the day after the execution of Slansky, the Soviet Central Committee took cognizance of a doctor's plot, in which a leading role was played by Jewish nationals. One of the plotters was supposedly Stalin's doctor, who was Russian. Those who were of Jewish origin were listed as such. Stalin had now contrived to condemn his physician, the man who had advised him to end his political career. Stalin showed other signs that his political worries were linked to his personal fears. He clung, literally, to his daughter Svetlana, dancing with her at his 73rd birthday party on the 21st of December 1952. It was as if, that December, Stalin wanted to purge his own death. A communist cannot believe in the immortal soul, but he must believe in history. As revealed in changes in the modes of production, as reflected by the rise of the proletariat, as represented by the Communist Party, as distilled by Stalin, and thus in fact as made by Stalin's will. If life was nothing but a social construction, then perhaps death was too, and all could be reversed by the exercise of courageous and willful dialectics. Doctors caused it rather than delayed it. The man who warned of forthcoming death was a murderer rather than a counselor. What was needed was the right performance. Solomon Mikhaels was at his best in the role of King Lear, a ruler who foolishly conceded power too soon and to the wrong successors. Now Mikhaels had been banished, like a spectre of impotence. No doubt his Jewish people and all they stood for, the risk of the defilement of the Soviet Union, the risk of another history of the Second World War, the risk of the wrong future, could be banished as well. Stalin, a sick man of 73, listening to no counsel but his own, pushed forward. In December 1952, he said that every Jew is a nationalist and an agent of American intelligence, a paranoid formulation even by his standards. The Jews, he said that same month, believed that their nation had been saved by the United States. Here was a legend that had not yet even arisen. But Stalin was not entirely wrong. With characteristic perspicacity, Stalin correctly forecast one of the major myths of the Cold War, and even of the decades that followed its end. None of the Allies did very much to rescue Jews. The Americans never even saw the major killing sites. On the 13th of January 1953, the party newspaper, Pravda, revealed an American plot to murder the Soviet leadership by medical means. The doctors, it was understood, were Jews. The news agency TASS characterized the terrorist group of doctors as monsters in human form. Yet despite the vitriolic language, so redolent of the Great Terror, all was not quite ready. The people named in the article had not yet all admitted to their supposed crimes, which was a precondition to any show trial. Those accused must confess in private before they can be expected to do so in public. This was the minimum condition of the scenography of Stalinism. The accused could not be expected to follow a show trial in a public courtroom if they had not already agreed to it in the confines of an interrogation chamber. Sophia Karpai, the cardiologist who was the key defendant, had not confessed to anything at all. She was Jewish and a woman. Perhaps the interrogators assumed that she would be the first to break. In the end, she was the only one of all the accused with the strength to stand by her story and defend her innocence. At what turned out to be her last interrogation, on the 18th of February 1953, she held firm, explicitly denying the charges against her. Like Stalin, she was ill and dying. Unlike him, she must have understood this to be the case. She seemed to believe that it mattered to speak the truth. By doing so, she slowed the investigation. She outlived Stalin, if only by a matter of days. She perhaps ensured that other people outlived Stalin as well. In February 1953, the Soviet leadership was drafting and redrafting a collective Jewish self-denunciation, including phrases that might have come straight from Nazi propaganda. It was to be signed by prominent Soviet Jews and published in Pravda. Vasily Grossman was among those intimidated into signing the letter. In vicious press attacks, it suddenly emerged that his recently published novel of the war, For a Just Cause, was not patriotic enough. For a Just Cause was a vast novel of the Battle of Stalingrad, mostly within Stalinist conventions. Now Grossman's perspective changed. In its sequel, his masterpiece, Life and Fate, Grossman would have a Nazi interrogator contemplate the future. Today you're appalled by our hatred of the Jews. Tomorrow you may make use of our experience yourselves. In the latest known draft of the letter of the 20th of February 1953, the signatories were to affirm that there were two camps, progressive and reactionary, among Jews. Israel was in the reactionary camp. Its leaders were Jewish millionaires connected with American monopolists. Soviet Jews were also to acknowledge that the nations of the Soviet Union, and above all the great Russian nation, had saved humanity and the Jews. The letter condemned imperialism generally, and the Jews of the Doctor's Plot by name. In Stalinist terms, it could be read as a justification, or even an invitation, to a large-scale purge of Soviet Jews who were not sufficiently anti-imperialist. The Soviet citizens who were to sign the letter would have had to identify themselves as Jews. Not all of them were seen as such, or saw themselves as such, and as leaders of a community that was clearly in danger. Ilya Ehrenberg, like Grossman, a Soviet writer of Jewish origin, had allowed Stalin to sign his name over polemical articles about Israel. Now, however, he hesitated to endorse such a document. He wrote a disingenuous letter to Stalin, asking him what to do. He mounted the same sort of defense as had Berman and the Polish Jewish communists a few years earlier. Since Jews are not a nation, and we personally are loyal communists, how can we take part in a campaign against ourselves as representatives of some collective national entity known as Jewry? Stalin never replied. He was found in a coma on the 1st of March 1953 and died 4 days later. What Stalin had wanted can only be guessed. He might not have been entirely sure himself. He might have been awaiting the response of Soviet society to the first probes. Plagued by mortality and doubts about the succession, worried by the influence of Jews in the Soviet system, and fighting a Cold War against a powerful enemy that he understood only dimly, he turned to the traditional means of self-defense: trials and purges. Judging by the rumors circulating at the time, Soviet citizens had no trouble imagining the possible outcomes. Doctors would have been show-tried with Soviet leaders who were their supposed allies. Remaining Jews would have been purged from the state police and the armed forces. The 35,000 Soviet Jewish doctors, and perhaps scientists as well, might have been deported to camps. And perhaps even the Jewish people as such would have been subject to forced removal or even mass shootings. Such an action, had it taken place, would have been one more in a series of national operations and ethnic deportations which had begun in 1930 with the Poles and then continued through the Great Terror and during and after the Second World War. All of this would have been in line with Stalin's previous practice and would have fit a traditional logic. The national minorities to be feared and punished were those with apparent connections to the non-Soviet world. Though it had brought death to 5.7 million Jews, the war had also contributed to the establishment of a Jewish national homeland beyond the reach of Stalin. Like the enemy nations of the 1930s, the Jews now had reasons for grievance inside the Soviet Union: 4 years of purges and official anti-Semitism, an external protector outside the Soviet Union, Israel, and a role to play in the international struggle led by the United States. The precedents were clear and the logic was known. But Stalinism was coming to an end. Taking into account all the trials in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, and all the people who died in police custody, Stalin killed no more than a few dozen Jews in these last years of his life. If he did indeed want one final national terror operation, which is far from clear, he was unable to see it to completion. It is tempting to imagine that only his death prevented this outcome, that the Soviet Union was hurtling toward another national purge on the scale of the 1930s. But the evidence is very mixed. Stalin's own actions were surprisingly hesitant, and the reactions of his organs of power slow. Stalin was not the master of his country in the 1950s as he was in the 1930s, and it was no longer the same country. He had become more a cult than a personality. He visited no factories, farms, or government offices after the Second World War, and made only 3 public speeches between 1946 and 1953. By 1950, Stalin no longer led the Soviet Union as a lone tyrant, as he had for most of the previous 15 years. In the 1950s, the key members of the Politburo met regularly during his long absences from Moscow, and had their own networks of clients in the Soviet bureaucracies. Like the Great Terror of 1937-1938, a mass death purge of Jews would have created possibilities for upward mobility in Soviet society generally. But it was not at all clear that Soviet citizens, anti-Semitic though many of them certainly were, would have wanted such an opportunity at such a price. What was most striking was the fussiness of it all. During the Great Terror, Stalin's suggestions were transformed into orders, the orders into quotas, the quotas into corpses, the corpses into numbers. Nothing of the kind happened in the Jewish case. Though Stalin spent much of the last 5 years of his life preoccupied with Soviet Jews, he was unable to find the security chief who could make the right kind of case. In the old days, Stalin rid himself of security chiefs after they had completed some sort of mass action, and then blamed them for its excesses. Now officers of the MGB, perhaps understandably, seemed hesitant to commit the excesses in the first place. First, Stalin had Abakumov work the case, although Lavrenti Beria was in overall charge of state security. Then he let Abakumov be denounced by Ryumin, who in his turn fell in November 1952. Finally, the investigation was taken up by S.A. Goglidze, a client of Beria. Stalin had lost his once total power to draw people into his fictitious world. He found himself threatening security chiefs rather than instructing them. His subordinates understood that Stalin wanted confessions and coincidences that could be presented as proof, but they were constantly hindered by a certain attention to bureaucratic propriety, and even, in some measure, to law. The judge who sentenced the members of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee advised the defendants of their right to appeal. In the persecutions of Soviet Jews, security chiefs sometimes had trouble making their subordinates, and, perhaps most important, the defendants, understand what was expected of them. Interrogations, though brutal, did not always produce the kind of evidence that was needed. Torture, though it took place, was a last resort, and one upon which Stalin had personally to insist. Stalin was right to be concerned about the influence of the war and of the West, and about the continuation of the Soviet system as he had formed it. In the years after the Second World War, far from all Soviet citizens were eager to accept that the 1940s had justified the 1930s, that the victory over Germany had retrospectively justified the repressions of Soviet citizens. That, of course, had been the logic of the Great Terror at the time, that a war was coming, and so dangerous elements had to be removed. In Stalin's mind, a coming war with the Americans likely justified another round of preemptive repressions in the 1950s. It is not at all clear that Soviet citizens were willing to take that step, although many went along with the anti-Semitic hysteria of the early 1950s, refusing, for example, to see Jewish doctors or to take medicine from Jewish pharmacists. This was not an endorsement of a return to mass terror. The Soviet Union lasted almost 4 decades after Stalin's death, but its security organs never again organized a famine or a mass shooting. Stalin's successors, brutal though they were, abandoned the practice of mass terror in the Stalinist sense. Nikita Khrushchev, who eventually triumphed in the struggle for Stalin's succession, released most of the Ukrainian prisoners he had sent to the Gulag a decade before. It was not that Khrushchev was personally incapable of mass killing. He had been bloodthirsty during the terror of 1937-1938 and the reconquest of Western Ukraine after the Second World War. It was rather that he believed that the Soviet Union could no longer be run in the same fashion. He even revealed some of Stalin's crimes in a speech to a party congress in February 1956, although he emphasized the sufferings of Communist Party elites rather than the groups who had suffered in far larger numbers: peasants, workers, and the members of the national minorities. East European states remained satellites of the Soviet Union, but none of them moved beyond show trials, the prelude to the Great Terror of the late 1930s, to mass killing. Most of them, Poland was an exception, collectivized agriculture, but never denied peasants the right to private plots. There was no starvation in the satellite states, as there had been in the Soviet Union. Under Khrushchev, the Soviet Union would invade its communist satellite Hungary in 1956. Although the civil war that followed killed thousands of people and the intervention forced a change of leadership, no mass blood purges followed. Relatively few people were purposefully killed in communist Eastern Europe after 1953. The numbers were orders of magnitude less than during the eras of mass killing, 1933 to 1945, and ethnic cleansing, 1945 to 1947. Stalinist anti-Semitism haunted Eastern Europe long after the death of Stalin. It was rarely a major tool of governance, but it was always available in moments of political stress. Anti-Semitism allowed leaders to revise the history of wartime suffering, recalled as the suffering only of Slavs, and also the history of Stalinism itself, which was portrayed as the deformed Jewish version of communism. In Poland in 1968, 15 years after Stalin's death, the Holocaust was revisited for the purposes of communist nationalism. And by this time, Władysław Gomulka had returned to power. In February 1956, when Khrushchev criticized some aspects of Stalin's rule, he undermined the position of East European communist leaders associated with Stalinism and strengthened the hands of those who could call themselves reformers. This was the end for the triumvirate of Berman, Beirut, and Minsk. Gomulka was released from prison, rehabilitated, and allowed to take power that October. He represented the hope of some Poles for a reform communism, of others for a more national communism. Poland had already gained what it could from post-war reconstruction and rapid industrialization. Attempts to improve the economic system proved either counterproductive or politically risky. After all attempts to improve the economic system failed, nationalism remained. In Poland in 1968, Gomulka's regime enacted an anti-Zionist purge that recalled the rhetoric of Stalin's last years. 20 years after his own fall from grace in 1948, Gomulka took revenge on Polish Jewish communists, or rather upon some of their children. As in the Soviet Union in 1952 and 1953, so in Poland in 1967 and 1968, the question of succession loomed. Gomulka had been in power for a long time. Like Stalin, he was willing to discredit rivals by way of their association with the Jewish question, and in particular by their softness on the supposed Zionist threat. Zionism returned to the communist Polish press with the Israeli victory in the Six-Day War of June 1967. In the Soviet Union, the war confirmed the status of Israel as an American satellite, a line that was to be followed in the East European communist states. Yet Poles sometimes supported Israel, our little Jews, as people said, against the Arabs, who were backed by the Soviet Union. Some Poles saw Israel at that point much as they saw themselves, as the persecuted underdog, opposed by the Soviet Union, representing Western civilization. For such people, Israel's victory over Arab states was a fantasy of Poland defeating the Soviet Union. The official Polish communist position was rather different. The Polish communist leadership identified Israel with Nazi Germany and Zionism with National Socialism. These claims were often made by people who had lived through, and indeed sometimes fought in, the Second World War. Yet these grotesque comparisons followed from a certain political logic, now common to communist leaders in Poland and the Soviet Union. In the communist worldview, it was not the Jews, but the Slavs, Russians in the USSR, Poles in Poland, who were the central figures as victors and victims of the Second World War. The Jews, always an immense problem for this story of suffering, had been assimilated to it in the post-war years, counted when necessary as Soviet citizens in the USSR and as Poles in Poland. In Poland, Jewish communists had done the most to eliminate Jews from the history of the German occupation in Poland. Having performed this task by 1956, the Jewish communists lost power. It was the non-Jewish communist Gomulka who exploited the legend of ethnic Polish innocence. This recitation of the Second World War was also a propaganda stance in the Cold War. Poles and Russians, Slavic victims of the last German war, were accordingly still threatened by Germany, which now meant West Germany and its patron the United States. In the world of the Cold War, this was not entirely unconvincing. The Chancellor of West Germany at the time was a former Nazi. Maps of Germany in German school books included the lands lost to Poland in 1945, marked as under Polish administration. West Germany had never extended diplomatic recognition to post-war Poland. In the Western democracies, as in West Germany, there was then little public discussion of German war crimes. In admitting West Germany to NATO in 1955, the United States, in effect, overlooked the atrocities of its recent German enemy. As in the 1950s, Stalinist anti-Semitism assigned Israel a perfidious place in the Cold War. Picking up a theme from the Soviet press of January 1953, the Polish press in 1967 explained that West Germany had conveyed Nazi ideology to Israel. Political cartoons portrayed the Israeli army as the Wehrmacht. Thus, Israel's claim that its existence was morally sanctioned by the Second World War and the Holocaust was supposed to be reversed. On the Polish communist account, capitalism had led to imperialism, of which National Socialism was an example. At the moment, the leader of the imperialist camp was the United States, of which Israel and West Germany alike were the cat's paws. Israel was just one more instance of imperialism, sustaining a world order that generated crimes against humanity rather than a small state with a special historical claim to victimhood. The communists wished to monopolize claims of victimhood for themselves. These Nazi-Zionist comparisons began in Communist Poland with the Six-Day War in June 1967, but came home when the Polish regime repressed opponents the following spring. Polish university students protesting the ban on the performance of a play called a peaceful rally against the regime for the 8th of March 1968. The regime then castigated their leaders as Zionists. The previous year, Jews in Poland had been called a fifth column, supporting Poland's enemies abroad. Now the problems of Poland as a whole were blamed on the Jews, categorized once again, as in the USSR 15 years before, as both Zionists and cosmopolitans. As in the Soviet Union, this was only an apparent contradiction. The Zionists supposedly favored Israel, and the cosmopolitans were supposedly drawn to the United States. But both were allies of imperialism and thus enemies of the Polish state. They were outsiders and traitors, indifferent to Poland and Polishness. In an agile maneuver, Polish communists were now claiming an old European anti-Semitic argument for their own. The Nazi stereotype of Judeo-Bolshevism, Hitler's own idea that communism was a Jewish plot, had been quite widespread in pre-war Poland. The prominence of Polish Jews in the early communist regime, though a product of very special historical circumstances, had done little to dispel the popular association between Jews and communists. Now, in spring 1968, Polish communists played to this stereotype by claiming that the problem with Stalinism was its Jewishness. If anything had gone wrong in communist Poland in the 1940s and 1950s, it was the fault of the Jews, who exerted too much control over the party and thereby deformed the whole system. Some communists might have done harm to Poles, was the implication, but these communists had been Jews. But Polish communism, it followed, could be cleansed of such people, or at least of their sons and daughters. Gomulka's regime, in this way, tried to make communism ethnically Polish. The solution could only be a purge of Jews from public life and positions of political influence. But who was a Jew? In 1968, students with Jewish names or Stalinist parents received disproportionate attention in the press. Polish authorities used anti-Semitism to separate the rest of the population from the students, organizing huge rallies of workers and soldiers. The Polish working class became, in the pronouncements of the country's leaders, the ethnically Polish working class. But matters were not so simple. The Gomulka regime was happy to use the Jewish label to rid itself of criticism in general. A Jew, by the party definition, was not always someone whose parents were Jewish. Characteristic of the campaign was a certain vagueness about Jews. Often a Zionist was simply an intellectual or someone unfavorable to the regime. The campaign was calculatedly unjust, deliberately provocative, and absurd in its historical vacuity. It was not, however, lethal. The anti-Semitic tropes of Polish communism recalled late Stalinism, and thus stereotypes familiar in Nazi Germany. There was never any plan, however, to murder Jews. Although at least one suicide can be connected to the anti-Zionist campaign, and many people were beaten by the police, no one was actually killed. The regime made about 2,591 arrests, drafted a few hundred more students to garrisons distant from Warsaw, and sentenced some of the student leaders to prison. About 17,000 Polish citizens, most but not all of Jewish origin, accepted the regime's offer of one-way travel documents and left the country. Residents of Warsaw could not help but notice that they left from a railway station not far from the Unschlagplatz, whence the Jews of Warsaw had been deported by train to Treblinka only 26 years earlier. 3 million Jews at least had lived in Poland before the Second World War. After this episode of communist anti-Semitism, perhaps 30,000 remained. For Polish communists and those who believed them, the Jews were not victims in 1968 or at any earlier point. They were people who conspired to deprive Poles of their righteous claim to innocence and heroism. The Stalinist anti-Semitism of Poland in 1968 changed the lives of tens of thousands of people, and ended the faith in Marxism of many intelligent young men and women in Eastern Europe. Marxism, of course, had other problems. By this time, the economic potential of the Stalinist model was exhausted in Communist Poland, as it was throughout the Communist bloc. Collectivization was no boon to agrarian economies. Only so much fast growth could be generated by forced industrialization. After a generation, it was clear more or less everywhere that Western Europe was more prosperous than the Communist world, and that the gap was growing. Polish communist leaders, in embracing anti-Semitism, were implicitly admitting that their system could not be improved. They alienated many of the people who might earlier have believed in a reform of communism, and had no idea how they might improve the system themselves. In 1970, Gomulka would fall from power after trying to increase prices, and be replaced by an entirely unideological successor who would try to borrow his way to Poland's prosperity. The failure of that scheme led to the emergence of the Solidarity movement in 1980. Even as the Polish students were falling under police batons in March 1968, Czechoslovak communists were trying to reform Marxism in Eastern Europe. During the Prague Spring, the communist regime allowed a great deal of free public expression in the hope of generating support for economic reform. Predictably, discussions had led in other directions than the regime had expected. Despite Soviet pressure, Alexander Dubček, the General Secretary of the Czechoslovak Party, allowed gatherings and debates to continue. That August, Soviet and Polish and East German and Bulgarian and Hungarian troops invaded Czechoslovakia and crushed the Prague Spring. Soviet propaganda confirmed that the Polish leadership's experiment with anti-Semitism was no deviation. In the Soviet press, much attention was devoted to the real or imagined Jewish origins of Czechoslovak communist reformers. In Poland in the 1970s and 1980s, the secret police made a point of emphasizing the Jewish origins of some members of the opposition. When Mikhail Gorbachev came to power in 1985 as a reformer in the Soviet Union, opponents of his reforms tried to exploit Russian anti-Semitism in defense of the old system. Stalinism had displaced East European Jews from their historical position as victims of the Germans and embedded them instead in an account of an imperialist conspiracy against communism. From there, it was but a small step to present them as part of a conspiracy of their own, and thus the communists' hesitation to distinguish and define Hitler's major crime tended, as the decades passed, to confirm an aspect of Hitler's world view. Stalinist anti-Semitism in Moscow, Prague, and Warsaw killed only a handful of people, but it confused the European past. The Holocaust complicated the Stalinist story of the suffering of Soviet citizens as such, and displaced Russians and Slavs as the most victimized of groups. It was the Communists and their loyal Slavic and other followers who were to be understood as both the victors and the victims of the Second World War. The scheme of Slavic innocence and Western aggression was to be applied to the Cold War as well, even if this meant that Jews, associated with Israel and America in the imperialist Western camp, were to be regarded as the aggressors of history. So long as communists governed most of Europe, the Holocaust could never be seen for what it was. Precisely because so many millions of non-Jewish East Europeans had indeed been killed on the battlefields, in the gulags and stalags, in besieged cities, and in reprisals in the villages and the countryside, the communist emphasis upon non-Jewish suffering always had a historical foundation. Communist leaders, beginning with Stalin and continuing to the end, could rightly say that few people in the West appreciated the role of the Red Army in the defeat of the Wehrmacht and the suffering that the peoples of Eastern Europe endured under German occupation. It took just one modification, the submersion of the Holocaust into a generic account of suffering, to externalize that which had once been so central to Eastern Europe: Jewish civilization. During the Cold War, the natural response in the West was to emphasize the enormous suffering that Stalinism had brought to the citizens of the Soviet Union. This, too, was true, but like the Soviet accounts, it was not the only truth, or the whole truth. In this competition for memory, the Holocaust, the other German mass-killing policies, and the Stalinist mass murders became three different histories, even though in historical fact they shared a place and time. Like the vast majority of the mass killing of civilians by both the Nazi and the Soviet regimes, the Holocaust took place in the Bloodlands. After the war, the traditional homelands of European Jewry lay in the communist world, as did the death factories and the killing fields. By introducing a new kind of anti-Semitism into the world, Stalin made of the Holocaust something less than it was. When an international collective memory of the Holocaust emerged in the 1970s and 1980s, it rested on the experiences of German and West European Jews, minor groups of victims, and on Auschwitz, where only about 1 in 6 of the total number of murdered Jews died. Historians and commemorators in Western Europe and the United States tend to correct that Stalinist distortion by erring in the other direction, by passing quickly over the nearly 5 million Jews killed east of Auschwitz and the nearly 5 million non-Jews killed by the Nazis. Deprived of its Jewish distinctiveness in the East and stripped of its geography in the West, the Holocaust never quite became part of European history, even as Europeans and many others came to agree that all should remember the Holocaust. Stalin's empire covered Hitler's. The Iron Curtain fell between West and East, and between the survivors and the dead. Now that it has lifted, we may see, if we so wish, the history of Europe between Hitler and Stalin. Conclusion. Humanity. Each of the living bore a name. The toddler who imagined he saw wheat in the fields was Josef Sobolewski. He starved to death, along with his mother and 5 of his brothers and sisters, in 1933 in a famished Ukraine. The one brother who survived was shot in 1937 in Stalin's Great Terror. Only his sister Hannah remained to recall him and his hope. Stanislav Viganovsky was the young man who foresaw that he would meet his arrested wife Maria under the ground. They were both shot by the NKVD in Leningrad in 1937. The Polish officer who wrote of his wedding ring was Adam Solski. The diary was found on his body when his remains were disinterred at Katyn, where he was shot in 1940. The wedding ring he probably hid. His executioners probably found it. The 11-year-old Russian girl who kept a simple diary in besieged and starving Leningrad in 1941 was Tanya Savcheva. One of her sisters escaped across the frozen surface of Lake Ladoga. Tanya and the rest of her family died. The 12-year-old Jewish girl who wrote to her father in Belarus in 1942 of the death pits was Yunita Vishnyatskaya. Her mother, who wrote alongside her, was named Zlata. They were both killed. Farewell forever was the last line of Yunita's letter. I kiss you. I kiss you. Each of the dead became a number. Between them, the Nazi and Stalinist regimes murdered more than 14 million people in the Bloodlands. The killing began with a political famine that Stalin directed at Soviet Ukraine, which claimed more than 3 million lives. It continued with Stalin's Great Terror of 1937 and 1938, in which some 700,000 people were shot, most of them peasants or members of national minorities. The Soviets and the Germans then cooperated in the destruction of Poland and of its educated classes, killing some 200,000 people between 1939 and 1941. After Hitler betrayed Stalin and ordered the invasion of the Soviet Union, the Germans starved the Soviet prisoners of war and the inhabitants of besieged Leningrad, taking the lives of more than 4 million people. In the occupied Soviet Union, occupied Poland, and the occupied Baltic states, the Germans shot and gassed some 5.4 million Jews. The Germans and the Soviets provoked one another to even greater crimes, as in the partisan wars for Belarus and Warsaw, where the Germans killed about 500,000 civilians. These atrocities shared a place, and they shared a time. The Bloodlands, between 1933 and 1945. To describe their course has been to introduce to European history its central event. Without an account of all of the major killing policies in their common European historical setting, comparisons between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union must be inadequate. Now that this history of the Bloodlands is complete, the comparison remains. The Nazi and the Stalinist systems must be compared, not so much to understand the one or the other, but to understand our times and ourselves. Hannah Arendt made this case in 1951, uniting the two regimes under the rubric of totalitarianism. Russian literature of the 19th century offered her the idea of the superfluous man. The pioneering Holocaust historian Raoul Hilberg later showed her how the bureaucratic state could eradicate such people in the 20th century. Arendt provided the enduring portrait of the modern superfluous man, made to feel so by the crush of mass society, then made so by totalitarian regimes capable of placing death within a story of progress and joy. It is Arendt's portrayal of the killing epoch that has endured, of people, victims and perpetrators alike, slowly losing their humanity, first in the anonymity of mass society, then in a concentration camp. This is a powerful image, and it must be corrected before a historical comparison of Nazi and Soviet killing can begin. The killing sites that most closely fit such a framework were the German prisoner of war camps. They were the only type of facility, German or Soviet, where the purpose of concentrating human beings was to kill them. Soviet prisoners of war, crushed together in the tens of thousands and denied food and medical care, died quickly and in great numbers. Some 3 million perished, most of them in a few months. Yet this major example of killing by concentration had little to do with Arendt's concept of modern society. Her analysis directs our attention to Berlin and Moscow as the capitals of distinct states that exemplify the totalitarian system, each of them acting upon their own citizens. Yet the Soviet prisoners of war died as a result of the interaction of the two systems. Arendt's account of totalitarianism centers on the dehumanization within modern mass industrial society, not on the historical overlap between German and Soviet aspirations and power. The crucial moment for these soldiers was their capture, when they passed from the control of their Soviet superior officers and the NKVD to that of the Wehrmacht and the SS. Their fate cannot be understood as progressive alienation within one modern society. It was a consequence of the belligerent encounter of two, of the criminal policies of Germany on the territory of the Soviet Union. Elsewhere, concentration was not usually a step in a killing process, but rather a method for correcting minds and extracting labor from bodies. With the important exception of the German prisoner of war camps, neither the Germans nor the Soviets intentionally killed by concentration. Camps were more often the alternative than the prelude to execution. During the Great Terror in the Soviet Union, two verdicts were possible: death or the Gulag. The first meant a bullet in the nape of the neck. The second meant hard labor in a faraway place, in a dark mine or a freezing forest, or on the open steppe. But it also usually meant life. Under German rule, the concentration camps and the death factories operated under different principles. A sentence to the concentration camp Belsen was one thing. A transport to the death factory, Buzet, something else. The first meant hunger and labor, but also the likelihood of survival. The second meant immediate and certain death by asphyxiation. This, ironically, is why people remember Belsen and forget Buzet. Nor did extermination policies arise from concentration policies. The Soviet concentration camp system was an integral part of a political economy that was meant to endure. The Gulag existed before, during and after the famines of the early 1930s, and before, during and after the shooting operations of the late 1930s. It reached its largest size in the early 1950s, after the Soviets had ceased to kill their own citizens in large numbers, in part for that very reason. The Germans began the mass killing of Jews in summer 1941 in the occupied Soviet Union, by gunfire over pits, far from a concentration camp system that had already been in operation for 8 years. In a matter of a given few days in the second half of 1941, the Germans shot more Jews in the east than they had inmates in all of their concentration camps. The gas chambers were not developed for concentration camps, but for the medical killing facilities of the euthanasia program. Then came the mobile gas vans used to kill Jews in the Soviet East. Then the parked gas van at Chełmno, used to kill Polish Jews in lands annexed to Germany. Then the permanent gassing facilities at Buzet, Sobibor and Treblinka in the general government. The gas chambers allowed the policy pursued in the occupied Soviet Union, the mass killing of Jews, to be continued west of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line. The vast majority of Jews killed in the Holocaust never saw a concentration camp. The image of the German concentration camps as the worst element of National Socialism is an illusion, a dark mirage over an unknown desert. In the early months of 1945, as the German state collapsed, the chiefly non-Jewish prisoners in the SS concentration camp system were dying in large numbers. Their fate was much like that of Gulag prisoners in the Soviet Union between 1941 and 1943, when the Soviet system was stressed by the German invasion and occupation. Some of the starving victims were captured on film by the British and the Americans. These images led West Europeans and Americans toward erroneous conclusions about the German system. The concentration camps did kill hundreds of thousands of people at the end of the war, but they were not, in contrast to the death facilities, designed for mass killing. Although some Jews were sentenced to concentration camps as political prisoners, and others were dispatched to them as laborers, the concentration camps were not chiefly for Jews. Jews who were sent to concentration camps were among the Jews who survived. This is another reason the concentration camps are familiar. They were described by survivors, people who would have been worked to death eventually, but who were liberated at war's end. The German policy to kill all the Jews of Europe was implemented not in the concentration camps, but over pits, in gas vans, and at the death facilities at Chełmno, Buzet, Sobibor, Treblinka, Majdanek, and Auschwitz. As Arendt recognized, Auschwitz was an unusual combination of an industrial camp complex and a killing facility. It stands as a symbol of both concentration and extermination, which creates a certain confusion. The camp first held Poles, and then Soviet prisoners of war, and then Jews and Roma. Once the death factory was added, some arriving Jews were selected for labor, worked until exhaustion, and then gassed. Thus, chiefly at Auschwitz can an example be found of Arendt's image of progressive alienation ending with death. It is a rendering that harmonizes with the literature of Auschwitz written by its survivors, Tadeusz Borowski, or Primo Levi, or Elie Wiesel. But this sequence is exceptional. It does not capture the usual course of the Holocaust, even at Auschwitz. Most of the Jews who died at Auschwitz were gassed upon arrival, never having spent time inside a camp. The journey of Jews from the camp to the gas chamber was a minor part of the history of the Auschwitz complex, and is misleading as a guide to the Holocaust or to mass killing generally. Auschwitz was indeed a major site of the Holocaust. About 1 in 6 murdered Jews perished there. But though the death factory at Auschwitz was the last killing facility to function, it was not the height of the technology of death. The most efficient shooting squads killed faster. The starvation sites killed faster. And Treblinka killed faster. Auschwitz was also not the main place where the two largest Jewish communities in Europe, the Polish and the Soviet, were exterminated. Most Soviet and Polish Jews under German occupation had already been murdered by the time Auschwitz became the major death factory. By the time the gas chamber and crematoria complexes at Birkenau came online in spring 1943, more than 3/4 of the Jews who would be killed in the Holocaust were already dead. For that matter, the tremendous majority of all the people who would be deliberately killed by the Soviet and the Nazi regimes, well over 90%, had already been killed by the time those gas chambers at Birkenau began their deadly work. Auschwitz is the coda to the death fugue. Perhaps, as Arendt argued, Nazi and Soviet mass murder was a sign of some deeper dysfunctionality of modern society. But before we draw such theoretical conclusions about modernity or anything else, we must understand what actually happened in the Holocaust and in the Bloodlands generally. For the time being, Europe's epoch of mass killing is over-theorized and misunderstood. Unlike Arendt, who was extraordinarily knowledgeable within the limits of the available documentation, we have little excuse for this disproportion of theory to knowledge. The numbers of the dead are now available to us, sometimes more precisely, sometimes less, but firmly enough to convey a sense of the destructiveness of each regime. In policies that were meant to kill civilians or prisoners of war, Nazi Germany murdered about 10 million people in the Bloodlands, and perhaps 11 million people total. The Soviet Union under Stalin over 4 million in the Bloodlands, and about 6 million total. If foreseeable deaths resulting from famine, ethnic cleansing, and long stays in camps are added, the Stalinist total rises to perhaps 9 million, and the Nazi to perhaps 12. These larger numbers can never be precise, not least because millions of civilians who died as an indirect result of the Second World War were victims, in one way or another, of both systems. The region most touched by both the Nazi and Stalinist regimes was the Bloodlands. In today's terms, St. Petersburg and the western rim of the Russian Federation, most of Poland, the Baltic states, Belarus, and Ukraine. This is where the power and the malice of the Nazi and Soviet regimes overlapped and interacted. The Bloodlands are important not only because most of the victims were its inhabitants, but also because it was the center of the major policies that killed people from elsewhere. For example, the Germans killed about 5.4 million Jews. Of those, more than 4 million were natives of the Bloodlands, Polish, Soviet, Lithuanian and Latvian Jews. Most of the remainder were Jews from other East European countries. The largest group of Jewish victims from beyond the region, the Hungarian Jews, were killed in the Bloodlands, at Auschwitz. If Romania and Czechoslovakia are also considered, then East European Jews account for nearly 90% of the victims of the Holocaust. The smaller Jewish populations of Western and Southern Europe were deported to the Bloodlands to die. Like the Jewish victims, the non-Jewish victims either were native to the Bloodlands or were brought there to die. In their prisoner of war camps and in Leningrad and other cities, the Germans starved more than 4 million people to death. Most, but not all, of the victims of these deliberate starvation policies were natives of the Bloodlands. Perhaps 1 million were Soviet citizens from beyond the region. The victims of Stalin's policies of mass murder lived across the length and breadth of the Soviet Union, the largest state in the history of the world. Even so, Stalin's blow felt hardest in the Western Soviet borderlands, in the Bloodlands. The Soviets starved more than 5 million people to death during collectivization, most of them in Soviet Ukraine. The Soviets recorded the killing of 681,691 people in the Great Terror of 1937-1938, of whom a disproportionate number were Soviet Poles and Soviet Ukrainian peasants, two groups that inhabited the Western Soviet Union and thus the Bloodlands. These numbers do not themselves constitute a comparison of the systems, but they are a point of departure, perhaps an obligatory one. In May 1941, Arendt escaped to the United States, where she applied her formidable German philosophical training to the question of the origins of the National Socialist and Soviet regimes. A few weeks after her departure, Germany invaded the Soviet Union. In her Europe, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union had arisen separately and then sealed an alliance. The Europe of Wassily Grossman, the founder of a second tradition of comparison, was one in which the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany were at war. Grossman, a fiction writer who became a Soviet war correspondent, saw many of the important battles on the Eastern Front, and evidence of all of the major German and Soviet crimes. Like Arendt, he tried to understand the German mass murder of the Jews in the East in universal terms. For him this meant, at first, not a critique of modernity as such, but a condemnation of fascism and Germany. Just as Arendt published her Origins of Totalitarianism, Grossman was liberated from this political framework by the personal experience of anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union. He then broke the taboos of a century, placing the crimes of the Nazi and Soviet regimes on the same pages, in the same scenes, in two novels whose reputations only grow with time. Grossman meant not to unify the two systems analytically within a single sociological scheme, such as Arendt's totalitarianism, but rather to relieve them of their own ideological accounts of themselves and thereby lift the veil on their common inhumanity. In Life and Fate, completed in 1959, published abroad in 1980, Grossman has one of the heroes, a sort of holy fool, recall the German shootings of Jews in Belarus and the cannibalism in Soviet Ukraine in the same breath. In Everything Flows, incomplete at Grossman's death in 1964, published abroad in 1970, he uses familiarity with scenes of German concentration camps to introduce the famine in Ukraine. As for the children, did you see the newspaper photographs of children from the German camps? They looked just the same, heads heavy as cannonballs, thin little necks like the necks of storks, and on their arms and legs you could see every little bone, every single little bone moving under their skin, and the joints between them. Grossman returns to this Nazi-Soviet comparison over and over, not to arouse controversy, but to create a convention. As one of Grossman's characters exclaims, the key to both National Socialism and Stalinism was their ability to deprive groups of human beings of their right to be regarded as human. Thus the only answer was to proclaim again and again that this was simply not true. The Jews and the kulaks are people. They are human beings. I can see now that we are all human beings. This is literature working against what Arendt called the fictitious world of totalitarianism. People can be killed in large numbers, she maintained, because leaders such as Stalin and Hitler can imagine a world without kulaks or without Jews, and then make the real world conform, if only imperfectly, to their visions. The dying loses its moral weight, not so much because it is hidden, but because it is permeated with the story that brought it about. The dead, too, lose their human character. They are helplessly reincarnated as actors in a drama of progress, even when, or perhaps especially when, that story is resisted by an ideological foe. Grossman extracted the victims from the cacophony of a century and made their voices audible within the unending polemic. From Arendt and Grossman together, then, come two simple ideas. First, a legitimate comparison of Nazi Germany and the Stalinist Soviet Union must not only explain the crimes, but also embrace the humanity of all concerned by them, including the victims, perpetrators, bystanders, and leaders. Second, a legitimate comparison must begin with life rather than death. Death is not a solution, but only a subject. It must be a source of disquiet, never of satisfaction. It must not, above all, supply the rounding rhetorical flourish that brings a story to a defined end. Since life gives meaning to death rather than the other way around, the important question is not what political, intellectual, literary, or psychological closure can be drawn from the fact of mass killing. Closure is a false harmony, a siren song masquerading as a swan song. The important question is, how can so many human lives be brought to a violent end? In both the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, utopias were advanced, compromised by reality, and then implemented as mass murder. In autumn 1932 by Stalin and autumn 1941 by Hitler. Stalin's utopia was to collectivize the Soviet Union in 9 to 12 weeks. Hitler's was to conquer the Soviet Union in the same span of time. Each of these seems, in retrospect, to be horrendously impractical. Yet each of them was implemented under the cover of a big lie, even after failure was obvious. Dead human beings provided retrospective arguments for the rectitude of policy. Hitler and Stalin thus shared a certain politics of tyranny. They brought about catastrophes, blamed the enemy of their choice, and then used the death of millions to make the case that their policies were necessary or desirable. Each of them had a transformative utopia, a group to be blamed when its realization proved impossible, and then a policy of mass murder that could be proclaimed as a kind of ersatz victory. In both collectivization and the final solution, mass sacrifice was needed to protect a leader from the unthinkability of error. After collectivization brought resistance and hunger to Soviet Ukraine, Stalin blamed kulaks and Ukrainians and Poles. After the Wehrmacht was halted at Moscow and the Americans entered the Second World War, Hitler blamed Jews. Just as kulaks and Ukrainians and Poles had taken the blame for slowing the construction of the Soviet system, Jews took the blame for preventing its destruction. Stalin had chosen collectivization, Hitler had chosen war. But it was more convenient for them and their comrades to shift the responsibility for the associated catastrophe elsewhere. Stalin's interpretation was used to justify the starvation of Ukraine and then the mass shootings of kulaks and members of national minorities. Hitler's interpretation was used to justify the shooting and gassing of all Jews. After collectivization starved millions to death, this was adduced by Stalin to be evidence of a victorious class struggle. As the Jews were shot and then gassed, Hitler presented this, in ever clearer terms, as a war aim in and of itself. When the war was lost, Hitler called the mass murder of the Jews his victory. Stalin had the capacity to reformulate utopias. Stalinism itself was a retreat, from the impulse toward European revolution that had inspired the Bolsheviks in 1917 to the defense of the Soviet Union after that revolution did not take place. When the Red Army failed to spread communism to Europe in 1920, Stalin had a fallback plan. Socialism would be made in one country, the Soviet Union. When his 5-year plan to build socialism brought disaster, he presided over the starvation of millions. But he explained the events as part of the policy, and reaped the benefits as the fearsome father of the nation and the dominant figure in the Politburo. After turning the NKVD against the kulaks and the national minorities in 1937-1938, he explained that this was necessary for the security of the homeland of socialism. After the retreat of the Red Army in 1941, and indeed after its victory in 1945, he appealed to Russian nationalism. When the Cold War began, he blamed Jews, and others, of course, for the vulnerabilities of the Soviet Union. Hitler, too, could revise utopia. The tens of millions of dead envisioned by the Hunger Plan and General Plan Ost became the millions dead of the starvation policies and of deportations. Insofar as the war forced a major change in his thinking, it was in the nature of what the Nazis called the final solution. Rather than wait until the war was won to resolve the Jewish problem, Hitler endorsed a policy of extermination during the war itself. The killing of Jews was escalated in the Soviet Union in July 1941, after a month of war without decisive results, and then escalated again when Moscow did not fall in December 1941. The policy of killing certain Jews was initially grounded in the rhetoric of military necessity, and had some connection to political and economic planning. But its escalation after the military situation changed, and after those plans were discarded or suspended, reveals that the elimination of Jews was, for Hitler, an end in itself. The final version of the final solution was not designed, as were Stalin's improvisations, to protect the leader or his system. It was not a step in a logical plan so much as an element in an aesthetic vision. The original justifications for the killing of Jews gave way to the anti-Semitic incantation, always present, of a cosmic Jewish plot, the struggle against which was the very definition of German virtue. For Stalin, the political struggle always had political meaning. His achievement in that respect was nearly the opposite of Hitler's. Whereas Hitler transformed a republic into a revolutionary colonial empire, Stalin translated the poetics of revolutionary Marxism into durable workaday politics. Stalin's class conflict could always be expressed in public as the Soviet line. The chain that bound Soviet citizens and foreign communists to his person was a logical one. For Hitler, struggle itself was the good, and a struggle that destroyed the Jews was to be welcomed. If the Germans were defeated, then that was their fault. Stalin was able to realize his fictitious world, but to restrain himself when necessary. With the help of able associates such as Heinrich Himmler and Reinhard Heydrich, Hitler moved from one fictitious world to another, and brought much of the German people with him. Only an unabashed acceptance of the similarities between the Nazi and Soviet systems permits an understanding of their differences. Both ideologies opposed liberalism and democracy. In both political systems, the significance of the word party was inverted. Rather than being a group among others competing for power according to accepted rules, it became the group that determined the rules. Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union were both one-party states. In both the Nazi and Soviet polities, the party played a leading role in matters of ideology and social discipline. Its political logic demanded exclusion of outsiders, and its economic elite believed that certain groups were superfluous or harmful. In both administrations, economic planners assumed that more people existed in the countryside than was really necessary. Stalinist collectivization would remove superfluous peasants from the countryside and send them to the cities or the Gulag to work. If they starved, that was of little consequence. Hitlerian colonization projected the starvation and deportation of tens of millions of people. Both the Soviet and the Nazi political economies relied upon collectives that controlled social groups and extracted their resources. The collective farm, the instrument of Stalin's great transformation of the Soviet countryside from 1930, was used by German occupation authorities from 1941. In the occupied Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian and Soviet cities, the Germans added a new collective, the ghetto. The urban Jewish ghettos, although originally meant as resettlement points, became zones for the extraction of Jewish property and Jewish labor. Their nominal Jewish authorities of the Judenrat could usually be relied on to raise contributions and organize labor brigades. Both the ghettos and the collective farms were administered by local people. Both the Nazi and the Soviet systems built large systems of concentration camps. Hitler would have used the Soviet camps for Jews and other ostensible enemies if he could have. But Germany never conquered enough of the Soviet Union to make that possible. Although the instruments of local exploitation looked the same, and sometimes were the same, they served different visions of the future. In the National Socialist vision, inequality between groups was inherent and desirable. The inequalities found in the world between a richer Germany and a poorer Soviet Union, for example, were to be multiplied. The Soviet system, when it was expanded, brought to others the Soviet version of equality. There was no more dramatic plan than that, and that was dramatic enough. If the Soviet system encountered nomads, it forced them to settle. If it encountered peasants, it forced them to supply the state with food. If it encountered nations, it eliminated their upper classes, by co-optation, deportation, or murder. If it encountered contented societies, it required them to embrace the Soviet system as the best of all possible worlds. It was, in this special sense, inclusive. Whereas the Germans excluded the majority of the inhabitants of their empire from equal membership in the state, the Soviets included almost everyone in their version of equality. Stalin, no less than Hitler, spoke of liquidations and cleansings. Yet the Stalinist rationale for elimination always had to do with a defense of the Soviet state or the advance of socialism. In Stalinism, mass murder could never be anything more than a successful defense of socialism, or an element in a story of progress toward socialism. It was never the political victory itself. Stalinism was a project of self-colonization, expanded when circumstances permitted. Nazi colonization, by contrast, was totally dependent upon the immediate and total conquest of a vast new Eastern Empire, which would have dwarfed pre-war Germany in size. It assumed the destruction of tens of millions of civilians as a precondition of the enterprise. In practice, the Germans generally killed people who were not Germans, whereas the Soviets usually killed people who were Soviet citizens. The Soviet system was most lethal when the Soviet Union was not at war. The Nazis, on the other hand, killed no more than a few thousand people before the war began. During the War of Conquest, Germany killed millions of people faster than any state in history, to that point. At a great distance in time, we can choose to compare the Nazi and Soviet systems or not. The hundreds of millions of Europeans who were touched by both regimes did not have this luxury. The comparisons between leaders and systems began the moment that Hitler came to power. From 1933 through 1945, hundreds of millions of Europeans had to weigh what they knew about National Socialism and Stalinism as they made the decisions that would, all too often, determine their fate. This was true of unemployed German workers in early 1933, who had to decide whether they would vote for Social Democrats, Communists, or Nazis. It was true, at the same moment, of starving Ukrainian peasants, some of whom hoped for a German invasion that might rescue them from their plight. It held for European politicians of the second half of the 1930s, who had to decide whether or not to enter Stalin's popular fronts. The dilemma was felt sharply in Warsaw in these years, as Polish diplomats sought to keep an equal distance between their powerful German and Soviet neighbors in the hope of avoiding war. When both the Germans and the Soviets invaded Poland in 1939, Polish officers had to decide to whom they would surrender, and Polish Jews, and other Polish citizens besides, whether to flee to the other occupation zone. After Germany invaded the Soviet Union in 1941, some Soviet prisoners of war weighed the risks of collaboration with the Germans against the likelihood of starving to death in prisoner of war camps. Belarusian youth had to decide whether to join the Soviet partisans or the German police, before they were press-ganged into one or the other. Jews in Minsk in 1942 had to choose between remaining in the ghetto or fleeing to the forest to seek Soviet partisans. Polish Home Army commanders in 1944 had to decide whether or not to try to liberate Warsaw from the Germans themselves or to wait for the Soviets. Most survivors of the Ukrainian famine of 1933 later experienced German occupation. Most survivors of the German starvation camps of 1941 returned to Stalin's Soviet Union. Most survivors of the Holocaust who remained in Europe also experienced communism. These Europeans, who inhabited the crucial part of Europe at the crucial time, were condemned to compare. We have the possibility, if we wish, to consider the two systems in isolation. People who lived under them experienced overlap and interaction. The Nazi and Soviet regimes were sometimes allies, as in the joint occupation of Poland. They sometimes held compatible goals as foes, as when Stalin chose not to aid the rebels in Warsaw in 1944, thereby allowing the Germans to kill people who would later have resisted communist rule. This is what François Furet called their belligerent complicity. Often the Germans and the Soviets goaded each other into escalations that cost more lives than the policies of either state by itself would have. Partisan warfare was the supreme occasion for each leader to tempt the other into further brutality. From 1942, Stalin encouraged guerrilla actions in occupied Soviet Belarus, knowing that it would bring down massive reprisals against his own citizens. Hitler welcomed the opportunity to kill anyone who even looks at us askance. During the Second World War, the Bloodlands were subjected not to one invasion, but to two or three, not to one occupation regime, but to two or three. The mass murder of Jews began as the Germans crossed into lands that the Soviets had just annexed for themselves a matter of months before, from which they had deported tens of thousands of people just weeks before, and in which they had shot thousands of prisoners just days before. The German Einsatzgruppen were able to mobilize local anger over the murder of prisoners by the Soviet NKVD. The 20,000 or so Jews who were killed in these orchestrated pogroms were only a very small part, fewer than 0.5% of the victims of the Holocaust. But precisely the overlap between Soviet and German power allowed the Nazis to propagate their own description of Bolshevism as a Jewish plot. Other episodes of mass murder were a result of this same accumulation of Nazi and Soviet rule. In occupied Belarus, Belarusians killed other Belarusians, some of them as policemen in the German service, some of them as Soviet partisans. In occupied Ukraine, policemen fled the German service to join nationalist partisan units. These people then killed tens of thousands of Poles and fellow Ukrainians in the name of a social and national revolution. This sort of accumulation could also affect, and indeed end, the lives of millions of people who were thousands of miles away from the Bloodlands. Masses of Soviet citizens fled the Bloodlands to the east, to the heartland of a Soviet state that was poorly equipped to support them. Death rates in the Gulag increased drastically during the war as a result of food shortages and logistical problems associated with the German invasion. More than 500,000 people died as a result, victims of the war and of both regimes. Even so, the impact of multiple continuous occupation was most dramatic in the lands that Hitler conceded to Stalin in the secret protocol to the Non-Aggression Pact of 1939, then took from him in the first days of the invasion of 1941, then lost to him again in 1944. Before the Second World War, these lands were independent Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and eastern Poland. Though these states were governed by authoritarian nationalist regimes and popular nationalism was certainly on the rise, the number of people killed either by the state or in civil strife in the 1930s was no more than a few thousand in all of these countries taken together. Under Soviet rule between 1939 and 1941, hundreds of thousands of people from this zone were deported to Kazakhstan and Siberia, and tens of thousands more shot. The region was the heartland of Jewish settlement in Europe, and its Jews were trapped when the Germans invaded the newly extended Soviet Union in 1941. Almost all of the Jews native to the region were killed. It was here that Ukrainian partisans ethnically cleansed Poles in 1943, before Soviet forces ethnically cleansed both Ukrainians and Poles from 1944 onward. This zone, east of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line, was where the Holocaust began, and where the Soviets twice extended their boundaries to the west. In this special strip of territory within the Bloodlands, most of the NKVD persecutions of the 1940s took place, as did more than a quarter of the German killings of Jews, as did massive ethnic cleansing. Molotov-Ribbentrop Europe was a joint production of the Soviets and the Nazis. The transformations envisioned by both Hitler and Stalin were economic, and the consequences of their economic policies were felt most painfully in the Bloodlands. Though National Socialist and Stalinist ideologies were essentially different, Nazi and Soviet planners were preoccupied with certain basic economic problems, and Nazi and Soviet leaders inhabited and sought to alter the same world political economy. Ideology cannot function without economics, and economics in the time and place was very much a matter of the control of territory. Animal and human labor still moved plows and armies. Capital was less mobile then, and scarcer. Food was a natural resource, as were oil and minerals and precious metals. Globalization had been halted by the First World War, and free trade further hindered by the Great Depression. From the Marxist point of view, peasant societies had no right to exist in the modern world. From the Nazi perspective, Slavic peasants, though not German farmers, were superfluous. German farmers would reclaim the fertile soil with their own sweat and the blood of others. These were ideological perspectives, of course, But like all ideologies, they arose from and spoke to a certain understanding of economic interests. As theory became practice, Nazi colonization and Soviet self-colonization could function only when economic interests and ideological presuppositions seemed to confirm each other. Leaders, planners, and killers needed the sight of gold as well as the smell of ink. The mass killing policies of Hitler and Stalin exhibited three economic dimensions. One, as elements of grand plans of political economic transformation. Two, as causes of the upward and downward modulation of mass killing policies. 3. And as plunder from below during and after mass murder. In Stalin's grand plan, the collectivization of agriculture was to transform the Soviet Union into an industrial power, more or less within its present boundaries. Collectivization brought famine, which Stalin consciously directed toward Ukrainians. It also contributed to the Great Terror, which was aimed first at alienated peasants who might side with an invading foreign power. Hitler's grand plan was more or less the reverse. He would begin with a terror abroad, destroying the people he saw as the leadership of the Soviet Union, and thus bringing down the regime. Then he would exploit collective farms to divert a grain surplus to Germany. In the long run, he would create a vast frontier empire ruled by Germans, bereft of Jews, and scantily peopled by Slavs reduced to slavery. Hitler always wanted to rid Europe of Jews, but he would never have ruled and could never have killed the millions of Jews of Poland, the Soviet Union, and the Baltics had he not pursued this Eastern colonial vision with military force. When Hitler and Stalin had to decide who was to bear the consequences of shortages, planned or unplanned, they also revealed ideological priorities. For Stalin, profits from grain exports in 1933 were more important than the lives of millions of peasants. He decided that peasants would die, and he decided which peasants would die in the largest numbers: the inhabitants of Soviet Ukraine. The grain that could have saved their lives was shipped south by the trainload, before their eyes, to the ports of the Black Sea. The Wehrmacht found itself holding huge numbers of Soviet soldiers as prisoners in autumn 1941. Most of them would die of starvation or related diseases. Yet even in the gulags and the stalags, where general killing was the rule, certain priorities were visible. Jews were shot right away. Russians and Belarusians were more likely to be left to starve, and ethnic Germans and then Ukrainians were more likely to be recruited for labor. A certain amount of adaptation to circumstances is even visible in German policy toward Jews. Eliminating the Jews of Europe was Hitler's intention all along, and killing them all was an explicit policy as of late 1941. Nevertheless, even a policy of total destruction could be adapted to the economic demands of the moment. In winter 1941, for example, the Jews of Minsk survived in order to sew winter coats and boots for the beleaguered Wehrmacht. This was obviously no humane gesture. Hitler had sent his army to war with no winter gear, and the need to keep them from freezing to death momentarily outweighed the imperative to kill Jews. Most of these Jewish laborers were later killed. In summer 1942, food supply seemed more pressing than labor supply, which became an argument for the acceleration of the policy of gassing the Jews of occupied Poland. From 1943 onward, labor seemed more important than food, and some of the surviving Jews were kept alive longer, worked to death rather than shot or gassed. Mass killing allowed plunder and social advancement. This bound the people who profited to the regime and sometimes to its ideology. The deportation of richer peasants in the Soviet Union in 1930 allowed for the theft of their belongings, as did the deportation of Polish elites 10 years later. The Great Terror allowed younger cadres in the party to make careers after their superiors were shot or deported. The Holocaust allowed non-Jews to take Jewish apartments and houses. Of course, the regimes themselves stole. Poles and other East Europeans who took from Jews had very often lost their own property to Germans. The Polish officers at Katyn had to surrender their watches and wedding rings before they were shot. German children wore the socks of Jewish children shot in Minsk. German men the watches of Jewish men shot at Babi Yar. German women the fur coats of Jewish women shot at Mali Trstianets. Tsvetan Todorov has claimed that, given the goals that they set for themselves, The choices of Stalin and Hitler were, alas, rational. This was not always true, but it was often true. Rationality in the sense he meant, which is also the narrow sense used in economics, concerns only whether one chooses the correct means to achieve an end. It has nothing to do with the end itself, with what leaders desired. Political goals must be judged separately by some ethical criterion. Discussions of rationality and irrationality cannot substitute for discussions of right and wrong. The Nazi and Soviet attention to economics does not morally attenuate the crimes of the regimes. If anything, it reveals the common indifference to individual human life that is as horrible as any other aspect of their rule. The modulation and the plunder are, if anything, even greater reasons for moral condemnation. Economic considerations do not displace an ideology of murderous racism. Rather, they confirm and illustrate its power. In colonization, ideology interacts with economics. In administration, it interacts with opportunism and fear. In both the Nazi and the Soviet cases, periods of mass murder were also periods of enthusiastic, or at least uniform, administrative performance. The closest thing to resistance from within a bureaucratic apparatus took place at the beginning of the era of mass killing in Soviet Ukraine among Ukrainian party activists who tried to report on the famine. They were quickly silenced by the threat of expulsion from the party, arrest, and deportation. Some of those who dared to raise doubts then became fervent campaigners for starvation. During the Great Terror of 1937-1938 and the first wave of the murder of Jews in 1941, signals from above led to killing below, and often to requests for higher quotas. The NKVD was subject to purges at the very same time. In 1941, in the Western Soviet Union, SS officers, like NKVD officers a few years earlier, competed among themselves to kill more people and thus to demonstrate their competence and loyalty. Human lives were reduced to the moment of pleasure of a subordinate reporting to a superior. Of course, the SS and the NKVD were elites of a certain kind, specially selected and ideologically trained. When other sorts of cadres, policemen, soldiers, local collaborators were used, something more than a simple signal from above was sometimes needed. Both Hitler and Stalin excelled at placing organizations within moral dilemmas in which mass killing seemed like the lesser evil. Ukrainian party members hesitated in 1932 to requisition grain, but realized that their own careers and lives depended upon targets being met. Not all Wehrmacht officers were inclined to starve out Soviet cities, but when they believed that the choice was between Soviet civilians and their own men, they made the decision that seemed self-evident. Among populations, the rhetoric of war, or more precisely of preemptive self-defense, was convincing, or at least convincing enough to forestall resistance. In the decades since Europe's era of mass killing came to an end, much of the responsibility has been placed at the feet of collaborators. The classic example of collaboration is that of the Soviet citizens who served the Germans as policemen or guards during the Second World War, among whose duties was the killing of Jews. Almost none of these people collaborated for ideological reasons, and only a small minority had political motives of any discernible sort. To be sure, some collaborators were motivated by a political affiliation with an occupying regime. The nationalist Lithuanian refugees from Soviet occupation, whom the Germans brought with them to Lithuania in 1941, for example. In Eastern Europe, it is hard to find political collaboration with the Germans that is not related to a previous experience of Soviet rule. But even where politics or ideas did matter, ideological alignment was impossible. Nazis could not regard non-Germans as equals, and no self-respecting non-German nationalist accepted the Nazi claim to German racial superiority. There was often an overlap of ideology and interests between Nazis and local nationalists in destroying the Soviet Union and, less often, in killing Jews. Far more collaborators simply said the right things or said nothing and did what they were told. Local policemen serving the Germans in occupied Soviet Ukraine or Soviet Belarus had little or no power within the regimes themselves. They were not quite at the very bottom. The Jews were below them, of course, as were people who were not policemen. But they were low enough that their behavior requires less, not more explanation than that of SS men, party members, soldiers and policemen. This sort of local cooperation is just as predictable as obedience to authority, if not more so. Germans who declined to shoot Jews suffered no serious consequences. Locals who decided not to join the police or who elected to resign from its ranks, on the other hand, faced risks that the Germans themselves did not: starvation, deportation, and forced labor. A Soviet prisoner of war who accepted a German offer of collaboration might avoid starvation. A Soviet peasant who worked for the police knew that he would be able to stay at home to bring in his crops, and that his family would not go hungry. This was negative opportunism, the hope to avoid a still worse personal fate. Jewish policemen in the ghetto exemplified an extreme version of negative opportunism, even if in the end their choices saved no one, including themselves. Within the Soviet system, the category of collaborator is harder to define. Unlike the Germans, the Soviets killed greater numbers of civilians during peacetime than during war, and did not usually occupy territory for long without either annexing it into the Soviet Union or granting it formal sovereignty. That said, within the Soviet Union, certain policies were presented as campaigns and wars. In this atmosphere, for example, Ukrainian Communist Party activists were induced to starve their fellow citizens. Whether or not the requisition of food from the starving is called collaboration, it is a spectacular example of a regime generating cooperation in a policy of neighbors killing neighbors. Starvation is nasty, brutal, and long, and party activists and local officials had to watch and bring about the death of people they knew. Arendt regarded the collectivization famines as the inauguration of moral isolation, as people found themselves helpless before the powerful modern state. As Leszek Kolakowski understood, that was only half of the truth. The involvement of practically everyone in the famine, as collectors or as consumers of food, created a new species of moral unity. If people had served regimes only by following their own prior ideological preferences, there would have been little collaboration. The majority of Nazi collaborators in the Bloodlands had been educated in the Soviet Union. In the zone east of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line, where national independence yielded first to Soviet and only then to German rule, some people collaborated with the Germans because they had already collaborated with the Soviets. When Soviet occupation gave way to German occupation, people who had been Soviet militiamen became policemen in the service of the Germans. Local people who had collaborated with the Soviets in 1939 to 1941 knew that they could cleanse themselves in the eyes of the Nazis by killing Jews. Some Ukrainian nationalist partisans had earlier served both the Germans and the Soviets. In Belarus, simple chance often determined which young men joined the Soviet partisans or the German police. Former Soviet soldiers, indoctrinated in communism, staffed the German death facilities. Holocaust perpetrators, indoctrinated in racism, joined the Soviet partisans. Ideologies also tempt those who reject them. Ideology, when stripped by time or partisanship of its political and economic connections, becomes a moralizing form of explanation for mass killing, one that comfortably separates the people who explain from the people who kill. It is convenient to see the perpetrator just as someone who holds the wrong idea, and is therefore different for that reason. It is reassuring to ignore the importance of economics and the complications of politics, factors that might in fact be common to historical perpetrators and those who later contemplate their actions. It is far more inviting, at least today in the West, to identify with the victims than to understand the historical setting that they shared with perpetrators and bystanders in the Bloodlands. The identification with the victim affirms a radical separation from the perpetrator. The Treblinka guard who starts the engine, or the NKVD officer who pulls the trigger is not me. He is the person who kills someone like myself. Yet it is unclear whether this identification with victims brings much knowledge, or whether this kind of alienation from the murderer is an ethical stance. It is not at all obvious that reducing history to morality plays makes anyone moral. Unfortunately, claiming victim status does not itself bring sound ethical choices. Stalin and Hitler both claimed throughout their political careers to be victims. They persuaded millions of other people that they too were victims of an international capitalist or Jewish conspiracy. During the German invasion of Poland, a German soldier believed that the death grimace of a Pole proved that Poles irrationally hated Germans. During the famine, a Ukrainian communist found himself beleaguered by the corpses of the starved at his doorstep. They both portrayed themselves as victims. No major war or act of mass killing in the 20th century began without the aggressors or perpetrators first claiming innocence and victimhood. In the 21st century, we see a second wave of aggressive wars with victim claims, in which leaders not only present their peoples as victims, but make explicit reference to the mass murders of the 20th century. The human capacity for subjective victimhood is apparently limitless, and people who believe that they are victims can be motivated to perform acts of great violence. The Austrian policeman shooting babies at Mahilau imagined what the Soviets would do to his children. The victims were people. A true identification of them would involve grasping their lives rather than grasping at their deaths. By definition, the victims are dead and unable to defend themselves from the use that others make of their deaths. It is easy to sanctify policies or identities by the deaths of the victims. It is less appealing, but morally more urgent, to understand the actions of the perpetrators. The moral danger, after all, is never that one might become a victim, but that one might be a perpetrator or a bystander. It is tempting to say that a Nazi murderer is beyond the pale of understanding. Outstanding politicians and intellectuals, for example, Edvard Beneš and Ilya Ehrenberg, yielded to this temptation during the war. The Czechoslovak president and the Soviet Jewish writer were justifying revenge upon the Germans as such. People who called others subhuman were themselves subhuman. Yet to deny a human being his human character is to render ethics impossible. To yield to this temptation, to find other people to be inhuman, is to take a step toward, not away from, the Nazi position. To find other people incomprehensible is to abandon the search for understanding, and thus to abandon history. To dismiss the Nazis or the Soviets as beyond human concern or historical understanding is to fall into their moral trap. The safer route is to realize that their motives for mass killing, however revolting to us, made sense to them. Heinrich Himmler said that it was good to see 100 or 500 or 1,000 corpses lying side by side. What he meant was that to kill another person is a sacrifice of the purity of one's own soul, and that making this sacrifice elevated the killer to a higher moral level. This was an expression of a certain kind of devotion. It was an instance, albeit an extreme one, of a Nazi value that is not entirely alien to us: the sacrifice of the individual in the name of the community. Hermann Goering said that his conscience was named Adolf Hitler. For Germans who accepted Hitler as their leader, faith was very important. The object of their faith could hardly have been more poorly chosen, but their capacity for faith is undeniable. It was Gandhi who noted that evil depends upon good, in the sense that those who come together to commit evil deeds must be devoted one to the other and believe in their cause. Devotion and faith did not make the Germans good, but they do make them human. Like everyone else, they had access to ethical thinking, even if their own was dreadfully misguided. Stalinism, too, was a moral as well as a political system, in which innocent and guilty were psychic as well as legal categories, and moral thinking was ubiquitous. A young Ukrainian Communist Party activist who took food from the starving was sure that he was contributing to the triumph of socialism. I believed because I wanted to believe. His was a moral sensibility, if a mistaken one. When Margareta Buber-Neumann was in the Gulag at Karaganda, a fellow prisoner told her that you can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs. Many Stalinists and their sympathizers explained the losses of the famines and the Great Terror as necessary to the construction of a just and secure Soviet state. The very scale of the death seemed to make the appeal of such a hope all the stronger. Yet the romantic justification for mass murder, that present evil when properly described is future good, is simply wrong. Perhaps doing nothing at all would have been far better. Or perhaps a milder policy would better have achieved the desired ends. To believe that vast suffering must be associated with great progress is to accept a kind of hermetic masochism. The presence of pain is a sign of some imminent or emergent good. To advance this sort of reasoning oneself is hermetic sadism. If I caused pain, it was because there was a higher purpose known to me. Because Stalin represented the Politburo, which represented the Central Committee, which represented the party, which represented the working class, which represented history, he had a special claim to speak for what was historically necessary. Such a status allowed him to absolve himself of all responsibility and to place the blame for his failings upon others. It cannot be denied that mass starvation brings political stability of a certain kind. The question must be, is that the sort of peace that is desired, or that should be desired? Mass murder does bind perpetrators to those who give them orders. Is that the right sort of political allegiance? Terror does consolidate a certain kind of regime. Is that kind of regime preferable? Killing civilians is in the interest of certain kinds of leaders. The question is not whether all this is historically true. The question is what is desirable. Are these leaders good leaders, and these regimes good regimes? If not, the question is, how can such policies be prevented? Our contemporary culture of commemoration takes for granted that memory prevents murder. If people died in such large numbers, it is tempting to think, they must have died for something of transcendent value, which can be revealed, developed, and preserved in the right sort of political remembrance. The transcendent then turns out to be the national. The millions of victims must have died so that the Soviet Union could win a great patriotic war, or America a good war. Europe had to learn its pacifist lesson. Poland had to have its legend of freedom. Ukraine had to have its heroes. Belarus had to prove its virtue. Jews had to fulfill a Zionist destiny. Yet all of these later rationalizations, though they convey important truths about national politics and national psychologies, have little to do with memory as such. The dead are remembered, but the dead do not remember. Someone else had the power, and someone else decided how they died. Later on, someone else still decides why. When meaning is drawn from killing, the risk is that more killing would bring more meaning. Here, perhaps, is a purpose for history, somewhere between the record of death and its constant reinterpretation. Only a history of mass killing can unite the numbers and the memories. Without history, the memories become private, which today means national, and the numbers become public, which is to say, an instrument in the international competition for martyrdom. Memory is mine, and I have the right to do with it as I please. Numbers are objective, and you must accept my counts whether you like them or not. Such reasoning allows a nationalist to hug himself with one arm and strike his neighbor with the other. After the end of the Second World War, and then again after the end of communism, nationalists throughout the Bloodlands and beyond have indulged in the quantitative exaggeration of victimhood, thereby claiming for themselves the mantle of innocence. In the 21st century, Russian leaders associate their country with the more or less official numbers of Soviet victims of the Second World War, 9 million military deaths and 14 to 17 million civilian deaths. These figures are highly contested. Unlike most of the numbers presented in this book, they are demographic projections rather than counts. But whether they are right or wrong, they are Soviet numbers, not Russian ones. Whatever the correct Soviet figures, Russian figures must be much, much lower. The high Soviet numbers include Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltics. Particularly important are the lands that the Soviet Union occupied in 1939, eastern Poland, the Baltic states, northeastern Romania. People died there in horribly high proportions, and many of the victims were killed not by the German, but by the Soviet invader. Most important of all for the high numbers are the Jews, not the Jews of Russia, of whom only about 60,000 died, but the Jews of Soviet Ukraine and Soviet Belarus, nearly 1 million, and those whose homeland was occupied by the Soviet Union before they were killed by the Germans, a further 1.6 million. The Germans deliberately killed perhaps 3.2 million civilians and prisoners of war who were native to Soviet Russia, fewer in absolute terms than in Soviet Ukraine nor in Poland, much smaller countries, each with about 1/5 of Russia's population. Higher figures for Russian civilian losses, sometimes offered, would, if accurate, permit two plausible interpretations. First, more Soviet soldiers died than Soviet statistics indicate, and these people, presented as civilians in the higher numbers, were in fact soldiers. Alternatively, these people, presented as war losses in the higher numbers, were not killed directly by the Germans, but died from famine, deprivation, and Soviet repression during the war. The second alternative suggests the possibility that more Russians died prematurely during the war in the lands controlled by Stalin than in the lands controlled by Hitler. This is very possibly true, although the blame for many of the deaths is shared. Consider the Gulag. Most of the Soviet concentration camps were located in Soviet Russia, far beyond the zone occupied by the Germans. Some 4 million Soviet citizens were in the Gulag when Germany invaded the Soviet Union in June 1941. Soviet authorities sentenced more than 2.5 million of their citizens to the Gulag during the war. The NKVD was at work everywhere that the Germans did not reach, including besieged and starving Leningrad. Between 1941 and 1943, the deaths of some 516,841 Gulag inmates were registered, and the figure might have been higher. These hundreds of thousands of additional deaths would presumably not have happened had the Germans not invaded the Soviet Union. But those people would not have been so vulnerable had they not been in the Gulag. People who died in Soviet concentration camps cannot simply be counted as victims of Germany, even if Hitler's war hastened their deaths. Other people, such as the inhabitants of Soviet Ukraine, suffered more under both Stalin and Hitler than did inhabitants of Soviet Russia. In the pre-war Soviet Union, Russians were far less likely to be touched by Stalin's Great Terror, though many of them were, than the small national minorities, and far less likely to be threatened by famine, though many were, than Ukrainians or Kazakhs. In Soviet Ukraine, the whole population was under German occupation for much of the war, and death rates were far higher than in Soviet Russia. The lands of today's Ukraine were at the center of both Stalinist and Nazi killing policies throughout the era of mass killing. Some 3.5 million people fell victim to Stalinist killing policies between 1933 and 1938, and then another 3.5 million to German killing policies between 1941 and 1944. Perhaps 3 million more inhabitants of Soviet Ukraine died in combat, or as an indirect consequence of the war. Even so, the independent Ukrainian state has sometimes displayed the politics of exaggeration. In Ukraine, which was a major site of both Stalin's famine of 1932-1933 and the Holocaust in 1941-1944, the number of Ukrainians killed in the former has been exaggerated to exceed the total number of Jews killed in the latter. Between 2005 and 2009, Ukrainian histories connected to the state institutions repeated the figure of 10 million deaths in the famine, without any attempt at demonstration. In early 2010, the official estimation of starvation deaths fell discreetly to 3.94 million deaths. This laudable and unusual downward adjustment brought the official position close to the truth. In a divided country, the succeeding president denied the specificity of the Ukrainian famine. Belarus was the center of the Soviet-Nazi confrontation, and no country endured more hardship under German occupation. Proportionate wartime losses were greater than in Ukraine. Belarus, even more than Poland, suffered social decapitation. First, the Soviet NKVD killed the intelligentsia as spies in 1937 and 1938. Then Soviet partisans killed the schoolteachers as German collaborators in 1942 and 1943. The capital Minsk was all but depopulated by German bombing, the flight of refugees and the hungry, and the Holocaust, and then rebuilt after the war as an eminently Soviet metropolis. Yet even Belarus follows the general trend. 20% of the pre-war population of Belarusian territories was killed during the Second World War. Yet young people are taught, and seem to believe, that the figure was not 1 in 5, but 1 in 3. A government that celebrates the Soviet legacy denies the lethality of Stalinism, placing all the blame on the Germans, or more generally, on the West. Exaggeration is not just a post-Soviet or post-communist phenomenon, as the case of Germany reveals. To be sure, the German reckoning with the Holocaust is exceptional and paradigmatic. That is not the problem. German commemoration of German mass murder of Jews is a singular example of unambiguous political, intellectual, and pedagogical responsibility for mass murder, and the main source of hope that other societies might follow a similar course. German journalists and some historians, however, have exaggerated the number of Germans killed during wartime and post-war evacuation, flight, or deportation since the end of the Second World War. Figures of 1 and even 2 million deaths are still cited, with no demonstration. As long ago as 1974, a report of West German archives placed the number of deaths of Germans who fled or were deported from Poland at about 400,000. It was suppressed because the numbers were too low to serve the political purpose of documenting victimhood. This report also estimated deaths of Germans from Czechoslovakia at 200,000. According to a joint report of Czech and German historians, this second figure is exaggerated by a factor of about 10. So the figure of 400,000 Germans killed leaving Poland, cited in an earlier chapter, is perhaps better regarded as a maximum than a minimum. The fate of Germans who fled or were evacuated during the war was similar to that of the higher numbers of Soviet and Polish citizens who fled or were evacuated during the German advance and the German retreat. The experience of those Germans deported at war's end was comparable to that of the higher number of Soviet and Polish citizens who were deported during and after the war. The experience of the fleeing, evacuated and deported Germans was not, however, comparable to that of the 10 million Polish, Soviet, Lithuanian and Latvian citizens, Jews and others, who were subject to deliberate German policies of mass murder. Ethnic cleansing and mass killing, though related in a number of ways, are not the same thing. Even at their worst, the horrors visited upon Germans in flight or during deportation were not mass killing policies in the sense of the planned starvations, the terror, or the Holocaust. Beyond Poland, the extent of Polish suffering is underappreciated. Even Polish historians rarely recall the Soviet Poles who were starved in Soviet Kazakhstan and Soviet Ukraine in the early 1930s, or the Soviet Poles shot in Stalin's Great Terror in the late 1930s. No one ever notes that Soviet Poles suffered more than any other European national minority in the 1930s. The striking fact that the Soviet NKVD made more arrests in occupied eastern Poland in 1940 than in the rest of the USSR is rarely recalled. About as many Poles were killed in the bombing of Warsaw in 1939 as Germans were killed in the bombing of Dresden in 1945. For Poles, that bombing was just the beginning of one of the bloodiest occupations of the war, in which Germans killed millions of Polish citizens. More Poles were killed during the Warsaw Uprising alone than Japanese died in the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A non-Jewish Pole in Warsaw alive in 1933 had about the same chances of living until 1945 as a Jew in Germany alive in 1933. Nearly as many non-Jewish Poles were murdered during the war as European Jews were gassed at Auschwitz. For that matter, more non-Jewish Poles died at Auschwitz than did Jews of any European country, with only two exceptions, Hungary and Poland itself. The Polish literary critic Maria Janjon said of Poland's accession to the European Union, "To Europe, yes, but with our dead." It is important to know as much as we can about those dead, including how many of them there were. Despite its tremendous losses, Poland too exemplifies the politics of inflated victimhood. Poles are taught that 6 million Poles and Jews were killed during the war. This number seems to have been generated in December 1946 by a leading Stalinist, Jakub Berman, for the domestic political purpose of creating an apparent balance between the Polish and Jewish dead. The estimate that he corrected, 4.8 million, is probably closer to the truth. This is still, of course, a titanic figure. Poland probably lost about 1 million non-Jewish civilians to the Germans and about 100,000 more to the Soviets. Perhaps another 1 million Poles died as a result of mistreatment and as casualties of war. These numbers are appallingly high. The fate of non-Jewish Poles was unimaginably difficult compared to that of people under German occupation in Western Europe. Even so, a Jew in Poland was about 15 times more likely to be deliberately killed during the war than a non-Jewish Pole. 14 million people were deliberately murdered by two regimes over 12 years. This is a moment that we have scarcely begun to understand, let alone master. By repeating exaggerated numbers, Europeans release into their culture millions of ghosts of people who never lived. Unfortunately, such spectres have power. What begins as competitive martyrology can end with martyrological imperialism. The wars for Yugoslavia of the 1990s began, in part, because Serbs believed that far larger numbers of their fellows had been killed in the Second World War than was the case. When history is removed, numbers go upward and memories go inward, to all of our peril. Can the dead really belong to anyone? Of the more than 4 million Polish citizens murdered by the Germans, about 3 million were Jews. All of these 3 million Jews are counted as Polish citizens, which they were. Many of them identified strongly with Poland. Certain people who died as Jews did not even consider themselves as such. More than 1 million of these Jews are also counted as Soviet citizens, because they lived in the half of Poland annexed by the USSR at the beginning of the war. Most of these million lived on lands that now belong to independent Ukraine. Does the Jewish girl who scratched a note to her mother on the wall of the Kovel synagogue belong to Polish, or Soviet, or Israeli, or Ukrainian history? She wrote in Polish. Other Jews in that synagogue on that day wrote in Yiddish. What about Dina Pronicheva's Jewish mother, who urged her daughter in Russian to flee from Babi Yar, which is in Kiev, which is now the capital of independent Ukraine? Most Jews in Kovel and Kiev, as in much of Eastern Europe, were neither Zionists, nor Poles, nor Ukrainians, nor Communists. Can they really be said to have died for Israel, Poland, Ukraine, or the Soviet Union? They were Jews, they were Polish or Soviet citizens. Their neighbors were Ukrainians or Poles or Russians. They belong, in some measure, to the histories of 4 countries, insofar as the histories of these 4 countries are really distinct. Victims left behind mourners. Killers left behind numbers. To join in a large number after death is to be dissolved into a stream of anonymity. To be enlisted posthumously into competing national memories, bolstered by the numbers of which your life has become a part, is to sacrifice individuality. It is to be abandoned by history, which begins from the assumption that each person is irreducible. With all of its complexity, history is what we all have, and can all share. So even when we have the numbers right, we have to take care. The right number is not enough. Each record of death suggests, but cannot supply, a unique life. We must be able not only to reckon the number of deaths, but to reckon with each victim as an individual. The one very large number that withstands scrutiny is that of the Holocaust, with its 5.7 million Jewish dead, 5.4 million of whom were killed by the Germans. But this number, like all of the others, must be seen not as 5.7 million, which is an abstraction few of us can grasp, but as 5.7 million times 1. This does not mean some generic image of a Jew passing through some abstract notion of death 5.7 million times. It means countless individuals who nevertheless have to be counted in the middle of life. Dobtsia Kagan, the girl in the synagogue at Kovel, and everyone with her there, and all the individual human beings who were killed as Jews in Kovel, in Ukraine, in the East, in Europe. Cultures of memory are organized by round numbers, intervals of 10. But somehow the remembrance of the dead is easier when the numbers are not round, when the final digit is not a 0. So, within the Holocaust, it is perhaps easier to think of 780,863 different people at Treblinka, where the 3 at the end might be Tamara and Ita Willenberg, whose clothes clung together after they were gassed, and Ruth Dorfman, who was able to cry with the man who cut her hair before she entered the gas chamber. Or it might be easier to imagine the one person at the end of the 33,761 Jews shot at Babi Yar. Dina Pronicheva's mother, let us say, although in fact every single Jew there could be that one, must be that one, is that one. Within the history of mass killing in the Bloodlands, recollection must include the 1 million times 1 Leningraders starved during the siege, 3.1 million times 1 distinct Soviet prisoners of war killed by the Germans in 1941 to 1944, or the 3.3 million times 1 distinct Ukrainian peasants starved by the Soviet regime in 1932 and 1933. These numbers will never be known with precision, but they hold individuals too. Peasant families making fearful choices, prisoners keeping each other warm in dugouts, children such as Tanya Savicheva watching their families perish in Leningrad. Each of the 681,692 people shot in Stalin's Great Terror of 1937 and 1938 had a different life story. The two at the end might be Maria Yureyevich and Stanislav Viganovsky, the wife and husband reunited under the ground. Each of the 21,892 Polish prisoners of war shot by the NKVD in 1940 was in the midst of life. The two at the end might be Dobroslav Yakubovich, the father who dreamed about his daughter, and Adam Solsky, the husband who wrote of his wedding ring on the day that the bullet entered his brain. The Nazi and Soviet regimes turned people into numbers, some of which we can only estimate, some of which we can reconstruct with fair precision. It is for us as scholars to seek these numbers and to put them into perspective. It is for us as humanists to turn the numbers back into people. If we cannot do that, then Hitler and Stalin have shaped not only our world, but our humanity. Numbers and terms. 14 million is the approximate number of people killed by purposeful policies of mass murder implemented by Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union in the Bloodlands. I define the Bloodlands as territories subject to both German and Soviet police power and associated mass killing policies at some point between 1933 and 1945. They correspond closely to the places where the Germans killed Jews between 1941 and 1945. In the east, more or less of Soviet Russia might have been included, but the existing line allows the consideration of the main German killing sites of the war, as well as the Western Soviet lands disproportionately struck by earlier Soviet terror. Though I discuss the western lands of today's Poland, which belonged until 1945 to Germany, I do not include them in the Bloodlands. This is to respect the difference between mass killing and ethnic cleansing. Hungary might arguably have been included, since it was occupied briefly by the Germans late in the war, after years as a German ally, and then occupied by the Soviets. After Polish and Soviet Jews, Hungarian Jews were the third largest group of victims of the Holocaust. Romania too would have a kind of claim to belong to the Bloodlands, since many of its Jews were killed and the country was occupied at the end of the war by the Soviet Union. Romania, however, was also a German ally rather than a victim of German aggression, and the murder of Romanian Jews was a Romanian rather than a German policy. This is a related but different history. Yugoslav citizens suffered many of the fates described here, including the Holocaust and mass reprisals. But the Jewish population of Yugoslavia was very small, and Yugoslavia was not occupied by the Soviet Union. These matters of political geography are debatable on the margin. What is not is the existence of a zone in Europe where Soviet and German power overlapped, and where the tremendous majority of the deliberate killing of both regimes took place. It is indisputable, to state the point differently, that the contiguous area from central Poland to western Russia, where Germans killed Jews, covers the regions where all of the other major German and Soviet policies of mass killing had already taken place or were concurrently taking place, if not completely, then in very significant part. The purposeful starvation of Ukraine took place within the zone of the Holocaust. The purposeful starvation of Soviet prisoners of war took place within the zone of the Holocaust. Most Soviet and German shootings of Polish elites took place within the zone of the Holocaust. Most German reprisal actions took place within the zone of the Holocaust. A disproportionate amount of the shooting of the Stalinist Great Terror took place within the zone of the Holocaust. I use the term Molotov-Ribbentrop line to signify an important boundary running north to south through the Bloodlands. This line, which appears on some of the maps, is the German-Soviet border as agreed in September 1939 after the joint invasion of Poland. It was significant for Polish citizens since it marked the division between German and Soviet occupation policies. This line took on another meaning after the Germans betrayed their allies and invaded the Soviet Union in 1941. To its west, Germans were holding Jews in ghettos. To its east, Germans began to shoot Jews in very large numbers. The Holocaust began east of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line with shooting actions, and then shifted west of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line, where most victims were gassed. In the historical literature on the Holocaust, people east of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line are often referred to as Soviet Jews, and people to the west as Polish Jews. This is an inaccurate description of the people in question. More of the people killed east of the Molotov-Ribbentrop line had Polish than Soviet citizenship in 1939, when the war began. Referring to these people as Soviet Jews also tends to confirm an account of the war in which the Soviet invasion and occupation of its Western neighbors are marginalized or overlooked entirely. If these people were Soviet Jews, then their homeland must have been the Soviet Union, and the war must have begun with the German invasion of the Soviet Union. In fact, the war began with the German-Soviet alliance that destroyed Poland and left such Jews in an expanded Soviet Union. The use of the term Molotov-Ribbentrop line, though it may seem awkward at first, allows us to see a very special zone of Europe, whose people suffered 3 rounds of occupation during the Second World War, first Soviet, then German, then Soviet again. On the wall of a Gestapo prison in Warsaw, a Polish prisoner wrote, "It's easy to talk about Poland. It's harder to work for her, even harder to die, and hardest of all to suffer." With a few exceptions, this is a study of the dying rather than the suffering. Its subject is policies that were meant to kill, and the people who were their victims. In a deliberate mass-killing operation, mass death is the desired goal of policy. It is an end in itself, or a means to some other end. The count of 14 million is not a complete reckoning of all the death that German and Soviet power brought to the region. It is an estimate of the number of people killed in deliberate policies of mass murder. I therefore generally exclude from the count the people who died of exertion, or disease, or malnutrition in concentration camps, or during deportations, evacuations, or flight from armies. I also exclude the people who died as forced laborers. I am not counting people who died of hunger as a result of wartime shortfalls, or civilians who died in bombings or as a result of other acts of war. I am not counting soldiers who died on the fields of battle of the Second World War. In the course of the book, I do discuss camps and deportations and battles, and provide figures of those killed. These are not, however, included in the final figure of 14 million. I also exclude acts of violence carried out by third parties that were clearly a result of German or Soviet occupation, but not German or Soviet policy. Sometimes these brought very significant numbers of deaths, as within the Romanian murder of Jews, some 300,000, or the Ukrainian nationalist ethnic cleansing of Poles, at least 50,000. This is a book about deliberate mass murder more than a book about abuse. It is a book about civilians and prisoners of war, rather than a book about soldiers on active duty. By all of these distinctions and exclusions, I do not mean to suggest that such people were not victims, direct or indirect, of the Nazi and Soviet systems. I do not wish to minimize the horror of German and Soviet concentration camps, or the murderous character of ethnic cleansing, or the repressive nature of forced labor, or the awful total of war death. I wish to test the proposition that deliberate and direct mass murder by these 2 regimes in the Bloodlands is a distinct phenomenon worthy of separate treatment, by writing a history whose subject is the purposeful murder of 14 million people by 2 regimes over a short time and in certain parts of Europe. 14 million, after all, is a very large number. It exceeds by more than 10 million the number of people who died in all of the Soviet and German concentration camps, as opposed to the death facilities, taken together over the entire history of both the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany. If current standard estimates of military losses are correct, It exceeds by more than 2 million the number of German and Soviet soldiers, taken together, killed on the battlefield in the Second World War, counting starved and executed prisoners of war as victims of a policy of mass murder rather than as military casualties. It exceeds by more than 13 million the number of American and British casualties, taken together, of the Second World War. It also exceeds by more than 13 million all of the American battlefield losses in all of the foreign wars that the United States has ever fought. The count of 14 million mortal victims of deliberate killing policies in the Bloodlands is the sum of the following approximate figures, defended in the text and notes. 3.3 million Soviet citizens, mostly Ukrainians, deliberately starved by their own government in Soviet Ukraine in 1932 and 1933. 300,000 Soviet citizens, mostly Poles and Ukrainians, shot by their own government in the Western USSR among the roughly 700,000 victims of the Great Terror of 1937 and 1938. 200,000 Polish citizens, mostly Poles, shot by German and Soviet forces in occupied Poland in 1939 to 1941. 4.2 million Soviet citizens, largely Russians, Belarusians and Ukrainians, starved by the German occupiers in 1941 to 1944. 5.4 million Jews, most of them Polish or Soviet citizens, gassed or shot by the Germans in 1941 to 1944. And 700,000 civilians, mostly Belarusians and Poles, shot by the Germans in reprisals, chiefly in Belarus and Warsaw in 1941 to 1944. In general, these numbers are sums of counts made by the Germans or the Soviets themselves, complemented by other sources, rather than statistical estimates of losses based upon censuses. Accordingly, my counts are often lower, even if stupefyingly high, than others in the literature. The major case where I do rely upon estimates is the famine in Soviet Ukraine, where data are simply insufficient for account, and where I present a total figure on the basis of a number of demographic calculations and contemporary estimates. Again, my reckoning is on the conservative side. With such a subject, care must be taken with the use of terms and with their definitions. There is a notable difference, usually not noted, between final solution and Holocaust. The first was the general term that the Nazis used for their intention to eliminate the Jews from Europe. For much of the time that it was used, it indicated one of 4 deportation plans, all of which were eventually discarded. At some point in the second half of 1941, Hitler endorsed mass killing as the method by which Jews were to be eliminated from Europe, and made this widely known that December. At that point, the final solution was understood to mean the murder of all Jews. The term Holocaust was introduced after the war and, by the 1990s, was generally, although by no means always, understood to mean the mass murder of the Jews by the Germans. In this book, the term Holocaust signifies the final version of the final solution, the German policy to eliminate the Jews of Europe by murdering them. Although Hitler certainly wished to remove the Jews from Europe in a final solution earlier, the Holocaust on this definition begins in summer 1941, with the shooting of Jewish women and children in the occupied Soviet Union. The term Holocaust is sometimes used in 2 other ways, to mean all German killing policies during the war, or to mean all oppression of Jews by the Nazi regime. In this book, Holocaust means the murder of the Jews in Europe as carried out by the Germans by guns and gas between 1941 and 1945. I refrain from using the term Holodomor for Stalin's deliberate starvation of Soviet Ukraine, not because the term is less precise than Holocaust, but simply because it is unfamiliar to almost all readers of English. I use Great Terror to mean the Soviet mass shooting and deportation actions of 1937 and 1938, of which the most important were the Kulak and national operations. I prefer mass killing to genocide for a number of reasons. The term genocide was coined by the Polish Jewish international lawyer Raphael Lemkin in 1943. Through a miracle of energy and persistence, he managed to encode it in international law. By the terms of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 1948, genocide involves acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group as such. It lists 5 ways in which genocide is committed: by killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of this group to another group. This legal instrument has allowed for prosecutions, if only recently. As a guide to historical and moral interpretation, however, the term genocide has limitations. The term genocide gives rise to inevitable and intractable controversies. It relies upon the intention of the perpetrator in 2 places: intent to destroy a certain group as such. It can be argued that policies of mass killing were not genocide, because rulers had some other intent, or because they intended to kill someone but not a specified group as such. Though the term genocide in fact has wide application, it is often thought to refer only to the Holocaust. People who associate themselves with victims will wish to define past crimes as genocide, thinking that this will lead to recognition of the kind awarded to the Holocaust. And meanwhile, people associated with states that perpetrated a genocide resist the term with great energy, because they believe that its acceptance would be tantamount to acceptance of a role in the Holocaust. Thus, for example, Turkish governments resist the classification as genocide of the mass killing of 1 million or more Armenians during the First World War. A final problem arises from a known political modification of the definition. The Soviets made sure that the term genocide, contrary to Lemkin's intentions, excluded political and economic groups. Thus, the famine in Soviet Ukraine can be presented as somehow less genocidal because it targeted a class, kulaks, as well as a nation, Ukrainians. Lemkin himself regarded the Ukrainian famine as genocide. But since the authors of the policy of starvation edited his definition, this has been controversial. It is remarkable that we have the legal instrument of genocide. Nevertheless, one must not forget that this particular murder statute was co-drafted by some of the murderers. Or, to put the matter less moralistically, all laws arise within and reflect a certain political setting. It is not always desirable to export the politics of that moment into a history of another. In the end, historians who discuss genocide find themselves answering the question as to whether a given event qualifies, and so classifying rather than explaining. The discussions take on a semantic or legalistic or political form. In each of the cases discussed in this book, the question, was it genocide, can be answered. Yes, it was. But this does not get us far. The peoples of the Bloodlands functioned in a world of daunting linguistic complexity. Most of the victims described here knew or had regular contact with 2 or more languages, and many of them were bilingual or trilingual. Broader histories of Europe involve problems of transliteration, since words from languages written in non-Roman characters must be rendered in Roman characters in English. The problem arises not with languages such as French, German, Polish, or Czech, which are written in Roman characters with more or less familiar diacritical marks. But Yiddish and Hebrew are written in Hebrew characters, and Belarusian, Russian, and Ukrainian are written in Cyrillic alphabets. For each of these languages there are competing systems of transliteration, each with its advantages and disadvantages. To make matters worse, many of the people and places discussed in this book were known by different names in different languages, written with different characters. So there might be a dozen legitimate ways, for example, to spell the name of a Jew from Ukraine in English. For many readers, the people and places discussed in this book will be unfamiliar enough without the burden of more elaborate solutions to the transliteration problem. The risk with too much precision is that people and places become more rather than less exotic. I have generally given names in simpler and more familiar forms rather than those that correspond perfectly to transliteration. I spell Russian surnames ending with a double I just that way, partly so that readers can tell the difference between Russian surnames ending with "I", Ukrainian surnames ending with "yi", and Polish surnames ending with "I". I usually give city names in an English form if one is familiar, so Warsaw rather than Warszawa, and Kiev rather than Kiev. All of the cities were spelled differently by different inhabitants at any given time, and at different times fell under different rulers with different official topographies. I tend to favor current English spellings, although I make exceptions when it would seem absurd not to do so. Cities in the Soviet Union had a tendency to change names. I used the names under which they were known at the time. Thus famine and terror strike Stalino, not Donetsk, in the 1930s, and the German Sixth Army is destroyed at Stalingrad, not Volgograd, in 1942. I try to refer to cities by the same name throughout the book, although in certain cases where boundaries moved and populations were transferred, Lvov, Lviv, Vilno, Vilnius, this would have been too distorting. In citations, I give the name of the author as it appears in the cited work, even though this means that some authors' names will be spelled different ways in different citations. In the notes and bibliography, I transliterate more precisely than in the main text, following simplified versions of the Library of Congress guidelines. These are all matters of judgment. Readers with experience in these problems will understand the impossibility of avoiding certain compromises. Translations, except where otherwise noted, are my own. This concludes the reading of Bloodlands, Europe Between Hitler and Stalin by Timothy Snyder. Copyright 2010 by Timothy Snyder. This book was read by Ralph Cosham. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Basic Books, a member of the Perseus Books Group, and was produced in 2010 by Blackstone Audio Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio Inc. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.